You know, sometimes all you need is 20 seconds of insane courage. Just literally 20 seconds of just embarrassing bravery. And I promise you, something great will come of it.
Style and grace, allow me to lace these lyrical douches in your bushes who rock grooves and make moves with all the mommies. The back of the club sipping Moet is you find me. The back of the club macking holes, my crew's behind me. Mad question asking, blunt passing, music blasting. But I just can't quit because one of these honeys Biggie got to creep with, sleep with, keep the ep a secret. Why not? Why blow up my spot? Cause we both got hot. Now check it. I got more Mac than Craig and in the bed. Believe me, sweetie, I got enough to f*** needy. No need to be greedy. I got mad friends with Benzes. See notes by the layers. True fucking players. Jump in the Rover and come over. Tell your friends jump in the GS3. I got the chronic to the tree. Honey, really, I'm asking. Most of these niggas think they be macking, but they be acting. Who they attracting with that line? What's your name? What's your sign? Soon as he buy that wine, I just creep up from behind and ask you what your interests are. Be with things to make you smile. What numbers to dial? You gon' be here for a while. I'm gon' call my crew. You gon' call your crew. We can rendezvous at the bar around 2. Plans to leave, throw the keys to seize. Put the truck up front and roll up the next blunt so we can steam on the way to the telly. Go fill my belly. A T-bone steak, cheese, eggs, and Welch's grape. Conversate for a few, cause we gon' do what we came to do. Ain't that right, boo? Forget the telly, we just go to the crib and watch a movie in the jacuzzi, smoke L's while you do me. Imaginary ends is giving ends to my friends and it feels stupendous. Tremendous cream, fuck $1 and a dream. Still tote gas strapped with infrared beams. Chopping O's, smoking optimals, money holes and clothes, all a nigga knows. A foolish pleasure, whatever. I had to find the buried treasure, so grams I had to measure. However, living better now, coochie now. Drop top BMs, I'm the man, girl, fool.
Hey, hi, hello. What's up, internet? How's it going out there? I hope everyone is doing well and good. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Happy Catterday. I just put up my Catterday posts, because I am, painfully behind. Just woefully. I, slept a shit ton today because I don't feel very good. My stomach hurts. I'm just, kind of out of it. I don't know if I'm, getting sick or what. Hopefully not. Knock on wood. Because I'm supposed to go get my COVID shot next week. So, I can't be sick when I do that, obviously. So I just cuddled some cats. And they were so cuddly. They're a little extortionate, I swear. My cats, they can tell. They know when I don't feel good. And they just, see me walk into my room for something, and immediately, they're just on the bed, making biscuits, being all cute. And who am I to deny a cat a cuddle? They're meowing at me. Okay, sure, yeah, I guess I have to. If you insist, I will take a nap with you. They're so sweet. Oh, sweet kitties. I meant to come on earlier, but this is earlier than normal. We're getting there. We're making steps. We're making moves. Man, I'm just so tired. More coffee, I think. Hi, Peanuts. How are you? I was just talking about how tired I am. Very, very tired. Um, I don't know if I have the wherewithal to do all of this debate. I guess it's only an hour. But I know I'm gonna be molding. Yeah. It'd be like that sometimes, especially now that it's getting shorter days. I always get so fucking tired in the winter. My body just gets depressed in anticipation. I only make 3 hours of content, seriously. Oh my god, I've seen a little bit here and there. I don't know why Ethan is so obstinate. I mean, I do know. Pretty obvious. He owns businesses. Uh, I don't know if we're gonna be able to break through to him. Maybe Hassan will. Leftovers is gonna be wild next week. It's gonna be wild. So that's gonna be a journey. But I also have to sandwich it, positive stuff. I didn't get to the Bernie speech yet, so I'm gonna start with that. And then, Adam Conover talked to the strippers that unionize, their strip club. So that'll be hella dope. We can do that after. So as to show people like Ethan why we do the things we do. Oh God. Remember that, yeah. Yeah, it was a few months back, I think. I'm not sure. I think it's the same one. I don't know if there have been others since. I do want to do at least one day a week of labor news. There's so much to keep up with. Unionizing strip club, yeah, it's hella cool. Um, yeah, they fucking get treated like shit. By management. So the more clubs that we can unionize, the better. Would be very cool. Very cool. And also, just decriminalize sex work in general. make shit a lot safer for everyone. What else? Yeah, I just cuddled my cats all day. It was so nice. God, I love them so much. They're just so sweet. They're the best kitties. I should have filmed them. They're being so sweet. There's this blanket they love that's on my bed. It's like, what's that microfiber? Like a microfiber on one side, and then it's like a fake, like, jeepy, woolly thing on the inside. And, every single time, like, every single time, they both just, like, come and make biscuits on it. So cute. It's so cute. The blanket hack. If you want your cat to cuddle, just find a blanket they really like. So sweet. I mean, they also just like me, you know. They're so lazy though. They didn't want to play today. I tried to play with them every day, like at dinner time. But it's okay, because I was lazy as fuck too. I can't even say shit. I feel that. Okay. Well, I hope y'all are well. We can just start with the Bernie thing for hopium.
Whoa!
Oh.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, UAW. Thank you for inviting me, and it is an
Why is it in 480p? Why?
honor for me to be here with you today. And let me thank the UAW for standing up not only for your own members, but for the working class of this country. The fight you are waging here is not just about decent wages and working conditions and pensions in the automobile industry. It is a fight to take on corporate greed and tell the people on top this country belongs to all of us, not just a few.
This is such a cool moment, dude. Like, I've heard Bernie say that a million times, like, if not more, just so many times, over and over again. And he's just, like, been just, like, planting the seed for this very event to happen. Like, he has played no small role in all of the union action that we've seen. Just the goat.
Is a reason why a recent Gallup poll had 75% of Americans supporting the UAW. They are sick and tired of an economy in which the rich get richer while working families struggle and the most desperate sleep out on the streets. So what this struggle is about here in the Midwest is a demand that we finally have an economy that works for all of us, not just a few. And I want to do something, I want to say a few words about something you don't see much about on TV or in the halls of Congress. And that is what is going on in the American economy today and what has gone on for decades. Believe it or not, that at a time of unprecedented income and wealth inequality today, weekly wages for the average American worker are lower today than they were 50 years ago. In other words,
ooh, all my homies hate low wages.
despite a massive increase in worker productivity in the automobile industry and in every sector of our economy, despite the fact that CEOs now make 400 times on what their average worker makes, despite record-breaking corporate profits, despite corporate America spending hundreds of billions on dividends and stock paybacks, the average American worker today is worse off than he or she was 50 years ago. Brothers and sisters, that is exactly what this strike is all about. And that is why every word...
Yeah, like, I don't know specifically about the auto industry, but in general, workers are just so much more efficient now with the technology that we have. So, where is all that extra revenue going? You know, it has to be going somewhere. Like,
worker in America, white collar, blue collar, in between, has got to stand with the UAW in your struggle for justice. In America today, while we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had in the history of this country, you got 3 people on top owning more wealth than the bottom half of American society. Despite all of that wealth, brothers and sisters, and you know...
Did you hear that? I think someone in the crowd did like an exaggerated spit sound, like, chewy.
This well, 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. Paycheck to paycheck. And that means that every day they are living under the incredible stress. They're worried about paying the rent. They're worried about putting food on the table. They're worried about being able to afford to go to a doctor when their kid gets sick. They're worried about the high cost of childcare. They are worried about whether they'll ever be able to send their kids to college. I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck, and I know a little bit about that. This is the richest country in the history of the world, and families in America, families in the automobile industry, should not have to live with that kind of stress.
Man, they give him the jacket and everything.
And let me tell you, and Sean has made this point over and over again, in the last 50 years, there has been a massive redistribution of wealth. Problem is, it's gone in the wrong direction. Instead of going from the top down to the bottom, it's gone from the bottom up to the top. And what this strike is about, and what workers are standing up all over this country for, is we're going to reverse that trend. If the ruling class of this country wants a redistribution of wealth, we're going to give it to them. And
Fucking
one of
go.
the reasons I am so proud.
If you won't redistribute your wealth, then that can be arranged.
To be in Detroit today with the UAW is all of you know your own history. You know that back in 1937, 86 years ago, your grandparents stood up and helped transform this country. With incredible courage, they took on the corporate greed of their day, the power of the large corporations, and they helped pave the way, creating a middle class in America. That's what the UAW did in 1937. And here we are today, in 2023, 86 years later. And once again, the UAW is helping to lead the effort to rebuild and grow the middle.
Okay, this is like his weakest talking point, in my opinion. Like, I guess, like, in theory, yes, there should be a middle class, I guess. But, like, I still want people at the bottom to be making a living wage. You know what I mean? I don't like. The like the way he focuses on the middle class so much is like, oh, well, like, you should be able to, like, work your way to a living wage. I know that's, like, not what he means, but, like, I don't know if it just, like, doesn't sit right for me.
Middle class of America. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I would like to say, just among friends, I would like to say a word to the CEOs of General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis. Understand, folks, understand, CEOs, the enormous financial sacrifices your workers have made over the years. It is time for you to end your greed. It is time for you to treat your employees with the respect and dignity they deserve. It is time to sit down and negotiate a fair contract. Now I say to Mary Barra, the CEO of General Motors.
Ooh.
Last year, you made over 29
million. Yeah, I was looking this up last night. It's fucking insane.
$1 million. Since you became CEO 8 years ago, you have made over $200 million in total compensation.
Jesus.
And I say to Ms. Barra,
That's insane.
do you have any
For
clue
what
it's like for one of your workers to try to survive on $17 an hour, which is the average starting wage of an automobile worker, $17 an hour. Do you know, Ms. Barra, what it's like to try to raise a family, put food on the table, and pay rent when you're making $20 an hour?
Obviously the fuck not. Obviously she does not know. I know it's rhetorical, but, like, no. I don't think she has ever had to deal with this. Why I wasn't into Bernie when it became a symbol for the left and surged in 2016 and 2020. I get it now. The time I was as an unaware lib, the focus on the middle class weirded me out. Yeah, I just wish he would substitute working class. I think that's more powerful, just, like, as a rhetoric point.
And I say to Carlos Stavros, the CEO of Stellantis, Mr. Stavros, last year you received a 22% pay raise. And now you make over $25 million in total compensation. Do you know, Mr. Stavros, what it is like to be classified as a temp? And despite working year after year...
Yeah, I can't believe they even fucking Uberified, like, auto manufacturing. Like, the Uber goes all the way to the top.
You remain a temp, receiving wages and benefits significantly lower than your brothers and sisters doing the same exact work. Mr. Stavros, do you have any clue what that is about? And I say to Jim Farley, the CEO of Ford, Mr. Farley, last year you made nearly $21 million in total compensation. And my guess is that when you retire from your job, you're going to have a great pension, golden handshake, and all kinds of benefits. Do you
Golden handshake. That.
have any clue as to what it's like to be a worker getting older, having worked your entire life, and not having any money in the bank as you prepare for retirement? And let us all be very clear. I know sometimes the media has, to say the least,
God damn.
not been as
With the Chuck Close bit rate.
clear as it might be on this. And let's be clear that what the UAW is fighting for is not radical. In the first half of 2023, the big three automakers made $21 billion in profits in 6 months, up 80% from the same time period last year. In other words, they're doing pretty good. Over the past decade, the big three made $250 billion in profits in North America alone. Last year, these companies spent $9 billion not to improve the lives of their workers, but to pay for stock buybacks and dividends to make their wealthy stockholders even richer.
Fucking stonks, dude. Fuck the stock market. And also, yeah, the stock buybacks, that should be fucking illegal. And it used to be. So if we could just bring back that bill, please.
Meanwhile, while the CEOs and stockholders in the automobile industry made out like bandits, the workers who build the vehicles, you, are earning totally inadequate wages, and over the last several decades have fallen further and further behind. All of you know that there was once a time
What is this bit rate, though? They're silencing my man Bernie.
when a union job in the automobile industry was the gold standard for the working class in America. Well, we are determined to bring those days back again. We will not accept that over the last 20 years, the average wage for American auto workers has decreased by 30% after adjusting for inflation. Do you want to know why you're out on strike right now? That's the reason. Now, I read a lot in the media.
Bernie, they know. I think they know. He's so cute. Not enough about neoliberalism in the 80s. Allowed stock buybacks. Bullshit. Yep.
About how a strike is going to be bad for the economy. Well, let me tell you something about the economy. When you have auto workers who cannot afford to buy the cars they make, that is bad for the economy.
Classic.
When you have auto workers who can't afford to take out a mortgage to buy a modest home, that is bad for the economy. When you have auto workers who can't afford
Great for landlords, though.
child care or to save up to send their kids to college, that is bad for the economy. When you have auto workers who can't afford prescription drugs, can't afford health care, that is bad for the economy. It is totally...
You mean it's bad for the economy when people can't afford things that they need? Wow. Wow.
reasonable for auto workers to finally receive a fair share of the record-breaking profits that their labor has produced. It means that if the big three can afford to spend $9 billion on dividends and stock buybacks last year, they can afford to provide a decent COLA to auto workers so their wages keep pace with inflation. It means that the time is long overdue to end the disastrous
The fact that people even have to ask for a cost of living adjustment, like, that's so fucking absurd. That should literally just be the law. Like, what? Are you fucking me? Like, what? It's all so fucking dumb.
two-tier system. It means finally ending the use of temporary workers. And very importantly, it means that every auto worker receives a decent pension plan so they can retire with dignity. It means that workers should have the right to strike when an auto company announces that they will be shutting down another profitable plant in the United States. And by the way, over the years, they've shut down 65 of those plants. But that's not all.
Yeah.
It means that as we combat climate change, the existential threat of climate change, and try to make sure that this planet is healthy and habitable for our kids, that when the auto industry builds new electric vehicle and battery plants, it means that the workers in those plants become part of the UAW and receive the same wages and benefits as union members. Brothers and sisters, the CEOs of General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis, and their major stockholders on Wall Street have got to understand they cannot have it all. We refuse to live in an oligarchy. We refuse to accept a society in which so few have so much and so many have so little. Brothers and sisters, enough is enough.
Fucking go.
Let us stand together to end corporate greed. Let us stand together to rebuild the disappearing middle class. Let us create an economy that works for all, not just the 1%. And let us all, every American in every state in this country, stand with the UAW. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. No, thank you. I'd like to say I haven't seen a single mask, so that is not great. I just want to protect Bernie. Just
Hello
not even...
and welcome to...
Oh, way too dank. Way too dank, Adam. That was good. Good as always. Classic. All right. Are we ready? Strap in.
What
else we got?
We don't have much time, so let's pick the UFO Mexican Congress story is pretty great. We never talked about
We
Jillian.
didn't talk about the aliens. That's true, and we didn't talk about this Nelk thing, right? The Nelk thing's pretty good.
It is, yeah, it is.
Let's do the Nelk.
It's very good.
Oh,
What the fuck did the Nelk boys do now?
this one guy I got to put on blast. Hold on.
Oh,
Okay, Tim Gurner, property developer and multimillionaire Tim Gurner
Motherfucker.
has expressed the view that employees have grown too arrogant and believe that a substantial increase in unemployment, especially in the construction sector, is necessary to boost productivity. Listen to this fucking psycho. Dude, this guy's gonna get me killed. He does not. Here, can you do me a favor, Ian? Put up that this dumbass's views do not reflect mine.
There it is. There it is. Right off the bat. At least he admits it, you know? Like, you're making us capitalists look bad. Look. Look, not all CEOs, okay? Okay. Oh, okay.
Not for YouTube, but just for the
audience,
the communists watching, the radical communists watching.
You guys are not cold. It's like
It's a little
freezing
cold.
here.
Yeah, it's a little cold.
Turn off the air.
I mean, the audacity to go out and say something in public, like this is some insightful thing. I mean, this man is a demon. Listen to this shit. Gerner Group. So change the name. It's Psycho Gerner Group. Stop.
I think the problem that we've had is that we have people decided they didn't really want to work so much anymore through COVID, and that has had a massive issue on productivity.
Not
tradies have definitely pulled back on productivity. You know, they have been paid a lot to do
Source? No, you're just gonna say shit? Okay.
not too much in the last few years, and we need to see that change. We need to see unemployment rise. Unemployment has to jump 40–50% in my view.
Nice.
We need to see pain in the economy. We need to remind people that they work for the employer, not the other way around. I mean, there's been a systematic change where employees feel the employer is extremely lucky to have them, as opposed to the other way around. So it's a dynamic.
Yeah, you are. You are lucky to have employees. Motherfucker. Such a dumbass piece of shit.
That has to change. We've got to kill that attitude, and that has to come through hurting the economy, which is what the whole global, you know, the world is trying to do. The governments around the world are trying to increase unemployment to get that to some sort of normality. And we're seeing it. I think every employer now is seeing it. I mean, there is definitely...
Just saying all the quiet parts out loud. God, I hate this guy so fucking much.
massive layoffs going off. People might not be talking about it, but people are definitely laying people off, and we're starting to see less arrogance in the employment market, and that has to continue because that will cascade across the cost balance.
Arrogance.
Can you imagine actually like
Arrogance, he says with his comb over all the way back. With that hairline. Acting like this. Please. Where's your fucking suit from? You arrogant fuck.
going out and saying this? I mean, what?
No.
So, you know what I just saw?
What a
This
fuck.
guy is the guy that started the whole avocado toast thing.
How do
Same
you
dude.
hold on?
Which
How
is
do you
what
claim
that?
that?
Huh?
How do you claim that? That's like claiming burritos.
No. I'm sorry. He didn't say that he invented avocado toast. You remember there was a controversy, the whole meme of like, well, millennials should just
that
stop
was
buying.
him.
Yeah,
Oh, I
he started
see.
that whole.
Stop with all.
Yeah, literally, who's buying $22 toast? Still, like, I can't. That's the most annoying part. Like, if anybody's buying $22 toast, like, they have the money to do that.
The avocado toast. Oh,
Yeah.
he really hates poor people.
This is what I'm saying.
God.
He
Look,
like.
here he is.
Oh wow.
wow.
Yeah,
He's-
this
wait,
is
full
him.
screen that. Full screen that.
That's crazy.
Like, you can get bread for what? I don't buy regular bread. My bread is expensive. $3, $4 or something. And an avocado for like a couple bucks or less, depending on where you are. And yeah, I just, it's not 20. It's even if you have a whole loaf of bread, it's not $20. I just.
We are coming into a new reality where first home buyers, second home buyers, and a lot of people won't own a house in their lifetime. That is just the reality of where we're going.
So you think that young people have now got the prospect of never owning a home?
Absolutely, when you're spending $40 a day on smashed avocado and coffees and not working. Yeah, of course.
Oh, that was it, I guess. Yeah. Spending all your money on smashed avocado.
A day on smashed avocado and coffees and not working. Yeah,
Smashed avocado and coffee. Shut the fuck up.
of course.
Dude, you fuck.
Absolutely.
This guy
When I have-
sucks.
He really sucks.
I'm also seeing that he is one of these weirdos that wants to be immortal.
The way the way that Ethan is like going to defend capitalism after this, like how does this he starts off with, hey, this guy's dumb, and then he like goes into like, oh well, like communism could never happen. Wait, what?
Oh God, that's another dude I haven't talked about. The immortal Instagram guy. I'm obsessed with him.
This guy, he gets receives magnesium infusion as well-being established.
Bro, you literally look like you're doing a demonic ritual. What are you doing? Look at that with all the candles. I hate you. I actually hate you.
I mean, I can say from our experience that he's completely wrong. It's not the case about like productivity going down because of COVID and people not wanting to work and all this stuff. Is wrong.
People just don't want to
if your business model
Yeah, it's bullshit. Like people want to be able to pay rent. What are you talking about?
is reliant on exploiting workers, then it is going to affect your bottom line.
Yeah.
If you're McDonald's, if you're Walmart, if you're,
I mean, in a way, we've learned that a business can be more accommodating to people and still work. Like today, some people might come for an interview and they'll ask for I forget what's the word, but like a position where they can work twice a week in the office and then work from home the rest of the week. Stuff like that, where I think it was educational for everybody on both sides. And
it's more efficient. It's just so much more efficient. Like you don't have to pay for the office. Like you simply don't have to for so many jobs. Contradictions do seem to be the living force of capitalists. Truly. They just they thrive on it. It's their copium. Just suck down the contradictions with some sugar and Starbies.
And
what are you trying to say, Dan?
His forehead is huge.
Yeah, dude.
It's like crazy,
It's
right?
a good hairline, but
And like,
that
if you
haircut
follow like
doesn't
where
help.
his head actually, like the head is massive.
A lot of real estate.
Uh-huh. That's his
awesome.
business.
I guess
I mean,
maybe we should listen. He's probably pretty smart with that big, right?
That
Five
five
head.
head.
That's so sick, dude.
that's just
That
gonna be
eight head.
hollow.
Cool.
But like, I fundamentally disagree with his theory that we
He's like the whale that has the thing. It's just like full of fat.
must exploit workers for. It's like, dude, when workers
Like if anything,
make more money and are better off and have health care and have
Right.
access to shelter, affordable shelter and food, guess what? Society is more stable and going to have more longevity for everybody. When your philosophy is let's exploit every single worker to the max, it's only a matter of time before your head ends on
It's almost like he's doing what every single capitalist is doing. Like all of them.
a pike, brother. And it is coming someday. If you keep doing this, you will die.
It's so
Maybe
dumb.
not.
It's,
He's
it's
gonna live
stupid
forever.
on so many levels.
You know what? Can I just say something else? All these rich people who are trying to live forever are the worst. They're the last people we want living forever.
True.
You know what I mean?
That's true.
Sorry, go ahead.
But it's just like, if anything, I think it became better for everybody. Like employees know better. They know what they want and what works for them and what to ask for now. And employers can accommodate that, and then the employee can feel appreciated and feel like they care about the job and actually do a better job because they still have free time to do what they need. They can go do their personal errands. Like,
yeah.
It's just
when people are happy and have time to live life outside of their work and commuting, getting ready for work, like, yeah, that makes them more productive because they can relax. Like, holy fuck.
It's a more, I don't know, it's a better approach for everybody, actually. What
Efficient.
happened since COVID?
In almost all office jobs where people have to go to a specific place to work, there's no reason for them to be in that location 50% or even more of the time. Like literally, it's just a quality of life increase for them that costs nothing.
Mhm.
And apparently to people like this, the worker's suffering is part of what he expects to get from the salary he pays them. You know, he feeds off of it. What a piece of shit, dude. I hate this guy.
Yeah, if they're like suffering, desperate, constantly afraid of being laid off, or having their hours cut back, or being moved to a temporary position, then yeah, they're gonna be desperate to keep that job, you know, and like be working a lot harder than they normally would have. Not to say that they like wouldn't work hard without those forces, but like it's just fucking coercion. Like,
How you even gonna say that?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I know that I'm a capitalist. And so I've been trying to think, like, how do you square that with my other, like, socialist ideas? And I think there is...
What socialist ideas?
I think that if there isn't, there should be a thing, and it's a little bit of an oxymoron. It sounds silly, but I do think it can be and is a real thing. Benevolent capitalism. Does that sound silly?
No. No. God damn it, Ethan. Just like discovering what a sockdem is. Oh god. Yeah, copium. We just need to fix a few more things about capitalism and it's fine, copium. Copium, it's fine. Copium, just one more lane. Copium, just a few more regulations and it'll be fine, copium.
It's called being a social democrat.
So, okay. So what I think is, like, if you like the idea of capitalism, then you need to also accept the inevitable downsides of capitalism. Like, if how you live is dependent on you working, right? Then you need to guarantee people jobs. Mm-hmm. It doesn't make sense. So, because without that, then you're basically saying, yeah, just as a consequence of this, some people are going to be homeless and destitute.
That's how capitalism works, though. That's literally how it works.
And so that's unacceptable, right? I mean, that's psycho. I just accept that as a fact of life. And so, like, I think the government should have guaranteed jobs for people that want to work, you know, that pay enough for the minimum amount needed to have shelter and food. I think shelter should be guaranteed. I think food should be guaranteed because, again, we want the capitalist society and all the good things that benefits us. I do like the system of capitalism.
I think Ethan just thinks that capitalism equals commerce. I think that's what he literally thinks. Capitalism is when you sell things. What? You can still produce things under socialism. It would probably be more productive, actually. He's just like dancing around it.
I think it's good. But so we want all the good things, but at the same time, it does, if it's unchecked, it makes society, the distribution of wealth and like the stability of society goes totally off keel. And if you need a job to provide food and shelter, then again, that's the capitalism, right? So you have to guarantee those things. So I think work, food, and shelter should be guaranteed rights of people living in capitalism.
And education.
And
healthcare.
We should have capitalism, but with just like a lot of socialism.
Right, and healthcare should be too, yeah.
Oh my
God. I mean,
God.
those are even like the three most basic, but healthcare, you know, should be, and education should be too, you're right. 'Cause, like,
you know, maybe he's onto something. Maybe we just sell socialism as, it's just capitalism for all. Huh? Everyone gets capital. You get a capital. You get a capital. You get a capital.
And it makes sense to me because you want to exist in this world where it's all about money. It's all about market forces and all this shit. So you can't just regulate on the top. You have to regulate on the bottom too to control for the outcome. Yeah.
So yeah, you are everything you just described is almost social democrat to a T. I mean, this is what think like FDR Democrat.
I love his second Bill of Rights.
Yeah, Democrats pre like 1970s is everything that you're describing.
Dude,
at least ideologically. They didn't always live up to all those things, but that was the kind of prevailing wisdom at the time.
The second Bill of Rights would have been the greatest thing to happen to this country, man. That's crazy. Ethan, describe one good thing about capitalism. First of all, I think it's like the natural inclination of some people. Like, I don't think it's even realistic to say, I want to live in like a perfect communistic society.
It's not natural. It's not what about capitalism is natural? What?
Because that just doesn't work. It's antithetical to human nature. But I do think there are good things of
Oh yes, it's in my human nature to give all of the revenue that I generate to some guy. Yeah, that's just natural. It's just in my genes. Why?
Find out how viable we are in the sexual marketplace.
Fuck. Oh god. Oh no. I skipped. How far were we?
Bill of Rights would have been the greatest thing to happen to this country, man. That's crazy.
That's close.
First of all, I think it's like the natural inclination of some people. Like, I don't think it's even real.
Oh my god, I saw people throwing tomatoes. They're throwing tomatoes in chat. Let's go. Let's go.
Realistic to say, I want to live in like a perfect communistic society because that just doesn't work. It's antithetical to human nature. But I do think there are good things of capitalism provides, which is, I do think there is a sense.
So unfair that lips can be so uneducated and get away with it, honestly. So much defense of Ethan online and on social media. God. Yeah, I mean, he made that post on Instagram saying like, hey, when you call me a class traitor 1,000 times, it makes me not want to have these conversations anymore. And that is cringe. Like, that's not like my goal here. I don't think he's a class traitor. I think he's very, very close to getting it. Painfully close. Not like to defend him, but like even having this conversation to begin with, like working out those contradictions, I think is a starting point. It is something. And I do think it's cringe to just like go around calling people class traitors. Like, if you're truly like trying to engage with them, that's not the way that you go about it, If you want to like actually criticize them, then do that. Criticize the points that they made. But just don't outright like dismiss someone as a class traitor because he started a podcast? I mean, come on. Let's be real for a minute.
Sense of innovation that happens when people are motivated by money and pushed to, do certain ideas and to invest in certain ideas that like the government isn't doing. I don't hate the idea of like people who can be successful. I think it's good that people can achieve success in the term monetary success. I mean, that's what that means, right? I do. Yeah.
That can still happen under socialism. There's nothing keeping people from being successful. You just can't do it on the backs of other people. If you can't be successful on your own and you need to exploit other people to be successful, you were never successful.
You know, there's nothing wrong with that. It's good. I think it's good. You know. Yeah, it encourages efficient production, right? I mean, if there's a money incentive, like if everything was owned by the government, it would remove a lot of efficiency, perhaps, when people aren't motivated by money and stuff. But this is all silly. Again, it all sounds very vapid, and you know, when you describe it, because capitalism is inherently, it seems like, based on hedonism, right? It doesn't come from like an altruistic place. So that's why the important part is to.
I think it's necessarily hedonism. I think it's exploitation. I don't have a problem with hedonism. Stop saying the government owns or does everything as a defense. Yeah. Saying it for democratizing corporations, yeah. It's not the same thing. it's just not the same thing. I mean, some things I think should be owned by the government. You know? The power grid, the internet, water. I'm fine with those things being owned by the government. I think that would be good, actually. But yeah, no, like the government isn't just like immediately seizing the H3 podcast and Teddy Fresh because you took too long to negotiate a union contract. Like, that's not how that would go. I genuinely think, I think he's afraid of like a rebel at the company. Like they're gonna rise up against him, put his head on a stake.
Make sure that there is altruism and humanity that is kept in this, you know, rat race, which is capitalism. That's it. The second Bill of Rights, FDR tried to pass, and he was close too, man. The right of every family to a decent home, the right to adequate medical care, and the opportunity to achieve and enjoy good health, the right to adequate protection from economic fears of old age, sickness, accident, and unemployment, the right to a good education. He was going to draft the second Bill of Rights, and it was close. It was really close to passing. He was on some king shit, wasn't he? Oh. There you go. I don't know what the fuck you want from me. I think that capitalism is a more realistic system of governance than like fucking communism is, you know.
Why? Why? Oh, it's just me, more realistic. Because you're familiar with it. Because that's all that you know.
Communism never works because people are inherently corrupt, and whoever's in charge is they're gonna be.
I don't think that's true either. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. I believe that. And when people are allowed to acquire ungodly amounts of money, they then acquire ungodly amounts of power, and then that corrupts them. But like, I don't think people are just like born evil. I don't think that. I don't think that at all. I think people are more than not the product of their environment.
Greedy, they're gonna be corrupt, they're gonna fuck everything up. It doesn't make sense to me that system could work where everybody just acts in good faith and does the right thing. So as long as there's no like mega losers in capitalism, if that's something we can regulate, then I do believe that it can be a benevolent thing. Yeah,
every single regulation that gets passed under capitalism gets rolled back because the capitalists can pay off the guys doing the regulation. Hello?
Capitalism breeds greed, exactly. And, you know, they say greed is good, and there is some truth to that in measure, right? It's, you know, it's an...
Wait, what? Wait, huh? Sorry, what? Who said greed is good? Wait, what? How did he hear? capitalism breeds greed. And he's like, yeah, no, capitalism is good because I like greed, actually.
An inherent.
Give me your 4-year-olds, and in a generation, I will build a socialist state. Lenin. Yeah.
Quality of man, and it can sometimes drive innovation, efficiency, all this kinds of stuff, you know? You think that because you benefit from it, Ethan? Obviously. Yeah. Yes.
But he could still benefit under socialism. That's the insane thing. Like, he thinks socialism means, like, no more companies, no more commerce. You can't sell a good or service anymore. Why do you think that?
Well, his opinion is obviously going to be his opinion based on his experience.
But that, I feel like that's always been my opinion, frankly. So
I'm just saying the fact that it benefits you is obvious that it's going to affect your opinion. It is your opinion.
it just seems like this fucking like socialist, communist idea that people want is like just a pipe dream.
What is the idea that people want?
Why? Yeah, like, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's not going to happen, like, tomorrow. Generally, large structural changes, they don't happen overnight. They don't. Yes, this is based on your perspective. Yeah. Wouldn't you wish a society where we can all succeed? Yes. Wow, 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 wee, wow, wee, wow, wow, wow. Good point. Stop saying things are inherent when they aren't. Capitalism only thrives in the downfall of workers. It seems like a lot of his audience actually gets it. That's crazy. Guys, everyone here has different opinions, and no one has all the answers. Chill. Shut up, Savannah.
I'm kind of curious because I see so many people in the chat saying no.
I don't know what y'all are tripping about. Like, what the fuck do you
What
want?
is the
I'll
idea
take?
that
Are you
people
guys like
are
just-
looking for?
I don't know.
To hear.
I actually don't know.
You're the one fucking tripping, dude.
Like, it's almost like weird virtue signaling to be like, I'm living in modern day America, but I want a full communist revolution. I don't know what the fuck. I'll take on humanity, dude.
Dude, what the fuck? I can fix Savannah. Oh. What? Did he just say, check your privilege, sweaty. You should be happy you even live in America. It's modern day in America. Why are you mad? Hello, sir. You were just talking about all the homeless people outside in LA. Do you remember that part? How it's like not great for everyone in modern day America? God, he's so smug.
You guys are.
Dan, do you know? Because you know everything.
Yeah, I don't really. Do you really want to get into this right now?
I don't mind.
I'm
I don't
actually
really
curious.
want to right now, so.
Okay,
Well,
that's
they
fine.
think that, like-
I'm actually curious because like it seems like majority of the chat is disagreeing, and so I
Well,
was
we have a
like,
very left-leaning audience
Hila's like, wait, shit, oh fuck.
here on the H3 podcast, and I'm sure plenty of people will agree with you.
Okay, so I was looking back into this. There was a controversy about Teddy Fresh having an allegedly toxic work environment where it was just like really high pressure and hostile. I mean, Hila denied everything, and none of the workers came forward IRL to talk to her about it. So like, it's hard to tell if the reviews on Glassdoor were legitimate. I think they probably were. I mean, if I had to guess, like, maybe it was just like a few disgruntled employees, or maybe it was just like also some haters piling on. But like, I don't know. I have my questions now. Is this before or after all the convo where Dan explained anti-capitalism? What do you mean? Like this conversation right now? This was a long time ago. It was like 2 years ago, I think. Unless there was another time. Oh, it was last year. Damn.
There's this Teddy Fresh controversy that's annoying the out of me. This has been popping up for a few months.
Damn. He looks so different.
Yeah, on and off. And well, here's the post that was going big on our subreddit yesterday. Now, first of all, what's so sus about this? How many awards did this get? Who's giving awards on like a hate post? Like, I saw it after 3 hours and it had like 20 awards. And what my theory is that this is being fueled by Trisha Stans and Keemstar and possibly Cav, you know?
Oh, that's right.
And I actually have evidence for all that stuff, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, this was in the middle of the Kavanaugh lawsuit.
9 awards. I mean, what the fuck? Who's paying for this shit? Who's naturally on our website? Who's like, I'm going to pay Reddit because I fucking love this post. This is what's up. It says, these employees anonymously spoke up for a reason. I think it's fair people see this. Mods are taking anything with glass door in the title. By the way, it's not like, we don't have like a block on the word.
I know, that cracked me up. Like, it's like a slur.
Yeah, totally. As I was making this, the TF Glassdoor link stopped working on all my devices. What? Let me know if you can act. It's like riddled with conspiracy theory. You know what I mean? It's just written like in a fucked up way where it's like they're taking down everything. I have to write in code.
Stopped working. Like I like we controlled the Glassdoor website.
Yeah, exactly. It's all conspiracy. And what basically you find on Glassdoor is a bunch of really bad reviews about the working conditions at Teddy Fresh. And what's really weird about these reviews, okay, the first thing I need to tell you about Glassdoor is that anybody can write a review there about anything of any position, of any time. They can say anything they want. There's no moderation. There's no even opportunity for the company to respond. There's literally no oversight at all. I could go to Nike right now and be like, yo, I worked here as a shoe technician and, you know, I'm just saying.
My boss slapped me every day. Slap me right across the face.
They put baby force.
Okay, but like, at least some of these have to be real, right? Let me go back to where he was scrolling.
About
higher-ups hardly listen to your ideas. They hire and fire people weekly, always looking for someone with a cooler resume to take your place.
The working conditions at Teddy Fresh.
Extreme micromanaging, little to no acknowledgement of your work performance. Shady office location, not safe outside the building.
And
it's an up-and-coming brand. Everything is all over the place. They hire people every week and fire people every week. Very toxic. Absolutely no job security. You won't see people last longer than a few months. They're constantly hiring and firing people on a weekly basis. See, these are all like kind of saying the same thing. You'll get messages from the owners up until 1 a.m. The fuck? Completely disengage. Actively trying to create a survival of the fittest approach to business. Neither owner understands the business, much less how to thrive within it. They're abusive to all who come within the sphere.
What's really weird about these reviews? Okay, the first thing I need to tell you about.
I don't know. It's all people saying the same exact thing within a few days. pretty sus. Hi there. Hi, Jesse. Is it? Yeah, I guess.
Is a bunch of really bad reviews about the working conditions at Teddy Fresh. And what's really
It does seem weird, like something would have like come out on Twitter or something. Like someone would have come forward after this. I think if this was true, you know? Yeah.
really weird about these reviews. Okay, the first thing I need to tell you.
Okay. Maybe it's fine.
I'm sure, but I mean, obviously,
I think we are left leaning too.
Anti-capitalists are going to speak up when you're giving an impassioned defense of it. But
I wouldn't say it's impassionate, but
well,
I do defend. I am a capitalist. What do you want? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and I
pretty
think
much,
it's. But the thing is, like, they think that like workers should share in the
yeah, that's the fundamental difference is that
workers should get a % of your earnings, essentially.
They should get the money that they generate. Yeah. Yeah. I watched this today, the capitalist defending capitalism to his employees. It's brutal to watch. Yeah, it's been pretty painful so far.
A percentage of their production. You know, I don't really, I don't agree with that.
Is a man not entitled to the fruits of his labor? If you do work and that earns money, why shouldn't you get a good amount of that money?
I don't think. I mean, in some cases it's true, but I think you do have an obligation to make sure your employees are well provided for. You know what I mean? Like, that's for sure. Suck it, chat. You're watching
They have to be well provided for, but it should be up to you specifically to decide what that means.
Watching a capitalist pig. Deal with it. I don't know what the fuck. You guys are all like radical communists? There's that many radical communists?
they're not radical communists.
Not that radical, dude.
Not everybody that's anti-capitalist is a communist.
It is kind of a radical take, that being like full anti-capitalist. I mean, you're essentially advocating to change the entire structure of all societies today on Earth. That's not radical?
Is there anywhere in the world that is doing that?
Not really. China's apparently communist, but it's not really.
It's not.
It's not. The people couldn't do whatever they wanted during
North Korea's
COVID.
communist. Well, not really.
Yeah, that's not really.
Yeah. Russia is, well, what? I don't know what Russia is. No, not really. I don't think there is. I don't think there really is. But how is being anti-capitalist not radical? Just in theory. Because how, like...
Because the United States isn't...
I mean... Being a communist might be radical. Because it's America. Overton window is a tiny sliver. You can't even fit in. So maybe, I guess, I don't know, but like not every anti-capitalist idea is inherently communist. I don't know. Def radical when compared to current systems, not radical overall, just by comparison. Yeah. And I think it just seems more radical to Americans because we're just like not familiar with even like a third party. Like we have such a narrow idea of what politics is.
The whole world, dude. Like,
what country is not?
I mean, I'm from Israel, but it's pretty much the same thing.
Anti-capitalist, socialist political parties. Some of them in power at times. Some of them, it's definitely
they're capitalist countries, bro. Name one European country that isn't a capitalist country.
No, yeah, you're right. They're all capitalist countries.
Okay. You know, there's plenty to criticize for modern capitalism. Lots. It's not working in its current form. It's just totally broken in its current form.
It doesn't work at all. It has never worked. Since feudalism ended, it never worked. When was the good time?
Like this late stage capitalism that, like this subreddit, like it's very poignant, I believe, with the late stage capitalism. You know, it's not working, for sure. But like, name one, you know, social democracies do great in Europe.
Yeah.
Sweden, for example.
Yeah, I'm because you're explaining Sweden pretty much, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like a capitalistic country with insanely high social benefits and security.
That's what I would like to see.
That's what I've lived in my whole life, and I'm curious what these people have to criticize. I mean, there's a lot of.
Ask Dan. You have a radical communist right next to you.
I actually don't know what the criticism is for Sweden's economy. So
That's
I'm
exactly
also
what I
feeling-
would love to see. Like, that's what I don't understand why everybody is like that.
And I'm sure there are. I'm not saying there isn't. I'm genuinely curious. I don't know.
I think that
I think that a
Scandinavia.
lot of young people see that capitalism, whether you think it has brought a lot of improvements to people's lives, is a system that is killing the planet, and especially in the last 30 to 40 years, most people, I think, at least in, I can really only speak, I'm just going to speak on the United States because that's my experience and what I've gone around, is like you said, you were just talking about that subreddit that's kind of all centered around it. I feel like people see the decline happening and they're fundamentally unhappy with the way that we have arranged our society. And to act like it was eternal and was always like this is kind of naive. I mean, capitalism, well, because capitalism is something that has only existed for about 200 years in like the form that we know it.
I didn't say it's always been like this. I
Right,
was
but
talking
I'm
about
just
the
saying
best
that, like,
form of
do you
government.
think that we have figured it out? That
I feel like what would make capitalism good? What all the things that he wants there to be in his so-called social democracy are all socialist socialist things. Like you can't have it both ways. Like I don't know what his hang up is exactly.
that we've found the best system of organizing society?
I think that, you
Like,
know,
we're at the end of history.
I think part of it you have to tangle with is what's realistic. Like, what's a realistic
Okay,
way
but
for
what-
people to
but-
form?
I feel like if we're
How do you
talking about
define
America,
what is realistic about a society that, I mean, we live in Los Angeles. There's thousands of homeless people starving on the street in our neighborhood.
But I'm not advocating for that.
Right, but
Yes,
I'm
you are.
saying that people.
Yes, you are. You're advocating for a system that lets that happen, that requires that to happen for it to function efficiently.
People see the flaws in the system that we currently have, and so that they.
I see them too.
And there's a lot of. And this is the thing. You're saying like everybody's a radical communist. That's not necessarily the case. Being anti-capitalist doesn't equate that. It just is somebody that has landed on the side of the coin that they think that the system that we have, that capitalism, is not working. And there's a huge variety of people,
I agree
ways
with
that
everything you're
people
saying.
go from that. Well, and some people, I mean, most Republicans, and I would say even a lot of Democrats would say what you just described, that social democrat kind of point of view.
They're not,
Would
though.
say that you are anti-capitalist with that point of view.
Then fine, then I accept that.
Right.
I mean, say whatever the fuck
And
you
social
want.
democrats are very often seen as kind of like right on the fence between the what people call the left and the right.
So I'm
which
walking
in
the
most
middle path,
contexts-
like Buddha himself.
Right, you're taking the middle path.
Yeah, like Stockdom is like the true center position.
don't you feel though that here in America, like people can't even afford healthcare or education? So like, isn't a social democracy a
Oh, the
first
essay
step?
posting. Ethan doesn't want to give up control over his intellectual property. He makes the argument during this of being able to pursue his personal success and wealth is a good thing. Yeah, we already went over that. Like, you can still be successful. The government isn't going to come seize H3 and Teddy Fresh because there's socialism now. Like, that's never going to happen. That would never happen because socialism. Steve Jobs creates an iPhone, the company, an idea are taken from him and given in thousands of pieces to everyone. What's the incentive to create the iPhone if it gets taken and made communal? Well, IP is like a completely separate discussion. And they had their IP argument like a couple weeks ago. Hassan and Ethan on Leftovers. But like, you don't have to get rid of a IP to have socialism. What socialism would mean for Ethan's company is that the workers get to unionize, and that they should be able to vote on the production and like changes that happen at the podcast. That's it. That's it. Like, ideally, they would like share revenue, equally, and not like the majority goes to Ethan and Hila. But like, that doesn't seem like it would cripple them. They want to give up control over the production of his own show. Yeah. Yeah, he's just a control freak. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think that's it, mostly. He's just like afraid of a mutiny. I don't know. If you want 100% of control and 100% of the revenue, then you shouldn't have a crew. Do it yourself. If you want 100% of the revenue from making clothes, sew them yourself. I don't know.
That we should all try to get to.
Yeah, a lot of people do feel that way.
Before like trying to get to like,
There's
I
an
want
enormous
shares
amount
in
of
every
nuance
business
and
I work at.
degrees here. Yeah.
So I think
100%.
that this.
I think that it's like, for us, we're mostly talking about like what we see as realistic. Like, what's the first step that we should at least try to get, like the bare minimum. I've been here 7 years. I'm still shocked about healthcare. Like it shocks me every single time I deal with it.
It is shocking.
I paid $200 just to get a blood test. Like, it's insane. It's insane. So to me, it's like, yeah, we can talk like philosophical and we can talk all kinds of things, but I feel like, what's actually going to happen? What's something that would be a first step to improve?
Well, I mean, there's a variety of opinions on that. And, a lot of people would say that it does need to be an incremental thing and we need to work towards that. I mean, even people who describe themselves as communists say that, because again, like the USSR, for example, which is the most famous example of like a big country, a big superpower level country that people consider communist, right?
And hey, let's go.
Within their own framework, they never thought that they were communist.
Problem with the socialist idea is that there could still be propaganda and lobbying and media that can skew public perceptions, and then the same public is in control of everything. So whoever is lobbying them and whoever is convincing them to vote certain ways would still end up corrupting them en masse. It doesn't seem like a super simple solution to me. Interesting. That's why we should empower things like the FCC. You know what I mean? Our communications probably should be regulated and censored at times. Like, there's a lot of propaganda coming out of Daily Wire and PragerU that I don't think should be illegal, personally. I think that would be dope. And just like in a numbers game, I would trust 330 million people to not be lobbied over a handful of people. You know what I mean? A handful of people, that's easy to lobby as fuck. You don't even have to spend that much money compared to what a corporation has. Lobbying the entire population, that's going to be much harder. You know what I mean? And like, There's no profit incentive. If you're lobbying the public with propaganda, they don't get the public doesn't get paid at the end of that equation. Congress gets paid. You know what I mean? Social media has made it easier. I mean, I guess. I don't know. Not as direct as lobbying. Like how having Taylor Swift promote shit. Yeah. I guess. I think removing the money from government entirely would solve that. Like, I don't know. You should be poor. You should be like middle class at best if you are a career politician, and you shouldn't even be allowed to be a career politician. It should be something that you do for a short period of time as just like a brief bout in your career of doing like an actual job. They're the middle class on paper. They get like $150K a year. I mean, on paper. Is that including the lobbying, though? They're corrupt, and that doesn't work to control them. That same thing would happen under socialism. What do you mean? You think Congress would still be lobbied under socialism? No. No, bitch. If you're a corporation lobbying for your own deregulation, then you get fucking seized by the government. Fuck that. Fuck that entirely. There should be zero tolerance for that.
They thought they were taking steps towards communism, and in a variety of different ways. And so it's just about like that's an ideal. That's like an end goal that people who would self-describe as communists are. Now, what I would say a radical communist is somebody that wants a violent revolution to overthrow the government and take over and implement that system as closely as possible now, which is something that has happened in a variety of places to varying degrees of atrocities that fell out of that.
When you say you're an anti-capitalist, though,
no matter the system, they're going to be people with money and money that have agendas, though, right? Unless we have a place where there is no money anymore. That'd be dope. I mean, I don't think there has to be no money to monitor the bank accounts of politicians. The IRS can do that very easily. They can look at what you're reporting, like what your assets actually are. Like, they can literally find out why. Hey, why'd you get this extra $500K last year? Where did that come from? Oh, I see. That got wired directly from Lockheed Martin. Do you want to tell us about that? Like, Americans are so foreign to the idea of regulation of capitalists at all. Like, it is possible.
does that mean that you are critical of capitalism?
You
which
might
I
be
am.
too.
I mean, a
I
variety.
think
I
think
am.
you say you're a capitalist, but it's a
But
lot
I am
more
because
nuanced.
I'm not against the
The people doing the monitoring are always subject to be corrupt is the problem. Socialism posits the idea that, or hope, that there will always be these altruistic people that never get corrupt, and they're in charge of these fantasy regulations. I guess I just don't trust people. I guess, but like, that's why you have checks and balances. That's why you don't defund regulatory agencies to the point where they cannot function. Like, of course, there's always going to be corrupt people. Some people just are going to be bad guys. That's true. But we should have systems to check for these things. You know what I mean? I don't think that's impossible. Checks and balances don't work if people are corrupt. Okay, you're counting on literally everyone being corrupt. Like, you're on the other side of it, where you're like, no, every single human is corrupt and they will always be corrupted no matter what. They're all shitty people. They're always going to do the worst thing no matter what. The entire group of all of the regulatory agencies are all shit. That's what you're saying? I think that's absurd. It only takes a few people. I guess. So it's better that we all just, like, stand by, just be bystanders, like, well, everyone's corrupt and everyone's shit. Everything's a pile of garbage. So why even try to make anything better? I think that's very nihilistic. That's what we have right now, right? I'm very nihilistic indeed. I mean, yeah, I don't, like, it doesn't hurt to, like, I don't know, like, I wouldn't call myself an optimist. I'm not. I'm very pessimistic, honestly. I am. And misanthropic, too. I share those qualities with you. But I also think that people overall are good. And I think given the opportunity to make a living wage, to have expendable income, then they wouldn't make these terrible decisions. Like, it's much nicer to have a clear conscience, make a living wage, and, like, that's the end of the story. Like, I don't think people are, like, looking to get bribed when they go into government. I don't think that's, like, everyone's goal is like, yeah, let's go. I'm gonna get that sweet, sweet, sweet check from Lockheed Martin and Raytheon. Oh yeah, all those rail companies are gonna pay me real good. I don't think that's, like, how people go. I just don't. Why not change things, even if it wouldn't make things better? We're all so fucking boring. Fucking pronouns.
Idea of capitalism. I think it's a good system with the correct
With a lot of
mechanisms in
corrections.
Because when you say you're anti-capitalist, it sounds like you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, you don't believe in capitalism as a governing
what it comes down to me too is when you threw out that line from Glenn Ross about greed being good or whatever. I
don't think
accept
that's not from that. That's like a isn't that like a
yeah, no,
that's like a
Glengarry Glen Ross.
I don't think that's the first time that was written.
Well,
go ahead. Anyway, regardless,
it's certainly not the first time that people have felt that way. But that line that people often repeat is from that.
I think a lot of politicians are born into already existing bribes of money in their generational political families. The people in power have always been in power. Okay, well, now you're bordering on conspiracy theories. What, do you think it's all the Freemasons and the Illuminati, too? Absolutely an expectation going in, but I'm a nihilist. I don't think that's true for everyone. Like, I don't think that's true for AOC. You know, I think we just need a lot more AOCs. You know what I mean? And also age limits and term limits. Even if they still got lobbied, they should only be able to serve like 4 or 8 years. You know what I mean? You shouldn't be able to just like rake it in for like 500 years. That's insane.
Not play, but
What, it's a real thing? Wait, you do think they're all Freemasons? Jesse, no. Jesse, no. Wait, of course legacies are a thing. I don't think it's like a secret cabal of Freemasons or the Illuminati. I think it's the descendants of like wealthy landowners, slave owners, sure, probably, yeah. Welcome to capitalism. Like, yeah, it's corruption. It's white supremacy. Okay. I said Illuminati, and then you said it's true. Okay.
Anyways, yeah, I mean, all it comes down to me is that I don't think arranging society based on greed is good for the human spirit, and I think we see the consequences of that all around us.
So,
a hyper-capitalistic society like the
greed needs to have bumpers. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
because the idea that we can live in a society
Bumpers.
without greed is a fairy tale. It just doesn't exist, and you can't approach a practical way of governing a huge body of people.
I mean, people can be greedy, sure, but you should regulate their greed. Yeah, I guess you can call that bumpers. Turn it all down. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't know. I'm not a reformist, so I can't say that I disagree, but I also can't advocate for burning anything down, especially with my criminal record. You know what I mean? Just, it's a metaphorical burn. It's not literal, you know? We're just saying, to build new systems. That's all. That's all. Twitch, stop asking questions, okay? I'll be right back. Oh my eye.
I'm so sick of the bullshit. We've been down this freaking road so many times. Oh, exquisite monotony. Tell me, is this the definition of insanity? I expected different results. Now I'm trapped because I'm broke, forever in debt. And some rich guy in a private plane is gonna kill me. He's got hair plugs and a cock spaceship, he's gonna kill me. Billionaires are dorks, I said it. Y'all are freaking nerds. You got a real bad need to be cool. They're draining every well, only care about themselves. As far as I can tell, yeah. Justice overruled. You faked your way in school. You move up like a fool. Yeah. I'm so tired of screaming from every mountaintop about what's the problem. Oh, anyone listening? Tell me, is this the definition of insanity? I expected different results. Now I'm trapped because I'm broke, forever in debt. And some rich girl in a private plane is gonna kill me. She's got a fake ass and a lucrative brand, she's gonna kill me. Billionaires are dorks, I said it. Yeah. Y'all are freaking nerds. You got a real bad need to be cool. They're draining every well, only care about themselves. As far as
So good.
Without looking at it realistically, because
Well, I
at the
think
end of the day, if you look at the USSR again, and I mean, it's a catastrophe because the people on the top who rise to the top are the ones that are pathological. They are
You
greedy.
don't think that happens in our society?
It is, but like, but that's not the antithesis of everything that
Right,
we
and
stand
you
for.
think that capitalism
you-
does a
if-
better job at
You gotta be.
harnessing
You have to
that
be
greed.
aware. Say, listen, we live in a world where
Mm-hmm.
greed is inevitable, and so we need to harness that for the good.
So we should regulate that greed. We should stop that from happening, right? Probably, yeah.
That it does provide, and we need to put on bumpers for the bad things it does do. Because if we're like, yo, we need communism, and everybody needs, the greed is bad, and nobody, everyone is equal. The cycles are gonna rise to the top, and they're not gonna fucking do what needs to be done. It's just not gonna happen, and it's not realistic. People are gonna cut. They're not gonna live that way. They're not going to live that way. The psychopaths, which there's going to be like 10, 20% are just full-on psychopaths.
What? And 10 to 20% of the population are full-on psychopaths? Is that right? That's interesting, because, yeah, according to the Psychiatric Times, it's 1.2% of the adult men and 0.3 to 0.7% of adult women. So that's interesting. That's interesting. Oh, another interesting stat real quick. Those numbers rise exponentially in prison, where 15 to 25% of inmates show characteristics. Almost like we should abolish prison or something. Crazy.
Are the ones that are going to become powerful, and they're going to take advantage of the system. They're going to become our oligarchs. They're going to become
So, do you believe that
exploitative.
do you think the United States, with like its democracy?
So should we have a system that is more or less easy to exploit? Should we have a system where it's easy for greedy people to succeed, or where it's hard for greedy people to succeed?
Like our election system and democracy gives good safeguards, or at least gives some safeguards to
Union leaders are regulators. That small percentage still exact serious damage. Wait, what? Hang on. What incentive would a psychopath have to be a union leader? That's not a profitable position. It's not even that powerful of a position. The union votes on everything. What do you mean? And yeah, like, there should be a lot of regulators so that people don't let things fall through the cracks. Okay, but it's also not powerful. It's not a powerful position to be a union leader. It's just a lot of work.
preventing the sociopaths like you're talking about that rise up through like a totalitarian system.
That's not even a problem that you can control for. There's no way we're going to keep
You don't think
sociopaths from
having
becoming
like
billionaires.
elections and being a democratic and term limits, or having our president change every 4 years?
Oh, we
prevents-
talking about like rich people or elected officials?
I'm talking about elected officials. I'm talking about like, essentially what I'm asking is, do you think democracy is a good thing, and do you think democracy is what helps prevent?
Yeah,
happening?
but obviously our
Okay,
democracy
so-
isn't perfect either.
Right.
You know.
But you think ultimately that
Pausers?
being a democracy, living in a society that votes and has, the
Voting
people
good?
agree on how we
Yes.
should, who should represent us and
I'm gonna
who should
vote.
lead us, is something like, that's a better system than like, say, China, right? Where
Yes.
They have a council of elites and somebody is elected from within. Right.
Yes.
Okay. So what if we ran companies that way? Because companies.
Oh, Dan. Oh, Dan, you sweet summer child. Why would you ask that of a company owner?
What if we ran companies that way?
Oh, yeah, that's an emote. That's an emote easy. Like, oh, shit. Fuck. What are you saying? You don't mean like my company, right? You guys don't want to vote on anything, right? You like it when I decide everything, right?
Because companies aren't democracies. They're totalitarian.
So how do you run a company? So first of all, usually how are companies made?
Best ownage moment, like democracy, but not in workplace. Yeah, chef's kiss. Amazing, amazing. W.
Usually.
Are you saying like an entrepreneur
Union for H3 right now.
starts a small business?
Like
or something?
Apple. Let's just take Apple or Google.
Right.
Made by a few enterprising people. So yada yada yada. It's made by 3-4 people. Apple, and over the years, it's growing. It's growing. And so, how do you run Apple?
At what point does it become like subject to public opinion on who's gonna run it and
That's
stuff
just-
like that? At what point does it get big enough
Right.
to
That's
make
a good
those
question.
decisions?
And that's something that. See, that's why I asked that question about how
Like,
do you
do
feel
you-
about elected.
Because like a
Government.
independent artist is also running a business and could be making a lot of money depending. There's a wide range. So how do we what do we define as?
Businesses aren't government.
Huh?
No, they're not. They're
part
run
of, like,
very
the
differently,
freedom
I
we
agree,
enjoy.
But I agree that
we're
like a
talking about
company like
ways that we
Google is almost like
organize-
government.
Yeah, we're
Ethan, but my freedom to own my company. He's so fucking Ameribrained.
Well, that's a whole different aspect of regulating these
Yeah.
like monster
Yeah.
businesses.
Right, and oftentimes, when there are critical parts of society that we deem like off limits to the private sector, we're like, let's say like the military. We don't, the government has a monopoly on that, right? On monopoly on like keeping an
Yeah.
armed force and everything.
Well, kind of. Kind of. There are private military contractors that the military employs. But yeah, sure.
Thing.
Yeah.
And at least in theory, I mean, obviously there's a whole different conversation, but in the United States, we have some say over what our military does as a result of that, right? Because we elect the people, we elect the commander in chief, we elect who's in charge, and we elect the person who is able to control the armed forces, right?
I mean, theoretically, the armed forces should be controlled by Congress, which hasn't really ever hasn't been taking place recently.
You're right. Yeah, according to the Constitution.
But you're saying, what are you saying? Just you know what I mean?
I'm just saying that we can
What are
agree
you
that there are
saying?
certain things in society that we have decided that it's best if this is not left up to the entrepreneurial spirit, right?
Yes, government should be in charge of stuff that has great.
In general, I think like the point Dan is trying to make is that things run better when everyone has a say in it, whether it's your company or the government. It's better run democratically.
Social.
Right. And so
value.
some people might think that the work that people are required to do to live in our society is also something essential and should be controlled more democratically in the same way that we control government institutions.
How?
Like what?
The same. I mean,
How
what
do
do
you
you
do
mean?
that?
How we do, there are public institutions, right?
But electricity isn't invented by one dude who's just like, I have this great idea, I'm going to make a company.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The internet isn't owned by one dude. You know what I mean? Water isn't owned by one dude.
Well,
Just by
it
the
kind of
definition
is.
No,
a
yeah,
utility.
it
So if
belongs to
Google,
the common.
how are you going to go to a guy who founded Google and
Mhm.
say, how do we make the government? We're taking it for the government. So What does that mean? What does that mean?
Okay, well, I mean, so I feel like there's two tracks here because there's how do we like you're now asking like how because we're in deep, right? There's a sunk cost here. We've built a society the way that we.
Okay, I mean, I don't know if you could make an argument for Google being a public utility that the government would have to seize. That's kind of a stretch, IMO. What the government might do is trust bust or monopoly bust Google because they've acquired simply too many products to be sustainable or ethical. That might be a thing, but I don't know. That's such a weird hypothetical.
We are, and ripping that all out is going to be a very disruptive process. So you're right. Like what, you know, if the government tomorrow were to nationalize all of Silicon Valley and just say, yeah, these are all publicly owned and take it all away, obviously people wouldn't go quietly with that, especially the people that own Google. They wouldn't like that, right? And so, I mean, that's something that has happened in history a lot when socialist revolutions happen, when, the revolution happens and it's like, okay, we're going to nationalize all the oil industry. Like that all just belongs to the government now. You don't get to own that as a private citizen anymore. And so where is that line? What is essential to society?
But
what
oil,
is it?
Again, oil, you're talking about a natural resource. I'm talking about like a big company.
Sure.
They invented their own product and sell it. I personally don't think there's anything wrong with the rules that govern that come from, the people, from the concepts of guards.
Okay, but like when you're talking about shit like the internet, the US military created the internet as a communications system for themselves to use, which they then released to the public. So the fact that it's in the public to begin with is because the government made a decision. Now, I think that should be fully within the government's purview to take it back. When you have one or two ISPs in an area, they basically have like a monopoly or a duopoly, then that's fucked up. That shouldn't happen. And if it does happen, then I think that should be regulated by the government. I don't really feel bad for fucking the internet company. I don't. I don't feel bad for Sparklight if they get seized by the government. I just don't.
Guardrails, high level, that they have to treat their employees with a certain level of, they have to compensate them to a certain level
coming
to
back
provide
to that social democrat.
So like,
and listen, social.
so
like,
I don't
got a
think
problem with what you're describing, really. Like, I agree. I mean, and
I don't think putting the government in charge is going to improve anything. If you were talking about like massive businesses like, Google, again, just to use an Apple, you're talking about natural resources that benefit all people that need them. Then that's it. Then, but listen, I'm open to having a debate about these things. I'm not saying one way or the other.
Conversation about it. I just think that, I think it comes down to, again, where that line is drawn. And it's like internet stuff, for example. You're right. I mean, especially in the early days when it's just little companies figuring it out. But then at a certain point, when does the internet become a human right? When does living in society, does the internet become a requirement? And does it become fucked up to deny people that because they can't?
It is. It is incredibly fucked up. The fact that we just don't even have a wireless internet in so many places. Like, it's just kind of absurd. Got like fiber optic in big cities, but if you're in rural America, like, you might be on dial-up, okay? You might be still, and that's fucked up, and that's solely because of the decisions of private corporations.
Can't afford it.
Sure.
No, I agree with that stuff.
And so it starts to get kind of gray, right?
Well, I'm looking at this nuance. I'm not saying we need to have conversations about stuff as it happens, and we need to have it from like a benevolent point of view and a realistic point of view. I'm not saying I'm open to having a conversation about socializing anything, right? But that's what it should be. It should be a conversation and about like the social good that something can have, and if it needs to be, is it being, is this business being owned privately to a great detriment to the majority of people? Are people not having access to it who need it? And this is a conversation to have on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, and so you're an incrementalist, and you think.
And so far, like we're talking about the really big companies, which we all agree on that, like Google, Facebook, all the scary stuff. Agree, 100%. But like, what about the in?
Ooh, but I'm a small business owner, Bean. Ooh, what about me?
Between, what about everything else, like under that?
But I'm not. But again, I'm talking about like regulations. I'm talking about like antitrust shit. I'm not talking about full government takeovers of the company.
Okay, right, but it doesn't. The full government takeover of the company is the extreme end of that. But like the middle ground of what I'm talking about is unions. That's what unions.
I'm
right?
pro-union. I think unions are great, and I think workers should have power.
So and so all a union really is in.
Okay, what about H3? What about Teddy Fresh?
In a sense, it's somewhat democratizing a workplace because now the union gets a say in how the business is conducted. Hey, the workers, we're all getting together and we're saying, unless you improve this, unless you do this, we're not showing up, and we're going to prevent anybody.
This is a negotiation. This is a conversation. You know what I mean? It's not like it's not a government interjecting and telling a business what they can and can't do.
Well, in a sense, it is because government gives protections to unions. We at one point decided that these are important, and we created a structure where we.
I'm in favor of that.
Right, because prior to that, the owners of the factory or whatever, when the workers tried to do something like that, they literally fucking shoot them.
Right. So yeah.
Literally shoot them. Literally hire private police to kill them.
You know what I mean?
Not okay.
That happened.
Okay, but I'm in favor of unions.
Okay, well.
And by the way, if you look at again, what you look at Scandinavia, which I think is like as close to a model
they have
society,
very
have
high
tons of unions,
participation rate, right? Yeah,
right?
like extremely.
And probably tons of laws protecting unions. And so again, I'm looking at social democracy like in Scandinavia and saying, this is a model society, and it's as close as we're going to get as an equitable society.
Okay, but like that is the first step towards socialism. Doing a social democracy is literally the intermediary step between capitalism and socialism. That's what it would look like realistically today if we did it in America. Like, hello?
Realistically, too.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand what is the point we don't agree on.
Well, I just think.
Well, here's what we're disagreeing.
I don't think we're that far apart from each other.
You saying anti-cap.
I'm gonna check back in with chat. Let's see. Dan Scream. Oh my god, that's a great emote. Massive W Dan. Ethan thinks that Ethan thinking that makes him sound like the average capitalist. Yeah. May the people Dan. Wan. W Dan. Me working at Amazon. Union is not government. Okay, yeah, that's not the point that they're making. At least one lucky lady. Chat loves to backseat business owners. Okay, bootlicker. I wonder how in favor they would be if H3 and Teddy Fresh unionized. Yup. Why are you saying this? You're a capitalist. It's a shit take. Dan unionize.
Capitalism. Are you opposed to the idea of capitalism? Because I agree that capitalism in its current form is unsustainable.
I would say that I am opposed to it, but I would say I am far less radical than many that think that we should tear it down immediately. I think that the ripple effect of that would inevitably be extremely violent and disruptive to society. And I'm more of the incrementalist. Now, I would say I am for the left of you because I think that the end goal should be a little bit further in that direction than what you're saying. But
in what way?
Which is
we're
why I
talking,
just
we're
wanna
talking in
understand.
degrees.
In what
here.
way? Yeah.
Like what?
In what way are you? First of all, saying like capitalism shouldn't exist.
I do think Ela is like actually listening. I think she actually wants to learn more.
Is like, I feel a fairy tale. It's just not a realistic expectation for humans to. I just
Or like
don't.
for me, it's like define what would that look like. I just want to like get to an understanding where we
how about in,
understand
like,
each
really
other.
simple terms, I think that, you know, an incrementally pushed left society that's moving away from capitalism a little bit
Mhm.
would likely have companies use profit sharing models with their employees on a much bigger basis. And you see some companies doing that, but if you study it over time, what has happened is the opposite of that, is that the profits of companies are getting concentrated more and more up.
Well, we're just talking about regulating and stuff again.
Right. So I would say that one thing that
Yeah.
you could do is you could regulate it that you, as an owner and a CEO of a company, the profits that the company is generating, you're obligated.
Yeah, income caps. Income caps for CEOs and everyone in the C-suite, all the owners. Income cap. Cap the income. There's only so much money that you need to live. Like, let's be realistic. Even if you want an extremely lavish lifestyle, you can get that on a fee, let's say $2 million a year. We don't need to have the CEO of GM make $29 million a year, 500 times the average worker. That does not ever need to happen.
To share that with the people that work for you on a much bigger scale.
It's just a matter of
rather than
how
right
fairly.
now, which the goal always is to pay your workers as little as possible. That is, and that's not like a secret.
And that's
or
human
nefarious.
nature, bro. That's why we need to adjust where that bar is. We need to agree that that bar, because listen, it's only now.
Okay, but capitalists, the ones that are working or own Google, Amazon, the shit that you were just talking about, they're the ones that are regulating the fucking minimum wage. They're paying people off so that the minimum wage doesn't go up. It's at $7.25. $7.25. That's not fucking livable anywhere. Come on.
And again, that's why I'm saying
for
we're not that far away.
big-
We're talking in degrees of how far you move the bar.
I
I'd
just-
probably move it further than you, but I'm not.
Mhm.
I don't own a company like.
But yeah, I mean, listen, if you're just debating on like how much to compensate your employees fairly, that's like, you know.
And we're talking about first steps
to
here.
be like,
too.
yo,
I mean,
I think every company should give X amount of profits to employees. It's also overly complicated because in the sense it's like, what if you don't have a profitable year? Then the employees make less? Also fudge the numbers. How many businesses fudge their numbers?
But that what you just described happens all the time.
Okay,
People
but
get
I'm
fired,
not talking
they get
about
laid
what
off,
happens.
or they get wage cuts.
What happens is not good. What is happening is not good. We both agree.
Yeah, no. I think, obviously we both agree on that. Yeah, 100%. You said what's happening
What's
now?
happening now is not good.
Yeah.
But okay. I think
I feel
having a
like-
bare minimum bar of what we provide, basic human rights to people, like FDR was carving out, is a better system, personally, and a simpler system, and a more realistic system.
Okay.
I feel like the conversations of like how far to go are like, I'd be willing to have them, but I feel like first I just want to see like normal shit happening. You know what I mean? Like
normal shit happening. Yeah. I think we would all like to see that, honey. That would be nice. If we could just have the bare minimum from Democrats. Sure. That would be dope. I think that's idealistic.
That's the thing is like, that's why again.
'Cause that's almost like
I have
fantasy
like my
land.
personal beliefs of like idealism of like how I would love to see the world work.
Yeah, no. Fantasyland is expecting Democrats to get you there. Democrats will never get you to a sock dem reality. That's not happening.
like rainbows and everything. And then I have the other side of like, okay, we live in the real world. What can
Yeah.
happen or whatever. And so those are different conversations. And so, yeah, I mean, for now, I would, public health care would be great. You know, like that's the thing is, in my opinion, we're in such a bad spot that like, you know, I'll take just getting Medicare for all. Like that would be a huge W, sure. And that's in my opinion not far enough, but I'll take it. I'm not going to say no to that, right?
People think that
WDN.
I don't know. Listen, people think it's being pessimist to say it's human nature to be greedy. Show me one time in a big organized society where that wasn't the inevitability of like deep-seated societal destroying corruption.
But do you want to live in a society that encouraged that? Or
do I want to live in a
that
perfect
checks it?
utopia? Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I'm not saying perfect utopia. I'm saying quite a few people that run our country, and I'm not saying you feel this way because this isn't your opinion.
It's quite simply, should we or should we not keep corruption in check? That's it.
But this is the prevailing attitude in this country, is that it's a good thing to arrange the way we run society around. Let's embrace that greed. Let's use it for good, like you said, rather than, hey, this is a fundamental part of human nature. We should check it.
Yeah.
So that's the difference.
Well,
right?
it's to me not that big of a difference. It's the same thing.
I think there's a fundamental difference there.
I'm not saying like there are people who are going to be extremely innovative and effective that are going to be motivated by wanting to be really rich and really powerful.
Yeah, I mean,
Elon Musk is a good example. The guy's a fucking psycho piece of shit. I hate him on a level, but like what he's achieved with Tesla is undeniable in terms of moving EV to mainstream. It just is undeniable, right? And I don't even want to give him the credit because I fucking hate him. Think he sucks.
I don't know.
But like saying like...
Okay, I don't know if that was only Elon. I don't think he did that like single-handedly. You know what I mean?
Making this, distinction between promoting greed or putting guardrails to prevent from greed. It's just, there's not a significant difference there, in my opinion. Unless you can explain. By the way, people were saying this is worse than dead air. The show's over, right? I mean, it's been over. Just leave if you don't like
what
it.
time is
I mean, yeah, it's been 4 hours. Come on.
It's past 5.
It's after 5.
This is just...
we got caught up.
We gotta go.
You gave yourself no green flag for not wanting to talk about politics, and then you just launched into an hour-long diatribe about socialism versus capitalism. So, liar.
I think it's interesting.
I
little
think
liar,
social
dude.
democracy is the way to go. It's just realistic, man. And I'm pro-union, and
I don't think anyone disagrees with that, man.
I think people should be fairly confident.
Like, maybe there's like a small faction of communists who are just like accelerationists. But I don't know. What are you doing? Wasn't even his idea. I loved this. Disagree. This was amazing. Yeah, this was a good conversation. You heard of a clothing brand? Okay, L ending.
Compensate. I think people are entitled to
Dan killed it. Yeah, this was dope.
own a home. I think people are entitled to.
I had no idea that Dan was this based. I had no idea. I love Dan so much more.
And
go to college. I think people are entitled to, have healthy meals.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think that I don't think that we should regulate how rich people can be if they're existing in that sandbox. Like I'm not going to.
My guy, no one is a billionaire on their own merits. Nobody earned $1 billion. Fucking nobody. Not a single person ever did enough labor to earn $1 billion. Like, that's just, I'm sorry, billionaires should not exist. Period. They should not be allowed to exist, and we should cap that. I don't think that's an insane idea. Dan's based on tree, yeah.
come out here and say billionaires shouldn't exist, because if you can become a billionaire in this sandbox where you're paying your fair share to provide for people in this
It's not possible. Ethan, it's not possible. It's simply not possible. You can't do that.
way, making sure you live in a society where people get houses, where people get food, where people get education. If you can do all that and still be a billionaire, then there's no problem with that, in my opinion. There's just,
Well,
you know what I
we've
mean?
had this discussion before, but I think it just comes down to whether or not you believe you can get to that level without doing horrible shit.
Jeff Bezos earns $308 per second. Every second. In the time that it took me to say that, he earned what? $1,500? He didn't do anything. The man's probably fucking just drinking whiskey, like on a boat somewhere. Come on.
Shit.
Doing horrible shit? You mean like, can you...
Is that even an
think
attainable
so.
thing without being an immoral person?
There's billionaire has become a huge range. You know, look at people on the top. They're worth 200, 300 billion.
Yeah, Elon.
It could be possible. How? Oh, could be a programmer that makes an iPhone game. Have a few 100 million people download it, $5, and you're a billionaire. The game purchases and play billion. I don't know. Because then you get into the conversation of like, if you've made a game that's so good that like it's so addictive everyone wants to play it, is that like an ethical way to make billions? I don't know. Is it? That's like in the attention economy. And then like if it's on the App Store for Apple, you're talking about like Apple's mining practices. That it's like not ethical because of the way that you've sold your product. Flappy Bird. I haven't heard about this. I mean, I guess that's like not like direct exploitation. But like, was that genuinely programmed by like one guy? Made the whole game? And then what? Got all of the revenue? The App Store takes a cut. So part of that revenue is going to Apple. There is no ethical consumption. Ergo, there is no ethical production under capitalism. It's made by 5 people in a garage and sold for $4 billion. Goddamn. That's insane. Tech starts with like a handful of people. Yeah, I guess like that might be possible. But like the billionaires that we're talking about have hundreds of billions of dollars. You know what I mean?
Musk billionaire is
sick.
like a lot more than a 1 billionaire.
Can you become that rich without doing horrible things? Definitely not. Can you get $1 billion without doing horrible things? Probably.
Well, billionaire shouldn't exist as a snappy slogan. Maybe you can quibble about where the line of acceptability is, but I think you understand in principle that at a certain point, that level of wealth, concentrated wealth,
in my model society, I don't think people could become that rich.
What about like Taylor Swift worth $740 million?
She's just an entertainer. Yeah.
Yeah, no. She's a billionaire now. after her Eras tour, for sure, she's gonna be a billionaire.
But that's what I'm saying. That when you say billionaires shouldn't exist, I think it's about time.
And I've talked at length about Taylor's unethical decisions about holding concerts when hospitality workers were asking her not to. I think that's a very important conversation to have. There's no good way to make a billionaire. Yeah. I'm inclined to believe with you, Riot.
When we start making a distinction between like 100 billionaires and like, you know, single-digit billionaires, because there is a big difference. You know what I mean? There is.
You don't
Like
think
a
it's
lot
a
of
little silly to
musicians.
quibble over that? Because again,
Not
it's,
really.
it's a political slogan at the end of the day, and I feel like it gets the
Well,
point
it's,
across
I
pretty
think that
easily,
I
right?
think that it's not self-serving, because I think plenty of people see that and they think what I'm seeing and they think that's silly. Why shouldn't people be able to be successful? Because there are people who are way too fucking rich and evil, you know, clearly, who got that rich. It's, you know, I
It's way more than successful. You know? And like, I think you also need to take into account people's lifestyles. Like, the way that they're able to earn $1 billion is with the help of everyone upkeeping their mansion. They don't have to do any housework ever. They don't have to do any childcare ever. They never have to cook. Okay? That frees up a lot of time to make money. Took food out of someone's mouth. Yeah.
think there's a difference between, like, let's say Elon Musk is 300. How wealthy is Elon? He's like 250 billion or something.
Something like that.
So he's 250 times richer than a 1 billionaire. So let's say you have 10.
Obviously, he's on the most extreme.
Let's say you have $10,000 in the bank.
Mhm.
So what's that times 250? You know what I mean? Like the difference is really quite huge. 250 times, you know.
2.5 million, right?
So that's a big difference, right? Between 10,000.
I'm not. Yeah, listen.
That's the difference between having $10,000 and 2.5 million.
Yeah, but at a
having $1 billion is like you can do anything you want. Having $200 billion is like you can influence elections and change, and you can like fundamentally control the outcome of current events.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, again, it sounds like I pretty much agree with you in principle. It's just we disagree about where the line is. I think if you're at $1 billion, you're already well over the line. To you, maybe it's more than that, but
if it's a musician that got there, I don't think they did anything bad. You know, you're saying you had to have done
there's
bad
entertainers
stuff
that are
to get
billionaires.
to $1 billion.
Who's a billionaire?
Taylor Swift is almost $1 billion.
Taylor Swift is almost there, if not.
Okay, but like, does Taylor Swift set up her own stage? Does she operate her own light show? No, obviously not, right? She's working within a system and benefiting from the labor of all these people, including the concert staff, like security. So many things go into making Taylor Swift the brand appear on stage as you see it.
Already there, because I'm just looking at Google. You know, I don't know how accurate
But
this
again,
is.
listen, rock stars are cool and they can be as rich as they want.
Let's see, Beyonce. I don't know. It's
Jay-Z.
Rihanna.
Well, I mean, Jay-Z
But he's not
doesn't.
just making
Rihanna is accordingly 1.4
But
billion.
because she makes a lot of money from business and stuff.
Okay, but I don't think she necessarily does bad stuff to get there. I don't
Well,
see
who?
that.
Well, she.
I don't know her
who
as a
knows?
person, but
That's the thing is once it gets to a certain point, there's something along the line that is probably involving some like child slavery or something. You know what I mean? Even without their knowledge, but it's like the system lends itself to that. Again, because we're so focused on incentivizing finding the least common or the lowest common denominator in everything, by which I mean seeking to maximize profits, seeking to minimize expenses however you can. And there's a lot of people that are immoral and they don't give a fuck about if, you know, this is coming from child slavery in some West African country or whatever.
Someone said,
And
Ethan, $1 billion would
I
change
just
my
think
life.
The system,
Sorry,
it
I don't
doesn't,
have that money.
it doesn't frown on that, really. In
Sure.
a lot of ways,
I
it
think that's
encourages
another
it.
philosophical conversation about like how is our society, whether it be pure socialism or democracy, how is it using and affecting, you know, other countries.
Mhm.
You know, that's a I think perhaps a different conversation. That
gets
you can have
complicated
and you
real
can have the same conversation
No.
regardless, but you
What?
know.
No. Wait, what? The way that America exploits the global south is absolutely intrinsically tied to capitalism. It's one and the same, my guy.
I see a world where you can become a billionaire ethically. It's not impossible. You make there's 300 million people living in America, and there's a ton of money here. If you invent a really fucking awesome thing, you can become a billionaire without doing a single thing wrong.
Maybe. I feel like that's the middle path.
Yeah, I think that's harder to imagine. I don't know. It's incredibly rare, I think. Even if that is possible, it's in the minority of billionaires.
Path. That's the real Buddha path. Become a billionaire, but harm no other in the process.
I think it's possible. I really do. I don't know what to say.
That's the middle way.
But I'm not saying you go out there and be a billionaire. I'm just saying I don't think we need this self-imposed, like, here's the line, rich and no richer.
I just don't think you should let a slogan like that bother you so much. It
I
sounds
think-
like,
but I don't
like you
think-
agree with the spirit of the slogan.
I
You
don't
just-
think the slogan serves itself well because, like I said, people are not seeing it like we're just talking about like 100 billionaires. People see that and they say,
"No, the poor single billionaires."
Well, how are you? But like,
come on,
The single-digit billionaires. Hashtag not all billionaires. Okay. Like, whatever, man. Whatever.
They don't like the idea of you coming and taking people's money. It doesn't make sense. Like, how are you going to do that?
I mean, isn't that what taxation is? That's all they're talking.
Well, they go
taking
99%
money.
tax over every dollar of a billion. That's silly.
I mean, that's what FDR wanted.
Not 99.
There was, I think, the top tax bracket that FDR wanted was, maybe it wasn't 99, but it was like 95 or something.
Let's see.
Top tax bracket. Let's see. 75%. 75 is what they got. I believe 90%.
Well, I think 90% is too high, but 75 makes more sense to me.
But we're talking like,
yeah,
in modern dollars, that was probably 90% of every dollar over like 5-10 million that you made that year.
Right. It's a tax bracket.
Yeah, it's a progressive tax.
And I like the tax bracket. I think 75% is probably more realistic. You know.
Well, that's what it was.
And
now
really,
we're at what, like?
And by the way,
18?
I don't think anyone gets taxed that high in the whole world. What's one country that charges the richest people over 75%? It doesn't exist. I don't think it does.
I don't know off the top of my head. I know that. I mean, maybe.
But
you
I'm
know,
cool
like,
with that.
What's the top tax bracket in Sweden? In those Nordic countries, it's pretty high.
Probably around 55.
It's
55?
not,
If you
it's
say
not
like
much more than
55.
what I pay here. I pay about 55%.
Okay. So there you
Also
go.
dividends.
Yeah, there should also just be a wealth tax.
Like you can just pay yourself dividend, 20%.
Well, right, and that's the reality here too. Is that everybody that's rich knows how to get around that and just
But I
doesn't
feel
pay.
like it's also
So-
important to like defend the democracy from capitalism, because here like lobbying is crazy. I feel like that's what's ruining America.
And that's my
personally.
point. Is like I feel I didn't make this point very well. I was trying to make the point earlier, but this is why I was asking about what you think about democracy in general. Is that capitalism is it's anti-democratic and in more than one sense. And
According to Google, it's the Ivory Coast, which has a 60% personal income tax.
what Love's talking about is like how the money can corrupt our democracy and everything is a part of that. But just in general, like we run, the expectation is that companies are run from the top down in a very hierarchical way, and that there isn't much say from the bottom up. You know what I mean? It's the inverse of how we run our government. And so, defending against the worst tendencies of that, I think, is important.
That's what I advocate for.
I'm always so confused because you want to replace the system, and I guess me and Ethan want to.
Yeah, what? What did Love say?
Sweden, we
Wait,
have
hold on.
Ivory Coast needs some American freedom to lower that tax rate. That's right, brother. Why'd they hit it? I don't know, man. Maybe it was an X.
I buttoned that.
What was
Okay.
that?
Oh, what happened? I didn't even hear what
I
you
said
don't
this,
even-
and I felt like maybe it came off wrong. I said, maybe that is his name.
Oh, whatever.
What was it? What's the actual name?
I don't even know what you're going
I
for
have
with
no
I
idea.
guess I vaguely know it. You were trying to call me a
Communist, yeah.
Yeah, but
What was his name?
Are you talking about Mao?
Yeah.
Oh my god, this
Right,
screen,
Mao.
this button
But what's
screen
his
is
full
epic.
name?
Mao Zedong.
So you're
Yeah.
they have
Mao
no clue what we're
Dan
talking
Zong?
about.
I don't know.
So
trying to think of it.
I guess I said me and Ethan want to fix the system, like capitalism, like
Yeah.
put band-aids over where it kind of leaks. And you
No,
wanna
not
replace-
Band-Aids, because that sounds bad.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Right,
But
like,
if
sounds
that wanna
We want
replace it completely,
scaffolding. We
I
want-
don't-
Yeah, I mean,
I don't get why.
I don't. You don't get why?
I don't get why you don't want to
because
fix the system
because
instead of replacing it.
Well, we're talking about. I mean, I am talking about fixing the system as well, but
sure.
My way of fixing it would be modifying it significantly more than
Yeah, I think that's just like a semantics issue.
what
Sure.
you're saying.
Mm.
Band-aiding it. Not to use that term, but
Yeah.
So how do you prevent people from being billionaires? Just by doing a 99% tax?
I mean,
on
that's
the-
a real easy way, right? I mean, FDR thought it was, and yeah, I mean,
Well, okay, you want to talk about democracy? I mean, FDR's he's not a tyrant either. You know what I mean? He got 75% ultimately, like you said, and I think I would do 90. I think it's fair anywhere between 75 and 90 for the utmost. You know,
Yeah.
99% to me just seems silly.
I need a mega overhaul. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like reform. It makes it seem like there's anything salvageable, and there's simply not.
To me, to tax someone 99%, even if they are a billionaire.
well, you know, when he said when he was going for the 90 and got 75, that probably wasn't negotiating tactic. You know what I mean?
Okay, so 75. I mean, what the fuck? That's not enough. You know what I mean? The hell of a lot more than they pay
All
now.
I'm saying is let's start there. Let's start somewhere.
Okay,
you know?
let's jack it up to 75. Let's go.
You know,
Let's
people.
fucking go.
I think people are jaded on capitalism, understandably.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
we live
It's
in
burned
capitalism,
us all.
so obviously it's easy to see its flaws because we exist in it now.
And I understand from my perspective, thanks to Gary V's advice, that I am like a winner in capitalism, right? You might say.
W.
Thank you.
Different perspective.
And so,
Gary V.
Listen, I've been on the losing end of capitalism too, and more it's screwing us over. But what I'm saying is we don't need to throw the baby out with the bathwater, people.
Oh, yeah.
It's hard to.
We do though. We actually kind of do. Because the bathwater was full of uranium, and now the baby is a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. So we should probably, you know.
It's hard to feel, charitable to capitalism as a concept when almost everyone's being burned by it. But you look again at Scandinavia. I think that's as close as a model system.
Don't hug the turtles. It's not their fault. Godzilla either. Real. That's true.
Society as we've achieved in human history.
I want Jimmy Lee to start paying his employees. That's all I care about.
Me too, bro.
We can all agree on that one.
Yeah, we all agree on
And
that.
I'll tell you, I'll take it even further. I think it should be illegal to have unpaid employees.
Yeah.
Period. You know what I mean?
I think it is.
Not well, no, internships like the free
I
labor
guess
shit.
that's true. I mean, yeah. It does seem a little gray, though, doesn't it?
I'm surprised by how many people think that, like. By the way, I say radical communism because, again, you're talking about.
You radical commies. Bunch of commies. I want to see what they're saying now. What? Why is someone just chanting FDR? God damn it. Stop. Stop it. Read Mark Soche, y'all. Yeah. Olivia, please save the show. Do you think you can eliminate poverty under capitalism? Good question. W question. Really think any person needs to be a billionaire? Yeah. I don't see the need there. That's for sure. Check out market socialism. Tell us more about how Elon Musk earned his money, Ethan. My baby is a full shell and won't stop saying cowabunga.
Not undoing the vast
Again, there's like so many like ways to approach it. I mean,
every country,
what I
even
would
the
call-
communist ones, are operating via capitalism.
right. Well, there's a lot of nuance to that too. I mean, the
We can't
whole
just
thing with
dig it out, man.
What's that?
We should just dig it out and replace it. Anti-capitalism. I don't know. I'm.
Well, listen. A lot of people. Again, a lot.
Everyone said that about feudalism. Like everyone said, like, oh well, the king owns all the land. What are we to do? Oh, it's all up to the lords.
A lot of people agree with you that.
Not in this chat.
Nordic countries benefit off so much global North imperialism. Right. It's even been calculated. It's so cruel. These things are fine if we, the global North, are suddenly sock dems. Will IMF, World Bank, etc. be dissolved, reset? Right. True. Colonial taking of resources in the global South, but the global North be reset. Right. And there should be, like, actual reparations. There's many calls for such a thing.
With reform rather than revolution. That's
it's pretty-
a long-standing debate on
Yeah.
the left of what the superior strategy is.
Yeah. But I think
And like that conversation in itself is like a privileged one, right? If you have the time to be sitting around, oh, should we reform? Should we revolt? I wonder, like philosophizing. Rather than being forced into direct action because your community needs you right now. Like let's not let that go by.
yeah, I think capitalism gets a bad rep just because that, up until now, it hasn't been checked. And we're at this point now where we call it late stage capitalism, where it really is on life support. And it's just not working. It's not a good system. Unchecked capitalism is evil. It's not working well. But I do think that a hybrid system of socialism, capitalism is a really good system that can be humanistic, benevolent, and serve also the productivity and innovation that some people would say capitalism breeds.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, we really got.
But by the way, I want to say
We
this.
gotta go.
Some of you
Wait, did he really just end with, oh well, innovation?
Sure.
Say capitalism, activity and innovative, benevolent, and serve also the productivity and innovation that some people would say capitalism breeds.
Sure.
The innovation that we get under capitalism is 15 different kinds of automatic weapons. That's what we get. Like 20 different kinds of tanks. So wow, such innovation. Oh god. Like productivity doesn't stop just because workers have a say in their workplace or because companies are regulated. Like
Thank you.
All right, we really got.
But by the way,
right?
I want to say
We
this.
gotta go.
Some of you guys in chat are so annoying. Like, I'm not.
Oh, don't let 'em.
I'm not advocating. Like, y'all act like I'm saying like. I think that there should be.
they're really eating him up. You're a billionaire, tax evasion, true. Elon's still a billionaire with 99% tax? Wait, what? 99%? What are you talking? What? Wait, what? Is that? Wait, what? I'm not sure about that point. Hair capitalism. Just the end goal would probably not resemble capitalism at all. Huh? Yeah, the chat's all over the place. Read some Mark for fuck's sake. Yeah. Yeah. The whole world is on fire because of capitalism, literally.
Be no minimum wage, and people should be fucking like, if they can't afford come on, stop it.
Well,
people act like I'm stomping on workers' faces because I don't rev share.
Our audience has a wide range of views, and obviously leans pretty far left, just because all the
Why don't you rev share? Why not?
personalities on this show do.
Listen, every time a measure comes to raise taxes in LA or otherwise, I always vote yes. I said I'm gonna pay 75%. Is that not enough for you guys? 75%?
Pay 100%, Pogo.
What other rich person is saying that? Find one.
Well, listen, I am not a radical communist, so I can't make that argument for them. I'm sure they will in the comment section and on the Reddit over the next few days. But, but yeah, I mean,
I think the greed is good thing threw people off too. I think that people being
Yeah, I don't know why you said that. Like, is that even a phrase? Like, I've never even heard that before.
greedy is an inherent and inevitable trait of the human spirit. I'm not saying of everybody. I'm not saying everybody's greedy. I'm saying if you take 1,000 people, a certain percent of them are going to be greedy and motivated by power and wealth and status. Okay? And a lot of times there's going to be an oversect of these people's being sociopaths and being super capable.
And yeah, we should regulate that. We should regulate it.
Super smart. And we can harness this for what good it can do, which is like innovation, productivity, efficiency, and stuff.
So because some good inventions happen sometimes, we can't regulate the psychopaths? My guy, what?
Like that, while also regulating it to make sure it doesn't also ruin society and that it serves people well in general. And I think that's just realistic. It doesn't matter if you're in a society, doesn't matter if you're living in pure socialism, doesn't matter if you're living in, any form of governance.
Yeah, like radical communist, bro. You could just say communist. Like, everyone already sees that as radical anyway.
There's going to be a percent of people that are highly capable, intelligent sociopaths obsessed with money and status and power. And so, and there's going to be good people that are successful too. That's not what I'm saying. But these are the people that really cause the problem. And so
let's not encourage them.
That's just how you do not encourage. That's human nature, bro. Like, I just don't believe that there's ever going to be...
You just don't think that there's anything that you can do about people being greedy and fucking people over? There's just nothing you can do
People are born with fucking, that's
Simply
like saying,
nothing.
I don't want anyone to be born a sociopath. Let's end sociopathy.
I'm not saying...
You're not gonna end sociopathy.
Yeah, of course not. I'm not saying that. Of course, I agree with what you're saying. That
Bro,
there's... People are greedy.
Why, he's so obsessed. He's lost, yeah. He's really dug his heel on this. I don't know why. I'd like to know who wouldn't have invented something if 400 employees of the company becomes democratic. Right. Still would have been seen as the inventor, still have the power, etc. Never stop murderers. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, crime happens. People break the law. There are bad guys, but that's why regulation.
Just should that behavior be rewarded?
I don't even know what that means. What do you mean rewarded? Maybe, and now it is, but I'm saying
again, nobody. Ian's telling you to shut up.
I have to pee. I'm sorry. I have
We
to
have
jump in.
to
Hold
go.
on. What do you mean? What do you?
I'll
I don't even
switch.
know what that means. It's encouraged. I mean, it is what it is.
You said it yourself. You said greed is good.
I just said that was misconstrued.
But here's
bro.
the thing. But okay, fine.
I'm saying it's
you don't be-
inevitable.
right.
And
You
so
don't
let's
believe
harness
that?
it for the good it can do.
Very childish. Yeah, I think he's just worried. They're gonna bring out the guillotine at age 3.
Don't believe that. Unfortunately, a lot of the people that run the world do.
Okay, well that's inevitable.
I don't think that that's inevitable. That's where we differ.
Well, regardless,
we should do
I don't
something
think it
about that.
should matter what people think because
Mm-hmm.
ultimately, in the way that the framework that things are built, it's not going to matter what they think about greed.
What?
I agree.
There's
That's
going to be,
and that's why it's not a great.
Yeah, necessary to break it down for the stupids. Yeah, definitely. I'm glad Dan had the patience to do
Good
this.
framework, in my opinion.
Why?
Because of what you just said.
It's a framework that doesn't matter what you think about greed.
Right.
And it controls the worst outcome for what they can do. How is that bad?
It controls the worst outcome?
Yeah. In
I'm
my
not sure I follow
social
your point.
democratic utopia.
Oh, you're saying, okay, yeah. I'm talking about the state of the world now. You're talking about, like you said, your vision of the future. So.
Ethan said, you guys really think there's people born that aren't going to be like sociopathically greedy? That seems silly to me, but what do I know?
Not what anyone is saying. Who said that? No, what? Literally, no one has ever said that. Oh my god.
You want to live in a society where sociopaths aren't born anymore. Let's do that. That
That'd
sounds
be
like
nice.
a great idea to me. Let's eradicate sociopathy.
Wait, go back, AB.
Shut up.
Where's that coming from?
Let's erase.
That was the guy originally.
I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm
That's
trying to
all,
learn
folks.
his controls.
That's all, folks. Guys, you're right. You guys, here's my platform. Let's eradicate sociopathy and personality disorders. We're not gonna encourage that. No more of that, you guys.
Stop.
Everyone's gonna be born a perfect, healthy human with perfect parents.
Oh my god, why? How did he just go into eugenics from anti-capitalism? That's not the ethos of socialism.
Perfect family. There'll never be any damaged people. It's all good all the time. Let's not even worry about it. Everyone's a saint. Everyone's great. Everyone has humanity's best interest at heart. Definitely not their own. Let's go, guys. It's perfect utopia time. Everybody's born.
I just want to live in
perfect.
Star Trek, bro. That's all I'm saying. I just want to live in fucking Star Trek.
Everybody
I
has
want to
toys
live there
and
too.
puppies.
Well,
I love
got
Star
bad news,
Trek.
Hila.
When does Star Trek place take in like
I love
10,000
Star
years?
Trek.
I
But
got
we
bad
also need to be
They
able
get in a
to.
time machine.
Yeah, we need to be able to travel.
Oh wait,
in,
those
like,
don't exist either.
Fuck.
we need
God.
turbo speed.
Okay, congratulations. We just cured all personality disorders. Every child is born with puppies and toys and futons.
Nobody's making this point.
Futons.
Ay.
And we all have food. Nobody will be hungry because we have food particle generators that can make any meal you want.
Replicators, hell yeah.
Let's go.
Thanks, guys. But yeah, I mean, the show's been over, so I'm just humoring our conversation.
Dan,
but thank you.
You wouldn't have had
heads are here.
Baldur's Gate in a communism.
That's
all I gotta
kind
say.
of fair.
That's all I gotta
Are you
say.
saying you want to socialize Baldur's Gate?
You wouldn't be able to
Larian
have,
Studios?
You wouldn't be
Aren't
able
they,
to.
wait a minute, aren't they,
Are you kidding?
where are they?
You would definitely have Baldur's Gate and socialism. You would have a better Baldur's Gate, probably. A gayer one.
Where are they from? Larian Studios.
I don't know if this is gonna make things worse or help, but just say that Ethan, I think you're a wonderful boss, very generous. I've had many bosses.
You know what?
including
I
my
will
own
say that too.
uncle,
Since we're
and
on the
No. Well, thank you for saying that, AB. Unfortunately, my EP wants to overthrow me and put my head on fire.
I can't wait to have your cock in my mouth.
Just
Oh,
say thank you, Ethan. Take
My
a
God.
compliment.
Oh, I did. I said thank you, AB, and then I said,
And
"Damn,
Dan
watch
said
it."
it too. But Dan said it too.
No,
Wait,
I know. We have a wonderful relationship.
Eli, I think
know.
you're a great boss too.
Thank you.
We have a wonderful relationship here with everybody in here. I'm addressing people who say that humans aren't born greedy. Some.
I'm gonna turn off the chat so you don't get. And
Yeah,
we can go.
You're all
turn it
banned.
off.
It's
Anyone,
5:30, Ethan.
Turn it off.
and-
We're
and by
never
the way,
gonna leave.
anyone disagreeing with chat is
Shut it
now
down.
permanently banned. All right. Bye,
Hang
everyone.
on.
See you guys on Monday. Have a great weekend.
Have a great weekend.
Love y'all.
He really takes disagreement in the chat so fucking personally. Like, really personally. And he just, like, has to defend his stance no matter how much he realizes that he's wrong, like, halfway through. Man, that was kind of painful. My guy. I do feel like he's so close. He's so close. He's just a handful of theory books away from getting it. I do think he's like sort of hung up on the semantics of stuff. Like the billionaires shouldn't exist thing and stuff like that. Like, no. He says it's all like rainbows and shit, but like, no, like, you're the one living with fucking rose-colored glasses saying, no, this is fine. No, we can reform. No, it's fine. Copium, we can save it. Like, I think that's actually more idealistic. Honestly. Like, thinking that you can make the system work for everyone at all, like, that's way too hopeful. I don't know. I don't know, man. Well, we did it. We did that. And now it's time to talk about unionized strippers. Let's go. I love Adam Conover.
Hello and welcome to Factually. I'm Adam Conover. Thank you so much for joining me once again as I talk to some incredible people about all the amazing things they know that I don't know and that you might not know. Now, Labor Day has come and gone, and that means that hot labor summer is technically over. But you know what? We're going to have to come up with a new seasonal catchphrase because the fight for labor rights is still heating up in America. In just the past month, UPS Teamsters secured a giant new contract by threatening to go on strike. American Airlines pilots got a massive 21% raise. American Airlines flight attendants won a gigantic strike authorization vote. And we're seeing video game actors and auto workers authorize strikes, along with healthcare workers in Oregon and Colorado. And don't forget, writers and actors are still on strike in Hollywood. We're seeing all of this activity across widely different industries because workers' struggles are the same for everyone, no matter what job you do, even at jobs that have not traditionally gotten the respect they deserve. For instance, strippers. Recently, the strippers at the Star Garden, a topless bar in North Hollywood here in Los Angeles, became the first strip club workers to unionize in decades. And what do they want? Well, the same as workers anywhere. Safety, fairness, security, dignity, and the right to not be fired for bringing up their concerns. Dancers at this club had to deal with threatening patrons without the help of security, and when some of them complained, they were unjustly fired. So, after a year of striking, picketing, and legal sparring that went all the way up to the federal level, strip club management finally withdrew their challenges last spring and recognized the union. The strippers won. And this story is so cool and so important to the entire labor movement because it shows that every worker, and that means every worker, deserves and can win the protection of a union. And that is why I am so grateful to have two of these brave workers on the show today. But before I get into it, I just want to remind you that if you want to support this show, you can toss me a couple bucks on Patreon. Just $5 a month gives you every episode of this show ad-free.
I do think, like, this union should be highlighted more, because, like, I think a lot of people think, like, oh, well, my workplace is too small, or, like, oh, well, I don't know if there's any unions in my line of work. There probably are. You're probably not the first. And even if you are, you can still do it.
We have a community Discord, bunch of other community perks. We'd love to have you there. Head to patreon.com/Adam Conover to sign up. And just to remind you, I am a touring stand-up comedian. If you want to see me do stand-up comedy in a city near you, head to adamconover.net for tickets and tour dates. And now, without further ado, let's welcome today's incredible guests. They work at the Star Garden in North Hollywood, and they're members of Equity Strippers Noho, and also serve on the bargaining committee for that union. Please welcome Lilith and Charlie. Lilith and Charlie, thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thanks for having us.
So I had such an incredible experience a couple weeks ago because I went to the grand reopening of the club where you two work. Yes. I'm not a normal strip club visitor. However, sure. When union members say, as an act of solidarity, please come out to the strip
they're like, sure, we know you, Adam.
Strip club tonight. I show up. There were like 100 other union members there cheering for you guys. You guys were dancing to "You Can't Scare Me, I'm Stripping for the Union."
Yes.
It was so inspiring and so much fun. And you guys are now the first unionized strippers in America. And by the way, is stripper the correct term? I want to make sure.
Yes, we prefer stripper. Yeah.
Okay, and that's what it's on the literal button you're wearing. Equity Strippers.
Yes.
You guys are the first union strippers in America. That is so incredible. I think a lot of people when they think of union jobs, they don't think of stripper first. Right. Why do strippers deserve and need a union?
Well, there are a lot of workplace conditions that often bosses who have money at the forefront of their mind will dismiss. And so I think that's like a widespread issue in the industry, and was the main thing that we decided to organize around was safety issues.
And what kind of safety issues are you talking about?
One of the policies that our management set was that if we had an issue with a customer, and like if the customer was being too rough or was misbehaving in any way, that we were not allowed to confront them ourselves, and we were not allowed to go straight to security to intervene on our behalf, that we had to first go to management, even if they were off-site, which meant we would have to call them up.
What?
They would have to look at the footage and decide whether or not that was a severe enough instance for security.
And in the meantime, the person is still, I don't know, menacing you with a bat or whatever it is they're doing.
Yeah, going to other dancers, doing what they did to us. Yeah.
And it was not like looking at the footage in the moment. It was like, we'll review tonight or never, essentially.
Wow.
Yeah. And also I think with stripping, you're conditioned, like it's you looking out for you. That's kind of just how.
Yeah, it's like the customer's always right, taken to the fucking extreme. Like, it's so gross.
How it goes. So I think strippers need a union because there's never ever been someone looking out for you when you're in like situations such as these. And also, we are the second unionized. The first was the Lusty Ladies.
I wear a shirt.
Wait, really?
In the 90s, yeah.
Oh, wow.
So we're the only current.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, respect to the Lusty Ladies. I'm sorry for getting it wrong.
No worries.
But you said, as a stripper, you're looking out for yourself, except you guys are not looking out
That's cool as fuck. I didn't know there was one before.
for yourselves. You're looking out for each other.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so I assume maybe you mean that's a little bit unusual in this world. Tell me the story. How did you how did you meet each other, and when on the job, how did you like develop that union consciousness? What was how did it happen?
Well, there was 3 major strikes that led us to the real strike. The third was already described by Lilith, but the first was there is a collection of unfair firings. So one of us was feeling threatened by a customer and approached security, and security made.
This is too radical. Club owners will not innovate now. A unionized stripper will be greedy and obsessed with power. Thanks, Ethan. Stop. Stop it. Yeah. I can't. The innovation of strip clubs, please. If there's any innovation, it's done by the dancers, Lusty Lady is a strip club in San Francisco. Oh shit, let's go. My dead friends used to go to all the time after work and shit. That's so cool.
A horrible response about it, and just kind of threw it on the stripper for like putting herself in a situation, whatever. And then
they blamed her for it.
100%.
Yeah.
That's awful.
And then they fired her for bringing up the issue.
Wow.
Which was absolutely insane. And then the second firing was I was on stage dancing, and then a customer was recording, which is obviously not allowed.
Yeah.
And another stripper had to intervene because obviously security wasn't. And she walked over and she told him like, hey, you can't record in here. He was drunk, made a scene, and then she got fired for starting drama. So those were the first 2 strikes. It was really scary, and all of us were like, whoa. And I think that's
Dude, what the fuck? Why is security even there, dude?
That's when like the union consciousness started building of us like, oh, if we need to protect ourselves, it's only through each other. And then the third thing was when we were told we couldn't go to security anymore, as if they were there before.
So you mean these are the 3 strikes in that these are the bad things management did that like develop your consciousness.
Yes. Right.
But this eventually led to you actually going on strike.
Yeah,
Correct.
and also I think like my first day at Star Garden, I was approached by one of our lovely dancers, Wicked, and she told me right off the bat, management does not have your back, security does not have your back. If something happens to you, you come to me and I will help you deal with it. Yeah. So
I
there
think-
already was this culture of
like
us
looking out for
taking
each
care
other.
of
For
each
sure.
other.
And with stripping, a lot of people
That's so fucked. That makes me want to cry, dude. That's so shitty.
assume that it's like girls are always against each other, like you're not friends in the club, it's like cutthroat. And I think that's real in some situations, but for my experience dancing for the past few years, it's always been like nothing but a community where you are like looking out for each other, vetting people together, and it really is like what you were saying with Wicked. It's just, you know, like we have to look out for each other.
Yeah. Tell me more a little bit more about like what it's like to do the job, because it's a job that is not taking.
Security's there for capital protection. I mean, maybe. But like the value of the strip club doesn't really come from the strip pole or the chairs. Those things are so easily replaced. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Taken seriously or given a lot of respect by a lot of people, but it's also, I believe every job should be possible to do with dignity, and I assume that there must be things you enjoy about the job, right?
Yeah.
Like you must take pride in your work.
Absolutely.
So tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, when I explain stripping, I explain it first and foremost as a sales job, which I think, and it's like, there are strippers who create courses on sales, and like people will like take courses on sales because you are selling lap dances as like that is your main source of income or private rooms, and obviously there's a big performance component of it on stage, but I would say like 90% of the job you're just talking to people and getting to know people and trying to get some kind of tips or compensation or make some sales.
I think the job is really special in like an anthropological way because you get to see a very honest and vulnerable version of someone, which is like not something you see all the time at any regular bar. And it, besides from being sales, it's just like I've learned how to talk to people in a brand new way in like a very, like I feel better in every other job interview I've ever had because being a stripper has like prepped me how to hold a conversation and like, you know, just my communication skills are like way further than I ever would have expected because of this job. And also you just learn so much about people. And then there's this also like really fun performance aspect and you meet a lot of artists just like between dancers and also customers. Like it's a really creative and vulnerable space, and putting those two things together can be really magical. And, you know, if the system is right, it doesn't have to be unsafe. You know, it could just be magic.
And by the way, I mean, just based on the one night I went, like you guys are incredible performers. You're incredibly talented and very good at, and it's like the same pleasure you can take at watching anybody be great at something is really enjoyable. But yeah, you just said that like.
Okay, Adam. You don't have to intellectualize your enjoyment of strip clubs.
When it's run well, it can be not a bad thing. I think people think strip club, they think seedy. A lot of people think that they shouldn't even really exist, you know, or why, like if you're a customer, there's something wrong with you. So, and I know a lot of that is because of how puritanical we are in this country and how badly we treat both those workers and those customers and those businesses. And so it sort of drives them into a seedy place. But what is Like, just tell me more about the positive aspect. Like, do you have positive interactions with the customers? Do you think they get something positive out of it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
One thing, it's funny, my mother, when she heard I was a stripper, her fear was that it would like make me hate men, and it's actually done like quite the opposite. Like I feel like a greater compassion for men, because a lot of the men that go to strip clubs are not getting therapy because they're discouraged to in society, and you see like a really like beautiful, vulnerable side to people, and have really like deep existential conversations with people. So there is that really like big human component, and also like intimacy and like touch and things that are not, a lot of people don't have access to. So it's great to be able to like provide that for people, and to make people feel desirable who might not out in the real world.
For sure. And when people think about strip clubs, I think they only can imagine that intimacy exists in a physical way, but it's like so emotional. Like I feel so close to my customers just when we talk for like 2 hours about like their life stories, and mine as well. And it feels, it's touching and like also like emotional and sad. And that is like a therapy experience that is shared, I think. And like coaching people through anything that is challenging, it's like the environment to be in for a lot of people that don't.
Yeah. The like emotional connection, I think, is really undervalued. And that is, it's so important to have that in your life.
Don't have another outlet like what you were saying, because just the way like society shames therapy for like masculinity, and this is like a place to get access to having someone that like has no business listening to you in their underwear listen to you. You know, I think it's a really healing thing.
This is really heartwarming the way you put it. I mean, these are folks who have a human need for intimacy, for touch, for conversation, for like a little sexual stimulation as well, right? Just to maybe they don't have access to that in their lives, and they're paying for it. Sure, you're being paid for a service, but you care about it. You care about the service. You feel like you're doing a good thing for the folks, and it can be a positive exchange.
Absolutely.
I'd say more times than not, it really is.
Yeah. But in order for that positive interchange to happen, it has to be like a safe place that is not exploiting the customers or you guys.
Right.
So what are the other challenges like to that positive exchange that you experience on the job?
Quotas, I think, can be something that inhibits like a positive culture in the club, and this is something that Star Garden had enforced before we got to striking. But we needed to sell, I think it was $200 of lap dances a night, and if you didn't, you would lose your job. And like sometimes there's not enough people in the club to sell.
Dude, yeah, that's crazy. Like, what if it's just a slow night? What are you supposed to do then? What?
$200, or you're not feeling well, you just really don't want to, and like everyone is well within their right to not, you know, do a service that they're not ready to do. And it creates like a desperate and dangerous culture of being like, please, I really need this or else I'll lose my job.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And also like there are known like tables of men at Star Garden because they wouldn't blacklist people.
Like telling them to be more than a dancer. Right. Yeah. Like, and also it like puts the customer even in a weird position. Like, what are you supposed to like just go there every night to support your favorite dancer so she doesn't lose her job? Like
people who you knew them to be like predators who would like take advantage of you. And
so that's someone who you can't do a lap dance with safely.
Exactly.
But you have a quota, so you're like, I gotta go to somebody.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awful position to be in.
And this is not unheard of. This is actually incredibly common throughout most clubs in California, at least. It costs a lot of money to be there, and you can lose your job for not like reaching whatever quota or house fee they have set.
What do you mean it costs a lot of money to be there? Like for the customer or for you?
For us. So almost every club has a house fee, and it can be anywhere between $40 and $200 just to work for the day or the night.
Wait, you pay to work for
every
the day?
time.
And in most clubs, you are not paid hourly.
That's
California
crazy.
is kind of different in that there was a law that was passed that held management to basically told them that strippers are classified as employees. You do need to pay them an hourly wage, which they retaliated against in many different ways.
But this is a law.
Yes, in California. But in most parts of the world and in some clubs still that aren't complying with that law, they are not paying hourly, and they are, in fact, having you pay to work there.
Or they'll treat you like an employee and maybe you will get an hourly, but you're expected to still.
You shouldn't have to pay to work anywhere. That's so insane. Like, when I was working at the cannabis farms, they would make you pay for your license. You have to be licensed as a dispensary agent to even grow the product or handle it in any way. So they would just like front the money to pay for the license so that you can start working, but then just take it out of your paycheck. It's so fucked.
Pay them back with the house fee. So if you're making $50 with your hourly minimum wage, you're expected to pay maybe $200 to be there.
Wow.
And then they also will take a percentage of all of the dances that you sell. And it's different at every club because there's never been anyone before this to enforce any rules or laws. And yeah, it was a really challenging law that was passed because.
And so, before the strike and before your union, how were you paid? You were paid for the dances, and I assume for people throwing cash on the stage. That's your income. But were you paid anything by the club at all?
No.
Yeah. So Star Garden, they took 50% of our lap dances.
Wow.
And Star Garden didn't have a house fee.
Right.
And we were allowed to keep all of our tips.
Okay.
So no house fee, just the quota.
Got it. Okay. But still, they're taking a lot of money. They're also selling drinks and all of that. And I'm sure making plenty of money. But you guys are having a lot of trouble making a living. So tell me a little bit about, what, like that moment when you decided to, we could form a union. Like, I have to think a lot of strippers might not be their first thought. How about a union, right?
Yeah.
So how did that idea come to you guys?
Yeah, so when we
taxes
the
too,
three
yeah.
strikes that Charlie described, once basically management came into the dressing room and made it very explicit what was and was not allowed on our parts when we were in an unsafe situation, we felt that things were really grave and dire and that any of our jobs could be on the hook at any moment. So we fast-tracked a safety petition to deliver to the bosses because we knew that under the NLRA we would be protected, and that I think that we had a meeting about the petition, and a week later we delivered it to the bosses, and
with your names on it.
Yes. With we had I think 19 signatures and there were 24 dancers.
Wow.
And so we delivered it to the bosses. They told us, okay, if you don't feel safe, you can not work tonight. And so we counted that as a victory, and they told us we'd be able to discuss the petition our next shift, which was on a Saturday, and we all came into work as usual, and there was a security guard posted up front with a little red velvet rope saying, if you're not on the list, you're not allowed to come in and work. And the only way to get on the list is to talk to the owner, Jenny, and we all tried to call Jenny, and she did not answer our calls. And
oh, fuck you, Jenny.
They ghosted us from that day until we settled our
Wait, so they tried to shut you out and prevent you from working because of the petition?
It was a lockout for anyone who had signed that petition.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's how we lost our jobs.
Wow.
Yeah.
And at this point,
That's
were
insane.
you working with anyone from a union or like an org?
So fucking blatant. Like, there's no respect for labor rights in this country. Like, you really have to just claw your way out.
Organizer or lawyer of any kind?
Jenny needs to get jumped in Minecraft, of course. Yeah.
We were working with a nonprofit organization called Strippers United.
Okay.
And so we were working with an organizer there who goes by Stony and a pro bono lawyer named Jordan Palmer. And both of them taught us everything we know.
Yeah.
We also had some dancers who were very into labor rights and who had been dreaming of a union strip club forever.
Right.
Hell
But
yeah.
they were for like the
Yeah. Literally just paying rent with our surplus value. Yeah. True. That's true. That's a good way of thinking about it.
first 3-4 months, it was just the group of strippers, Jordan and Stoney. Like it was us
Wow.
against the world. And
Absolutely.
our lawyer was pulling the most incredible like strategic feats of
She's-
lawyering all by herself while working. She's a lawyer at Unite here. So she was pulling like
80-hour work weeks to include our movement with her regular 40-hour work week.
But anyone from Unite here, I mean, for folks who don't know, Unite here represents hospitality workers, like really low wage folks, and they are such an incredible union that has so much power. Whenever I meet someone in labor from Unite here, I'm like, oh, this person's a badass for sure.
Yeah, they're the real deal.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think with the whole thing of us like all looking out for each other and ourselves is that you have to know your rights, which is why a few of us were already like into organizing and understanding like how like our human rights and our work rights, what they mean for us.
Right.
So it wasn't like we had never thought of this before because it's not, there's no HR, you have to like look out for yourself. So people had taken this interest already. Yeah, and I think the final thing that just led us to the next phase was there's always the conversation of like, if you don't like it here, just go to another club.
Right.
But it's pretty standard at almost every club that you're going to be in some situation that is like unfavorable.
Because you were like, well, if we go to another club, the same thing is going to happen.
Yeah.
So we might as well try to improve the place that we currently work, because it's not like there's some other great club out there to go to.
Right.
Exactly.
And also like we really did have a community at Star Garden of customers and of dancers that we wanted to preserve and make better. And Star Garden's been there for like 40 years. It's a staple of the neighborhood. Like it felt worth fighting for us.
Yeah.
And tell me a little bit more about that community. Like like there were customers who you enjoyed seeing. There's folks who you have a positive relationship with. Like there were good things about the workplace that you wanted to preserve.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And also like Star Garden's like a cute dive bar where we were allowed to dance to whatever we wanted. Like it had like fun kitschy vibes and like really loyal, lovely customers who, once we went on strike, joined us on the picket lines and were there every single weekend.
For 8 months.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you had customers at the picket line. They were like, well, I'm used to going to the strip club, but now
Every
I'll go
weekend.
stand outside the strip club.
Yeah. Because they're like, hey.
So nice. Based as fuck. Based as fuck. And I think any club would have that kind of support, honestly.
We go to Star Garden for these strippers. We don't go in for your overpriced beer.
A huge like part of our strategy was proving that we are the club and like there is no club without the strippers.
Yeah.
So being outside with our customers was like not only like perfect for us to like, be like, wow, these people are like our community, but also I think it helped prove to Star Garden that like these people are only here because of us, not because of the building that we're in.
Yeah.
So, and it was amazing. We ended up on our last.
Yeah, without the strippers, you just have an empty club. You just have some poles and low lighting.
Picket before we were able to stop. We had like a graduation night and we did like superlatives for all of like our supporters that would come out every week with like hot chocolate and pizza, and it was really this
Wow.
community has gotten us exactly where we are today.
That's so cool. Well, so tell me about the moment that you went on strike. They were locking you out. They said you could only work if you didn't sign the petition. And so were they trying to bring it, like, did you go on strike at that moment, or were they trying to bring in people to replace you?
So there were probably about 4 dancers who were working at the club before the strike who continued working at the club. And just because our community doesn't respond well to like words like scab, so we've been calling them strike breaking workers.
Sure.
And so there were 4, and then they continued to try.
Oh. Yeah, that's probably a good call. That's probably a good call. You don't want to be calling strippers scabs. That's probably not the best word choice.
Hire people while we were out on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
So they were still functioning with a fraction of the dancers they had before, and
a fraction of the customers.
Yeah, we were driving out probably 90% of the customers who were trying to go inside.
Yes.
Yeah.
We had this cute little whiteboard every single night that we picketed, and it was always like a fun little cartoon on it, but it was like customers that love us and customers that don't. And that was pretty much, and it was like a different version of that depending on whatever theme we had that week.
Yeah. And we were really, really good at driving customers away because it was kind of like the opposite of what we're paid to do in the club, which is you're paid to tell customers you should come in and buy lap dances.
Yeah.
And now we're using the exact same skill set to be like, you should not come in, you should stay
It was
with
amazing.
us.
You're like, hey, big boy, don't cross the picket line.
Exactly. So people would like roll up in their cars and they put their windows down because we had a huge line of people outside with like posters, whatever, and we would like strut on over into their like little windows with our like tiny little like bikini costume outfit on, and we'd be like, hey, so this is like the only club in the country that's striking. It would really mean a lot to me if you just went to another one.
Yeah.
And we did that all the
time.
full 8 months, and that's just how it went.
God, that
we
will
like
work,
give out
that
our
will
numbers.
work so
to, like,
good on me.
Text me. I'll let you know when I can dance again, and just do that.
Like, oh, honey, yeah, of course, whatever you want. You tell me where to go.
We just like swerve away really fast, and we like mark the board. And it was a party. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. So, and that is a really effective picket line because
Yeah, no, they made it so fun. That's the best. That's like the perfect way to keep up morale.
you're turning people away, and you've got a federal right to do it.
Yeah. It's funny too because we had a lot of like themed nights on the picket line, and I think we realized really quickly that there were certain themes that did not get strip club customers to stop. I can't like we did like a daddy issues theme where we all dressed like dads.
Yeah, like we had a grill.
Like that was not like you. I think you need a little something
sexy.
showing.
Like the Braveheart night didn't turn people away.
Yeah.
That's not like what daddy culture is about.
No.
Is dressing like an actual dad.
No.
You're like, this isn't what I wanted.
Right.
But also,
I wanted daddy issues, but not like this.
the themes were a really important part of our strike that kept people coming out because one, everyone in LA loves an outfit. They love a reason to get dressed up. So it was a smart strategic move for us, and also it kept our momentum going because like there's so many weeks where we were like, can't keep doing this. Like, I want a job, I want to work and make money. And then we were like, ooh, but we're gonna have like a Club Kids theme. So like, I don't want to miss that.
Yeah.
And like, it really kept us going.
Yeah. One of our favorite themes was we ended up submitting complaints to OSHA.
Oh my
and
God.
we all, we had like a whole delegation show up to the office and like drop it off. And then we ended up like a week later on the picket line dressing up as our various OSHA violations.
Yeah.
So we had someone who was like dressed up as like
Let's go.
the hole in the stage.
Yeah. Or like broken glass on the floor.
Yeah.
I think we went as roaches or something.
Yeah, I went as a bed.
No, God. The hole on the stage? The stage is like 90% of what you need. My God.
Bug.
Yeah, that there was. Yeah.
But so you guys are using every trick in the book from a labor law perspective. Like you're not just picketing and striking. You are I assume you're like filing unfair labor practices
so many.
and going to the federal government and doing all those sorts of things. At this point, are you working with Actors Equity? That's the union that you ended up joining, right?
I think, we were on our own, I think, until like summer. So it was a few months on our own, and then we made the connection with Equity. And like from the get-go, from our first meeting with them, we were like, oh, they get it. Yeah. And
we share a lot of really similar stage conditions, at least, to what Actors Equity contracts already have for like no filming on stage and like understanding like audience to performer guidelines. So that was just like one step in the right direction already.
I was going to ask because Equity, look, I am not super familiar with the union, but I know actors in New York. I know it's the Broadway union, et cetera, right? I would have wondered, is there a little bit of a cultural thing for them to learn? But they were right on board with it immediately.
Yeah, and I think that what was so important to us is they understood the ways that we were like them and like the performers they already cover, and then they also were very cognizant of the ways that we are unlike the performers they cover, and they approached us with a willingness to learn, and like they wanted to know, what is the proper vocabulary to use? Like, do you like to be called strippers? And have encouraged their member base to like get on board with that. It's been so lovely, and it's been the loveliest to see them like spearhead the bargaining.
Oh my God.
And that's like the best case scenario when advocacy is being done for the advocate to actually consult the people that they're advocating for and ask them like what they really want and how they want it to be conveyed. That's so important.
It's beautiful. We love that.
Well, let's get to that because you guys won this strike, and I want to learn exactly how you did it, but we got to take a really quick break. We'll be right back with more Charlie and Lilith from Noho Strippers Union.
Perfect Perfect timing. I will be right back.
You guys, my dad literally just got punched in the face for being a Trump supporter. Like, that was it. And I do it again. Bop, bop. And I do it again. Bop, bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, 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 bop. And do it again. Hold up. Bop, bop, bop. Do it. Bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, 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 bop. Do it. Bop, bop. Do it again.
Pull the plug in September. I don't wanna die in June. I'd like to start planning my funeral. I've got work to do. Pull the plug, make it painless. I don't want a violent end. Don't say that you'll always love me, 'cause you know I'd bleed myself dry for you over and over again. Doomsday is close at hand. I'll book the marching band to play as you speak. I'll feel like throwing up. You'll sit and stare like a goddamn machine. I'd like to plan out my part in this, but you're such an artist. You'll probably do it next week. I don't get a choice in the matter. Why would I? It's only the death of me. Only the death of me.
Your leftist ass like corn on the.
We have some great friends in the media. Sean.
White House physicians monitor everything about a president, including his cognitive ability. Most presidents don't talk about that, of course, but this president was happy to, in great detail, when asked by our Dr. Siegel. Watch.
I asked the doctor, I said, is there some kind of a cognitive test that I could take? Like you'll go person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, person, woman, man, camera, TV. And they said, wow, that's amazing. The first questions are very easy. The last questions are much more difficult, like a memory question. Okay, now he's asking you other questions, other questions. And then 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes later, they say, remember the first question? Not the first, but the 10th question. Give us that again. Can you do it? And you go, person, woman, man, camera, TV. Wow, that's amazing. Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, person, woman, man, camera, TV. And they said, wow, that's amazing. They said nobody gets it in order. It's actually not that easy. Person, woman, man, camera, TV. But for me, it was easy. That's not an easy question, and that's okay. If you repeat them out of order, it's okay. They ask it to you, they give you 5 names and you have to repeat them. But then when you go back about 20, 25 minutes later, and they say, go back to that question and repeat them. Can you do it? And you go, person, woman, man, camera, TV. Wow, that's amazing. Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, person, woman, man, camera, TV. And they said, wow, that's amazing.
Amazing. Wow, that's amazing.
Okay, we're back with Charlie and Lilith from Equity Strippers Noho. So you guys were on strike for how long, and what was the moment at which you won?
We were on strike, I think, for a total of 15 months.
15 months?
Yes.
That is
Jesus.
so long.
It's so long.
Going without work.
Holy fuck, I did not know it was that long either.
That is very difficult. How was that for you?
We picketed for only 8 months.
Yes.
But the
Okay.
strike continued without work for 15.
Mm-hmm. And we luckily had a strike fund from that our community would donate to, so
Incredible.
that was really helpful.
Wow.
In staying afloat.
Instead of tossing dollar bills onto the stage,
Exactly.
they're like tossing them into a
It's
GoFundMe.
less appealing.
Exactly.
However,
Yes.
there were luckily so many kind souls who did it anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, they're like, look, I just love giving you girls money. you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And we love them for that.
Well, so what happened to the club during this time?
So they actually ended up filing for bankruptcy.
Wow.
So we had our first union election in November of 2023, where none of our ballots were opened because the club contested all of them, saying we weren't employees, that we were just like leasing their space. And after that point, they filed for bankruptcy as like a union busting tactic, and they were trying to. It was Chapter 11 bankruptcy, where basically they just like reassigned their assets, and they were trying to convert Star Garden into a pool hall,
Which is
that
hilarious.
has no dancers,
Yeah.
as a way to not hire us back.
Yeah.
Which is so good.
If there's no jobs for them to return to,
Yeah.
guess they can't work here anymore.
Yeah, and obviously the NLRB saw right
So
through
fucked.
that, and we ended up being a part of forcing them into Chapter 9 bankruptcy, which is like full liquidation. And
Wow.
we had an NLRB hearing coming up, which would deal with the ULPs we filed, and also would deal with our employee status and whether or not our ballots in our union election should be allowed to be opened. And like the weekend before that hearing was happening, the club was like, we don't want to do that hearing. Like, so they we had settlement meetings with them, and we ended up settling.
They folded. They said, we give in, you guys win. We will settle over those issues. And they ended up being forced to recognize the union.
Yep.
Yeah, so
Eventually.
they basically removed their contestations and were like, you can open their ballots. And then they said, we will put money into reopening the club as long as we can get out of bankruptcy, and we will hire back everyone that was locked out.
And that's the process that you were there for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was the first night that you guys were open, but it didn't seem like everything was hunky-dory
Oh,
at this
yeah.
club, because there was a $40 cover charge to get in,
Yep.
whereas you guys told me that it was previously free to get in.
Yes. Correct.
And this was the craziest part. There was no ATM in the club, and they wouldn't make change at the bar. So
Right.
there are all these people with 20s going, I want to do the thing. I want to
Yeah.
throw the money. I'm at the strip club,
Yes. Yes.
but I can't. I threw a 20 or two because I ran out of
That's so annoying. What? How are you not making change? Come on.
singles. So it seems like they're not very happy about being back in business with y'all.
Yeah.
No, not at all.
So what's going on?
So basically, in early parts of bargaining has been negotiating the terms of reopening,
Right.
and we just did not have a lot of movement with them, like just specifically in that area.
Yeah.
And so we kind of just had to allow them to have their managerial rights and to run the club
Yes.
as they see fit until we're able to lock down a true union contract. So we're at the mercy a little bit
Yeah.
for the time being of these tactics they're using. But we've been working in the club since it's been open, and there have been no customers. And it's been really funny to see customers who know nothing about us and what's happening
Right.
to walk in and be like, what in God's name is the strip club?
Right.
Like,
So we're definitely we're doing the best we can and having like the best energy and having fun is actually the words that I'm looking for, because the only thing that I think has gotten through to them is that we are still the club and we will still continuously have a good time no matter what they do. So I think we showed them with reopening of how many people came out for us. And even though there was a $40 cover, and so we're making light as we can of
Cover charge is so dumb. That's so dumb as hell. Like, you did not have to do that.
All of the new rules that are continuously being placed, and this is like every shift, there's at least some new rule that is now being imposed on us. So we're having fun. We're doing a lot of bits. Yeah.
Since you were in there,
It's
some
gotta-
rules that have come up are we're not allowed to go past like the black lines on the stage
At any moment on
which is
stage.
like most of the stage.
Okay.
And there's just like no touching of anyone whatsoever
anywhere in the club.
And
But what about lap dances? You said that's like the main. You can't do that.
I'm pretty positive if we were to be giving lap dances, which basically at this moment they've changed the lap dance rules so that the first $200 you make in lap dance, they keep all of that money.
Wow.
Which is worse than it was
Yeah.
previously. But I'm pretty sure they would just have us do a little air moment in front of someone.
Yep.
But I don't understand because why have a strip club like like if they're vindictive and they're mean and they're trying to punish you for exercising your legal rights under federal labor law and exercising them well, sure, but these are also punishing themselves as a strip club.
Yeah,
so what is the point of this?
I think that spite just weighs a little heavier on their list than like good money sense.
Yeah.
At the moment, I hope that will change and that we can.
You know, this is reminding me a little bit of a strike that I'm involved in.
Interesting, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
You know, all workers are sort of, you know, engaged.
It's almost like they think they can outlast the strikers. They think they can just make it go away with money and time. That's why you never let them fucking forget.
In the same struggle, right? But
Right.
like there is a
Yeah.
real commonality here where it's like these I mean, there was just a news report that like Warner Brothers has lost like hundreds of millions of dollars because of how long the strike has, because of how long they've dragged out the strike.
Yeah.
Whereas the demands would be like $40 million. We all want to go back to work, you know,
Right.
and it would be cheaper for them to
Yeah.
work, but they are mean and
Yeah.
angry and incompetent and can't figure out how to make a deal that would benefit them and everybody else. It
Right.
seems like a similar. We're talking about David Zaslav versus just some, you know, a couple idiots who
Yes.
own a strip club.
Yes.
Vast differences in wealth here, but the same problems.
Absolutely, yeah. And I feel like there's a bunch of great one-liners that have carried us through this movement, including this could have been an email. Like, we can end this whenever you want. Yeah, so they're definitely more interested in making sure that we and our customers are feeling like the negative effects of what they're doing more than having a successful club, which is crazy. To put into context what's going on with the lap dances, we would make, if we sold a crazy amount, like $800 of lap dances, we would only be taking home $300.
Wow.
So that's like
That's so fucked up. So fucked.
How
It's a
much-
big night. Is $800.
Yeah. So it's like, it's a crazy new rule to put on, and there's just a new rule every night. We can't touch ourselves on stage.
That's the one I forgot.
You can't touch your.
No.
What? Wait, why? What?
Yeah, we're having
They're
a lot of
monitoring.
fun. Yeah, we're just like miming, grabbing our boobs
Yeah.
and stuff.
What?
Yeah.
I know.
You're a stripper.
I know.
You
I
can't
will
grab
say-
your own.
You're miming? I guess that's like, I'm sure they're getting creative as fuck.
Yeah, we're not allowed
I
to
thought
grab
that
our
was
own
the whole
boobs.
job.
Listen,
Yeah, it is.
Us, we thought so too, but
And I will say,
Yeah.
like, the amount of performance art that
Oh
has
my
emerged
God.
from these new rules is
Yeah.
truly remarkable. One of
yeah, Charm.
is
Oh my God.
an
Like interpretive dance stripping.
icon. One of
Absolutely.
her performances, she wore a dog collar and
Amazing.
like chained herself to the
The
pole
pole.
so that she wouldn't go outside the lines.
Yeah.
And I was like,
It was
Oh my God.
insane. She also did this weekend
Genius.
this incredible mime act where she like couldn't leave the lines, and she had like her little hat to get money, but no one could throw far enough to get into the hat because you're so far away from the tip rail. And it
Yeah.
was iconic. So again, it's the bits. The bits are getting us
Yes,
through.
always,
And Steve and
always.
Jenny, the managers, like their eyes are glued on the TV. Like they will not look at us. And
Yeah.
it's that there's some joy. There is some joy
There
in
is
that.
But I mean, why even?
Right.
Why? Like you guys said, they were talking about turning into a pool hall or whatever. I'm like, if they
Yeah,
if they
but-
want to not run a strip club that badly, why even have it be open? Like,
Right.
Or why not concede to you and just make more money?
That's the real question.
Yeah, the age-old question. Yeah.
Yeah. They also, as far as the ATM, like they got rid of it. It was there beforehand, but they got rid of that because they don't want to see us being as successful as them. So I think as long as no one's making money, they're happy. But we're crafty.
This goes to show that a lot of times with bosses, when they resist a union, it's not because of the money, it's because of the power and it's emotional. It's I don't want. Hold on a second. These people who
just like that hour fucking disaster meltdown from Ethan Klein, basically being like, oh well, we can save capitalism copium. It's fine. Not all capitalists copium. It's always emotional.
Who work for me get to tell me what to do, or they have any power at all. I have to see them as a partner. I have to treat them with respect. No,
that's it.
Yes,
I'm in charge, and then they want to keep throwing their weight around. It's like this bizarre.
Oh, let's go. I love Neil Brennan.
Dominant psychology.
Yeah, we see that with the management rights because that's the one thing that we at this moment can't like change. That's like well within their rights to make up their rules. So on top of new rules all the time to express their like dominancy, they also are coming up with really fun and creative ways to turn away our supporters, which I love. 2 of my customers this weekend got turned away because Steve, who was acting as security, said that he didn't like the way that they looked at him. And I think that's hilarious.
Which, like, that's not a protected class.
No.
But, like...
Right?
It's shitty.
It's shitty, yeah. So,
yeah, I mean, that's his prerogative, but it sucks.
It sucks.
Yeah.
It's just, again,
That's
that
lame.
whole, like, I'm the boss, and I need to do whatever I can to maintain boss mentality, to exercise power and exploit my workers.
Yeah.
But... no.
Well, so you guys won in the process of forming a union. There's like 2 big victories you need to win, and you won the first one, which is forming the union and getting recognized under.
I want to go out to LA just to hit up this strip club. They seem so fucking based. I'm sure they're great at their job.
Labor law, so now they have to bargain with you.
Yes.
But that can sometimes be, even though it took you 15 months, it can sometimes be the easier.
Security guard's a bitch ass baby for real.
Battle compared to the second victory you need to win, which is winning the contract.
Yes.
And which is where you get all the better wages or working conditions or safety, whatever. Actually, that's not true, because sometimes just fighting will cause the company, in many cases, to make improvements. If they show that you're fighting, they'll try to sweeten the deal so that you're less angry. But in your case, you really do need to win this contract.
Yeah.
So you're in that part of it now. Tell me about that, and how are you battling to win that contract from them?
It's grueling, first of all. It's hard.
Yeah. I think we're hoping it will be helpful that we've shown them already what a strike would be like for them.
Yeah. Yes.
So that it would not have to come to that a second time.
You could go on strike again if you had to.
Absolutely.
But obviously you don't want to.
Yes. It would be so ideal to just come to some kind of agreement that we're all happy with.
Yep.
But yeah, we've been in bargaining now for like 3 months or so, and it's something.
It is definitely hard.
I will say it's been really empowering to be able to have our voices heard in the way that our workplace is run, and to see our lead negotiator, who with Actors Equity, just completely give the most beautiful speeches on our behalf, just demanding our respect.
Right.
That's been incredible. But yeah,
I'm so glad that there was a union that was willing to stand with them. That's based as hell. And I'm so glad they actually listened to the strippers. That's so awesome. If I could have shared it with my Twitch friends, that would be dope. Yes. If only.
It's definitely a lot. We have big hurdles ahead of us.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Have you been in the room for the negotiations?
Yeah.
What is that like?
Yeah, we're both on the bargaining committee.
Yeah, so for every bargaining session, it's all on Zoom. There was one that was in person, which was wild. But we get to all watch our lawyers do this very passionate and beautifully well-spoken conversation with their lawyers, and it really it one makes me feel like I actors equity is here for us in a way that I didn't see until I started seeing this.
Yeah.
So that's huge, and also just like getting to tell them like this is how to run a business, and we know it because obviously the employees will always know the better way to run the business.
Yeah.
So getting those things out, even if they're not being heard, it feels good to be able to like express it to them.
Yeah.
For example, like a cover charge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
About the cover charge. I
Right.
mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I hear that so much in other, service industry unionization jobs that are happening, like Starbucks workers, for instance, when they're unionizing. It's often about like, hey, we know how to run the shop because we're here every day. Like, you should run it this way. Like, we're just trying to make it run better.
Right.
And like that sort of like using that knowledge that the workers have
Right.
to try to benefit everybody, customers,
Yes.
management, and employees included.
Yeah, and this goes back to what I was saying before about the quotas and how it creates this like really dangerous and uncomfortable environment. It's like we know what it feels like to be in that, and they only know what it feels like to profit off of that. So like proposing to them what it could be like if we all were in an equitable system that like, well, where we felt safe and protected, and we can move forward and make them rich, and while we
Wish my friend Daphne lived to see. Oh, I'm sorry for your loss. Who love being a unionized stripper for real. Yeah. Fuck. It's cool as hell. It's really like it's so inspiring, especially just like especially to see like an industry that is primarily women standing up for their shit, asking for safe working conditions. Like, it's just so based.
also are making money would be like our dream.
Yeah.
And I feel like we're working together for a future where hopefully it can be equitable for all of us. So
But but you're just dealing with just a couple assholes, right? Who
Yeah.
are I'm not sure. Those are my words. I know
Sure,
you're bargaining with
yes.
these folks. Maybe you don't want to call them names, but
Maybe.
you are sort of relying on a couple of people who just randomly own a strip club into like being smart business people.
Yeah,
Right.
like reasonable humans.
yeah. Reasonable is actually the much better word. Yeah.
Yeah.
We
I
are
think-
expecting a lot.
And like so many strip club owners don't understand like the power in incentivizing versus penalizing.
Yeah. Right.
Like if there was a
Yep.
lap dance.
Yeah, and that's just true of psychology generally. Positive reinforcement works better than negative reinforcement.
Like percentage set up where like you would receive more money the more lap dances you give and the more money you make the club, then they would see how much more effective that is immediately.
Rather than you can lose your job from not selling enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine there must be somewhere in America like well-run strip clubs
Right.
that are like done in sort of a positive way that like
I'm
you
sure
described.
they
Reimagine that
exist.
too.
You imagine that? Okay.
I'm sure there is.
I've danced in a few different cities in a few different states, and I think every single club could use a lot of work.
Of course.
Some of them do have incentive programs where, like, if you work 3 days in a row, maybe your 4th day, they'll give you half off on your house fee. But, like, it takes a lot for a club to get to that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
One of the things though, talking about these owners that I find really inspiring about what you're doing is you are bringing the full weight of labor law. Like you have good union lawyers who are, that's an unfair labor practice. You can't do that. We're taking you to OSHA. We're taking you to the NLRB, which adjudicates labor decisions. And these are just, again, a couple people who own a local strip club. Like you're not up against, Amazon or Starbucks, one of these big companies that bring in the big anti-union law firm.
Yeah, and you don't have to be. You do not have to be. I think that's like my favorite part of this. Like, it's all so good, right? But I think the most salient part is that, yeah, you can unionize a small workplace. You can unionize a workplace that is perhaps non-traditional. Like there are even some like small cannabis union popping up. They're like offshoots of farmers unions and stuff. It's all possible.
These are like you know, some local business owners.
Yeah.
And so, but you are fighting for your rights in exactly the same way, and like taking it to them. They must be a little bit stunned, because I mean, I would imagine they would not have expected to be talking to a lawyer from Actors Equity, or to be talking to unionized
I
members
think
of their
they
workforce.
still think that they can just wait us out.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's where they're at.
Yeah, and I think that like their perception of strippers is like a big part of that. I think that they completely underestimated us, and
Yeah, I mean, what do they think of strippers?
Reaching other strip clubs that run in a unionized or similar manner. Yeah. I don't know if there's been others, but I hope he does.
Like,
I think that they just like didn't expect us to be resourceful or like have like good thoughts just generally. But yeah, I think Actors Equity probably stunned them, and then the NLRB was very involved in our case and was very incredible, and
still are.
Yeah, and so I don't think that they expected it to get to a federal level.
Well, I think a lot of it again is the cultural perception of strippers and of the job that you do. People think it's not a job that any
strip clubs would mean base strippers. True. Yeah, from what I'm seeing, I think this is the only unionized one in the country.
Decent person or intelligent person or powerful person. This is just a degraded job for people who aren't worth it.
Oh, wait. Portland has one that's trying to unionize.
Anything, and so they don't expect those folks to stand up and have power and be smart and committed and
The Magic Tavern in Northwest Portland.
Strategic.
I think what they don't realize is that I would say a good majority of all strippers have other jobs, but they're in fields that just don't pay well. Like when you're an assistant or you're doing anything creative, like music, fashion, art, whatever. All of those things are not like high-paying jobs when you're starting off. So it's always, for a lot of people, it's just supplemental income, which means a lot of people have a lot of work experience coming into clubs that they just wouldn't, that club owners don't expect you to have.
Right.
So they think that you don't understand what it means to have like to have employee rights. Right. But like most people have had at least a few experiences where they've been told like what their rights are. So that's.
Damn. Apparently Portland has the most strippers, most strip clubs per capita in the country. So that would be major if they win that agreement.
A big part of their perception. Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about the early days, because this is something we skipped that I want to make sure we talked about. One of the most important early steps in unionizing is talking to your coworkers, getting everybody on board, finding out what everybody needs, doing that basic organizing. And just tell me about that step when you were first getting started. Like, how did that go, and how did you approach it?
I think the first time we discussed organizing.
Let's go. The Portland one is also being represented by Actors Equity Association. It's the same union that represented these guys.
Was when with the first firing of this dancer Reagan, because she was just such a like emblematic part of Star Garden. She had so many like big customers who brought in a lot of money, so it really felt like, oh, if she is not.
I'm sorry, I want to read more about this real quick. In this industry, we do so much to keep ourselves safe. We need the bare minimum of safety standards, health and hygiene in our club as it is. One of our dancers was drugged. Since there was no cameras at the time, she was not able to report her assault. Other dancers agreed. The stage was not supplied even with flooring, which is dangerous. Yeah, holy fuck. When you're wearing giant heels, said dancer Spink Sinatra. Spink Sinatra! I love her. That's a great name. Bank Sinatra. The pole isn't properly installed either, which can be very dangerous. Yeah, dude. Holy fuck. The dancers also listed the club owners, things the club owners can do to help them feel safer. We want a security guard. They don't even have security. A certified, dedicated security guard. Preferably at least 2 on busier nights, so one can walk around the club and make sure everything's going all right, and one that could be at the door. Walk dancers out so there's still security inside when the other security walks us out to the car safely. Yeah. Panic buttons are definitely another thing. The Magic dancers, what Magic Tavern dancers said, a commonly thing they're asked is, why not just work at another club? The same question at the other club. If we just go to another club, the dancers who are coming into this environment, who maybe never even danced before, are going to come in thinking that this is the expectation. This is what should be allowed and accepted, and it's not, said Creature. Freya added that a lot of clubs aren't as safe as they should be. We get put in a lot of dangerous ways a lot. So it'd be nice to make an example, and maybe other places can up their security and follow suit. And if this place becomes even better because of it, it's at least one good club, and hopefully more will follow. Exactly. A union in any industry is good for the entire industry. It's always good for everybody. Have to pay a potential boyfriend or something. Yeah. Yeah, it's fucked. Yeah. More of this, please. Fair based.
Not safe and her job is not safe, then we are not either.
Yep.
And so that's when discussions about like our protections and what we could do and how the law could help us started. And that's it. We very fortunately had a little Instagram group chat that was just to discuss, you know, random work things that very quickly became a union organizing group chat.
Yeah. So this seems like this was pretty easy. You didn't have to like go and really bend people's ears and go think about it. You were all in a group chat and you were going like, let's fucking get them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think 24 dancers total. And
yeah, if you already had a group chat to discuss shit going wrong at work, yeah.
And also the whole our entire movement, I think the word that could be used is urgency. Like we had maybe a week from when Reagan had gotten fired to when Selena got fired, and we were like, no one is safe. And then we were like, all right, petition, let's go, 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 go. And then strike, and it was just so quick that there wasn't like this big like, hey, like, have you ever heard of unionization? Like, do you know what you could be protected for? And like, it just didn't happen like that because we didn't have a grace period.
Yeah, I will say that like one of in our earliest discussions, the documentary Live Nude Girls Unite about the lusty lady unionization in the 90s, that was mentioned as just like a touch point to be like, if you're afraid of the prospect of us as strippers unionizing, like look at this and just maybe get inspired. And I watched that documentary and was absolutely like, oh, I get it now. Like I see how this could be something like a feasible path for us.
Yeah. And we were really lucky to have had other strikes across America within strip clubs, and also the Lusty Ladies to kind of guide us in everything that we were doing. So we're definitely not the first. And yeah, it feels powerful to know that like
if you are facing like labor violations at work, then you're probably not the only one. You know, it's worth just, you know, striking up a conversation with your coworker, talking about the conditions at work. It literally could never hurt. I mean, unless they're a scab and a narc. But, you know, use your judgment.
The quote-unquote sisterhood of like strippers across the world exercising their rights exists, and we got to follow footsteps.
That is so cool. And do you see? You guys have gotten so much press. You got so much support from the labor movement. Are you starting to see that expand? Are there folks considering this in other areas? Is Equity going to try to expand to more strip clubs and cover more workers?
Already has.
Yeah.
Really?
There's a club in Portland called Magic Tavern.
I knew Portland.
Let's go.
I know.
Let's go. That's the one I was just reading about.
Very obvious.
Naturally.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, they just like had their vote count, and it was mail-in ballots.
Yeah.
So I think that we should have the results of that soon.
That's amazing.
We all a few
they did vote to unionize. This must be a little older.
of us like went up to Portland and supported them on their first picket. Like it's been very beautiful to see, because I think like our dream was unionizing our club, but also hoping that there would be other workers who decide that a union is the best thing for their club, and that we could have like forged a path for them to make it a little easier. to
We
see
did.
that happen
Yeah.
is like, yeah.
I think
it's
the
huge.
original goal was once we had unionized and it was successful to be a resource to literally any dancer ever being like, hey, this thing happened at work. What are my protections and like
Yeah.
what's the next step? So to be able to do that, but then to see it and how quickly Magic Tavern was able to get to their union like election is huge because it took us how many months? Like
Oh, God.
8?
Like 9. Like we could have had a baby.
Yeah. Yeah, literally. That's a baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, I believe Portland is a big strip club town. So if
A labor baby, way better than a regular baby.
if one place flips,
Yes.
a whole bunch are going to go next.
Absolutely. That is the hope.
I bet.
Yeah.
And what you said about having
hope
the
so.
model.
I hope so. It's so exciting. Like witnessing a burgeoning movement. It's so cool. Feel strong, man.
Is so important to see that other people have done it. You know, I'm a stand-up comic. There's no stand-up comedy union anywhere in America. But I just last year read a wonderful book called I'm Dying Up Here, which is about the attempt to stand-up comics in the 70s try to unionize the Comedy Store, which is a famous club still there. It at the time did not pay. And I knew that comics, they went on strike. I thought they just like, held up picket signs and whatever. They actually did form a real union.
Wait, the Comedy Store did not pay? Did I hear that right? They didn't pay comedians at all?
They like filed with the NLRB and all of that. They went on strike. Jay Leno was on the picket line. Gary Shandling crossed the picket line. There's all these big Hollywood stories about it.
That's insane, dude. What?
But they were eventually found in the 70s that they could not be a union because they were found to be contractors. But just seeing that, hold on a second, stand-up comics at one point did do this at a particular club, made me go, they could again.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if I'm the one to make it happen or anything.
Sure.
Like I don't work at a club like that regularly, but just like seeing the example can really inspire people to, and I don't know, just seeing you guys do this made me start thinking again about like, there's a lot of similarities between stand-up comedy and stripping, to
For
be quite
sure.
honest.
Yeah.
Maybe we should think about it.
Yeah,
You know?
and I think that a lot of people in other parts of the country.
What? Wait, what are the similarities? That comparison reminds me of the Quartering saying like anti-woke content is just like sex work because they have to like deal with censorship. Oh. Feel like you got exposure in BS. Yeah, that's so dumb. I rate doc on Hulu about the Comedy Store. Ooh, I do love a good doc. I do.
Do not believe that they as strippers can unionize because we live in California where there is this
Yeah.
law that just demands that we be classified as employees.
Mhm.
But there are, standards from the NLRB that will mean that you should be classified as an employee. And I think that I don't think Magic Tavern is an employee status club, but they are managed like employees and they are scheduled like employees and there are all these different thresholds that they do meet to be able to unionize.
Yeah, if you're an independent contractor as a comedian, but you're on a strict schedule or club takes fees from you in any way or quotas, house fees, whatever, then you are being treated like an employee, therefore you're able to unionize.
Got it. Yeah, and it's so often that the boss will tell you, oh, you can't be in the union because you're a contractor or you're a stripper or whatever. That happens a lot in the entertainment industry. People say, PAs can't unionize. Anybody with producer in their title can't unionize. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's not true.
It's not true.
They just say
freelancers can't unionize. It's not true.
that in order to make you think, I don't know, there's some law somewhere.
Yeah.
But like, if you actually try to do it and petition, you could be found, as you guys were, to be like, no, you're eligible.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, what you guys are doing is so inspiring. What other wins have happened in the time that you've been doing this campaign?
So
sweet, thanks, Riot.
There's a few wins that happened throughout the past 18 months that are really important. The first thing is that everything we complained about to OSHA and all the complaints that we had filed were fixed. So when we came back to the club, it was like, wow, our
Typical. Oh, curious. You mean if you press employers about things that need to be fixed in the workplace, then they're going to fix those things before OSHA comes. Interesting.
Voices and the effort we put in there, there's some outcome. There's a new pole, a new stage. There's air conditioning.
Wow.
Yeah.
There was no air conditioning in Los Angeles. That's torture. That's tantamount to torture.
Air conditioned before?
Not in our dressing room, which is like closet size. So now there is a vent on the ceiling, which is
Oh my God.
big.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so it is cool. It was one of the first times in this movement after the union election that I was like, wow,
Insane.
when the system works, it really works. So that was like a motivating thing. And then also I think our biggest win is that Selena, she is one of the dancers in our strike, and she is undocumented. And through the union, she was able to get her work authorization.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let's go.
That's incredible.
It's huge.
It's like,
That's
so even
dope.
though you guys haven't won a contract yet,
But this union sounds so cool.
like just by doing this,
I know about
you
it.
have really improved conditions for yourselves and for the people that you work with.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I think something that she has been talking about is that a lot of undocumented folks are scared of any sort of
God, the owner of the store is Pauly Shore's mother, Mitzi Shore. Oh my God. Wow. That's so random. I didn't know that. I will be watching this.
government system because they're in constant fear of being deported, but at no point throughout this movement did that fear have to follow her because she knew that the union would be able to protect her, and it has. So it is really, really amazing to show that for strippers and for anyone that feels like the unionization is something that's not available to them. It can be. Yeah, it's conditional, but it exists. And yeah, that's a really huge, huge win for us.
That's amazing. And I mean, just again, talking about the cultural perception of strippers in America and your own opinion about it. Have you seen, you know, this process that you've gone through change the way people think about what you do or the way you think about what you do, you know, in terms of that consciousness?
Yeah, I think being in the mainstream and having stripping talked about on just like the same level as other workplaces has definitely opened people's minds to it, and I think hopefully has helped with the stigma a little bit.
Yeah.
I think with equity, having people in equity recognize that we're also performers. Like, we are all just playing a part, a role. We have our own characters and names. And I think that's a big thing that helped me understand that I'm a performer and I can like claim that. So that's big. And also we do still get a ton of haters and I love them all. They're very funny and silly and they say quippier things than anyone could ever come up with.
Wait, like what? What's the best
God.
quippy hate you've ever heard?
There's so much.
I first was very offended by them, and then I saw they all use the same one-liners, and I was like,
they're not even original. They're just
copy pasting.
Yeah, they're
on
like
your Instagram or whatever.
Yeah, they're like, this must be the day shift crowd, or
the
like
Monday crowd. But what they don't understand is that like stripping is
Yeah, Adam's pod's really good.
You have to get into the role. So obviously, because they don't see it as a job. So when we're not like working, we're not gonna look like your image of stripper, you know?
Right.
Like mostly because we're wearing freaking clothing.
Yeah, and like daylight is not very forgiving in the way that club lights are.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Right,
So
it's just like when actors show up to the picket line and they're like baseball cap and their sunglasses and they're like,
Exactly.
like they don't look like they're in the Marvel movie
Yeah.
that day,
Yes.
right?
Exactly.
But yeah, I mean, just like this is a whole form of work that is so often not just not thought of as work, it's not thought of at all. And, you know, I mean, there's the, you know, mantra of all forms of sex work are work. And this is, you know, you guys are demonstrating that in such a mainstream way, you know, that is, I think, just going to ripple out and out and out. So, look, what I love most about your story is that, you know, this is a story of you guys looking around, unionizing your own workplace. If for the folks out there who want to unionize their own workplaces, like, what do you suggest as the first couple steps? You know, like how do you, what do you want people to know about how they can do it too?
I feel like the first step is just to complain.
No, it really is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, to
complain
like
to each other too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just to like build those relationships with your coworkers and to just plant the seeds of, oh, so we're all not happy with this one specific thing or multiple specific things. And then from there, asking the question, okay, well, can we do something about it?
Mhm.
And I think that it's probably scary, especially in a workplace like a strip club, where there's not a ton of awareness about things like unions, to just like hurl out right out of the gates like we should unionize, because strikes are horrifying and grueling and not a thing you want to be the top of mind. So just like filming or just creating those relationships with your coworkers and being like, I care about you, you care about me, how can we make things better?
And specifically off of that is understanding like where all of your coworkers are coming from. Like ask them about their families and like what their situation outside of work is so that you know how much space they have to give. And I think that's something we got lucky about because like being in a strip club, you're already in like this really fun, vulnerable environment. So you talk all the time about like, you know, like what you have going on and everything. So understanding where your coworkers.
Yeah, like building real relationships with your coworkers. It's hard because like no one wants to be there in the first place. You're tired after work. No one has time to like go meet up and stuff. But like as much as you can, like forge those connections, the better. If you are specifically talking about unionizing, you want to do that off the clock, probably off premises, just to be safe. But yeah, you can just get to know people even at work, you know, in passing or whatever, as much as you can.
Coworkers are coming from and what they might need specifically is like a really conscious way to move forward a movement to know like, okay, like this person is here for this, but just because they're not participating doesn't mean they're not about it. They just like can't participate right now.
Yeah.
So just checking in with everyone when you're having those first complaint conversations and like, what's the biggest issue to you? And like dealing with those conversations.
Yeah.
Especially if you're in a workplace where.
And really like consulting everyone, especially like if you're trying to like head the union in your workplace, getting input from everyone helps them like feel seen and like looked after by the group, you know, and they'll bring up concerns that you may not have thought about.
Like I think that like if as a white person, like you might have a completely different experience in a workplace than a worker of color. So just like being able to give over the mic and be like, what is your experience, and not like just existing in your own vacuum and being like assuming that whatever your issues are like all of the issues.
Yeah, just taking yourself out of whatever your issues are to hear about the rest of your workers, I think will help you move forward. And also don't listen to your bosses. Like what you were saying before about how they'll lie, they love to lie because they can. And like, I'm a liar too, I love it, but like, don't listen to your bosses because they'll lie about what's within your rights.
I'm a liar too, I love it.
I think, just like planting the seeds of like potential tactics that management could use if they catch wind that you're organizing.
And also you'll be protected. So like if hopefully you will be protected, but retaliation could absolutely happen, but like don't let that be the fear factor, because if your community is strong the way that ours was, we were there for each other and we're like, all right, this person's got fired, now we're all gonna deliver this petition. So like once you have that community, understanding that retaliation, if it does happen, it's not the end. Like that's just the beginning and you have a lot to work off of from that point.
That's incredible. I mean, the emphasis on community is...
Yeah, don't be afraid of retaliation, because the retaliation is probably illegal, you know, and will just help your case.
So important. And the way that you say it, you don't need to open with, hey guys, I think we should start a union. In fact, that's a mistake I think a lot of workplace organizers make, is the first thing, hey guys, I think we should start a union, here's what we should do. And the first thing you do is you talk to your coworkers, you say, hey, we're a community, I care about you, what are your problems, you care about me. And regardless of your, you know, what organization under labor law you put together, that's what a union is that community of workers caring for each other. You guys already had that. A lot of workplaces do too, but you can build that
it might come
in any
way.
way.
Yeah, even if you don't get to the point Oh shit, thanks. Hi. Thank you for the raid. Hey, hi. What was I saying? Oh yeah, even if you don't get to the point where you actually form a union per se, building community with your fellow workers, your coworkers, is a massive W, and even that alone can help you negotiate with your boss. If enough of you come to your boss with a concern in solidarity, then they're more likely to listen to a group of you than a single one. Welcome. Not many other leftist streamers on the slate. So happy to be here. Happy to have you. Welcome in. We were just finishing up this interview that Adam Conover did with the a couple of the union strippers from Hollywood. Been very good. I hope you had a good stream.
Place.
Yeah.
And then once you got that community, then you could decide, hey guys, do we want to talk to a labor lawyer or what do we want to do?
Right.
Yeah.
But it's that community of workers looking out for each other. That is what makes the difference.
Right.
And you can build that no matter where you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And writing a petition together, even if you never even deliver it, that is something that is so bonding for a community. Just what are the things that we're not okay with? And putting it down on paper, I think, is a really oof, we did something. That's a bonding moment. So I think that's also a really good, once the conversation has been brought up, just get to the petition because that'll help.
Yeah.
It helped us.
I think one misconception about our group too is that we want to be conquistadors for the union and unionize every single strip club in the country. And I do think it's worth noting that a union is a very personal thing that the workers at this one specific workplace can or may not choose to join. So it's definitely on a personal basis of what you think your workplace needs. Yeah.
It's cool that we made this as an option, but there's no intention for us to turn every club into a union club. It's more of if that is something that you were looking for, let's make it available.
Yeah. And we want to help. Yeah.
That's incredible. Well,
I'm saying unionize every club. Okay? Fuck it. I'm saying it. Okay? I think every strip club in America should be union. Okay? All right? I think there should be a national union of strippers. Okay? Yeah. Unionize everything. Let's go.
I've said enough about how inspired I am by what you guys are doing. If people want to follow you, where can they find you? How can people support your work?
Sure. Our Instagram is @EquityStrippersNoho.
That's also our website. We have a donor box that we're using as our solidarity fund right now. So you can definitely donate there if you'd like to. And also, if you're in LA, come to the club. It is $40 and a 1-drink minimum, but it helps us to have people in there complaining to management. And also, we love to hang out, so come through.
And hopefully it won't be $40 for
forever.
Yeah.
That's wild.
We'll see.
I hope for that for you. Best of luck in your contract negotiation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming on the show to talk to me about it.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you once again to Lilith and Charlie for coming on the show.
I can't believe they're not done negotiating. That's insane. I really hope they fucking win that shit soon. What? It's been more than a year, I think they said?
If you enjoyed that conversation as much as I did, I hope you'll consider supporting us on Patreon. Head to patreon.com/Adam Conover. $5 a month gets you every episode ad-free.
Oh, yeah.
$15 a month gets me reading your name on this very
sorry.
show. Most
I
recently, I
always,
want to thank Chris Rezak.
I always forget to do the streamer things. Oh yeah, I use she, they pronouns, by the way, for our raiders. Golden 710. Oh, let's go. I didn't even recognize the 710. Cheers. All right. So it's fun time. So it's just time for fun now. That was a fun time, though. The fun time has already begun, if we're being real. All right. Feminism Live.
too many TikToks now. There's too many TikToks, and there's too many people who want to make TikToks. Anyone making a TikTok going forward has to go to jail. Imagine yourself in this scenario.
Yeah, ban TikTok.
You're enjoying a delicious IHOP meal, and from the adjacent booth, you hear music, and you look over, and someone is filming a TikTok reacting to their pancakes. What do you do? How do you...
Okay. All right. I feel like this is fine. Let people be cringe. Are they hurting anyone? I don't think so. I don't think the music was playing when the video was recording. Like, that's not how TikTok works. If you've never made a TikTok before, you record the video, and then when you're editing, then you add the music. I don't know why this person looked over at her, but like, the music was not like playing this loud in the IHOP, you know? She was just dancing. She was just happy about her pancakes. Let her enjoy it.
What do you do?
I would never eat it, I hope.
How do you kill her? I'm joking. Of course. I love TikTok and I love IHOP. But what I don't love is filming people in public while being cringe. This don't be weird. And a lot of people were taking the side of the person in the back. It's the girl in the back for me. That's me. I'm her. No, you're not her. You're not at the IHOP. You're behind a screen watching. Some people say the hate for this video is unwarranted and that the girl in the back was overreacting or being rude. And I can't watch this video in good conscience.
I think it's fine to be excited about pancakes. I don't think this hurts anybody.
And ever think something like that. Something about this video just, I don't like it. Stop moving like that. Why is she doing that?
I've done this. Maybe I'm the cringe. Maybe I should go to cringe jail.
With her mouth. The original TikTok has 21 million views. The biggest repost of it on Twitter has 51 million views. And it's been reposted at least a dozen times on every platform. With not insignificant numbers each time I see it, but the common thread is that everyone hates this lady. They hate her. And I mean, it is cringe. She did set up a whole entire tripod with music probably playing out loud.
It wasn't playing out loud. Ethan, have you never made a TikTok before? Are you? You can play the music on headphones, or you could play it quietly, but you play it when you're editing the video after you've already filmed it.
To do this in the IHOP. And for what? Those pancakes? I don't like them. Who cummed on those? Who cummed on those pancakes? I wouldn't eat that. I probably also would have looked at her.
Stop.
Exactly like this.
So harmless, right? Plenty of other content that should be policed over this. Yeah, like harassing people at work or in public or street interviews or anything else.
Because this is a confusing thing to see in real life. Oh God, why is she doing that? She goes on too long. It's like timeless and emptiness. Nothing from IHOP is that good. I have to agree with that. Some people just hate seeing happiness. Said the guy who doesn't show his face in the profile. And let me ask you, can you find a job with that cringe tattoo in your face? Oh my God. The girl who posted that TikTok.
Jesus, people are so mean. So mean. So much hate in their heart.
TikTok is mean. The girl in the background is so mad for what? I don't know, maybe...
As long as I'm not in the shot, they can have at it. That's a good point. That's a good point. Maybe she was just mad that she was on camera. That could be it. That's fair.
She didn't have her food yet. No, she does. You can see that that's not what she's mad about. People kind of pointed this out in the comments, but it would be really funny to be the waiter in that position, handing an adult their food as they're like wiggling around to music like a toddler.
So sorry about the wait. Here's your food. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Oh, I think they got me! Hey, what's going on here? That's my son! You just stabbed my son!
I hope she tipped this person, but I don't know if she did. I guess I never read the caption. It says, my hangriness leaving my body at the moment I have my food. So is she the hangriness? Who's the hangriness? All the I'm the girl in the back comments made me sick.
What the hangriness? The hangriness is not in this image. The angriness has left the chat. She has her food now, so the hangriness is gone. Do you not understand words?
It made me sick to see people calling you cringe. It made me sick. So this person actually posted this TikTok twice. The second time she zoomed in on the girl in the background, and this one
Probably be dancing with her in the
did
background.
get another 5 million views. So she's smart for that.
And 4 hours yelling at a camera.
Lady in the back was like, act your big age. Well, you are old and sad doesn't mean I need to be old and sad, and age doesn't scare me. Sadness does, petty girl.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Throwing daggers. Wait, is this the original content creator? Like the OP? I cannot tell. Oh my god. Age doesn't scare me. Sadness does. A petty girl. I love this. I kind of love this. New banner for Twitter just dropped. The laughing emojis. It's so good.
Who is this person? We love her. Poor you. Oh, she's so bitter.
Poor
I just keep
you.
picturing her setting up a tripod, playing the sound super loud, and doing multiple takes. You totally wrong because I did it in silence.
I did it in silence. Yeah, you record the video and then you add the music. How does no one know this? The amount of views is making OP bank. Yeah, I mean, good for her.
You guys are just trying to share the miserable of your hearts. I feel bad for you guys, but not for myself.
The miserable of your hearts. So true, Queen.
No, I think she was feeling secondhand embarrassment at your behavior. Said Donald Trump. All right, she got him with that one. That was good. Girl in the back is me, and I'm the girl in the back. For a black guy hating an other person that's food for thought. Society doesn't make you suffer with hate too. Interesting. Okay.
What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what are you even saying? Food for thought. Society doesn't made you suffer with hate too? Interesting. This is like the opposite of intersectionality. Like like just like policing other marginalized people. Like, don't you understand? I'm oppressed just like you because I'm a woman. God. The Exorcist trailer in my headphones.
Society doesn't make you suffer with hate too? Interesting. Okay, I don't know what she's trying to say there. I guess like, you as a black person are hating me, and yet society hates you. Interesting. That's some food for thought. Me when I'm about to eat my food for thought. I'm sure everyone's reaction would have been the same. It's weird behavior seeing this randomly at a restaurant. People are sad as your Pikachu these days, man. I do actually agree.
Sad as your Pikachu. Oh.
With that person, anyone would.
Dude, r/TikTok cringe. Oh my god. I've been too afraid to like search my own name. I'm sure I'm on Reddit somewhere, like LSF or something. I just don't know.
Turn around. I don't even feel like this person overdid it. I would probably give a much dirtier look because I would just be confused. This is confusing. Why are you moving like that? That's probably how I would do it. This comment section did not disappoint. You are mean, lady. Ever try practicing kindness? She is looking at you because you're annoying.
Have you ever thought about being nice?
Everyone around you. Ever tried therapy? You should, just saying. She trying to get a better
Just saying.
help sponsorship? What is this? This is so embarrassing for you. Embarrassment is my middle name cartoon named Devin. Or should I say Devil? Oh, shit. Okay. I didn't know she would stoop that low. Calling someone a devil is a pretty awesome insult, though. I mean, it's not like awesome, it's not a good insult. Come on, man. You're just a devil. Listen, I think this person
The way she responded to every comment.
knows what they're doing by reposting this TikTok and replying to hater comments, as weird as some of the replies are. It's good for engagement. It's boosting her account. But what else is she posting?
Wow. Groundbreaking.
I feel like she's doing this wrong.
Yeah. I don't know why TikTok added the function to add photos. I don't know.
So other than the slideshow one single picture posts, she posts like clips from her TikTok lives.
What is happening?
What do I even say about that? It's been a long time since I've been on TikTok live, but is that what it is now?
TikTok live is wild. It's just absurd. I think TikTok is like modern Dadaism. It's just nonsense stuff. It's a different world, literally. Yeah, it's just like pure absurdity, like distilled chaos. Lion coughs.
And this one I only clicked on because I was very confused at what the description was. I don't think I can read it out loud, but I'll let you read it. Doesn't have anything to do with the I don't think I can read it out loud, but I'll let you.
I'm sorry, what? What does that mean? Surely she meant nuggies.
You read it. Doesn't have anything to do with the TikTok though.
No, James! No way! No one can do that.
Your guess is as good as mine is.
What did I just watch? My brain, it's melting out of my ears.
To what any of that means. I guess these are like competitions where people pay more for the person to win and you get like a lion for it. This reminds me of like a slot machine.
What?
I think gambling does have a little more value than this though.
I ain't ready for this.
I've seen a lot of people saying she's just having fun, leave her alone, and I don't think she is. I think at the level of farming your life for content where you're setting up a phone tripod at the IHOP to do a little dance while the waiter brings you your food, you're not having fun anymore.
Okay, why is everyone fixating on the tripod? I don't even know that she did have a tripod. It doesn't look like she has like extra lighting. It was probably just propped up on the napkin dispenser or the salt or whatever. I don't know, like, is it that bad to make a video in public? Is that the worst thing a person could do? Haram. People on Duo Lives and ask for gifts. Yeah, what is that? What? I don't even understand what is happening most of the time when I see a TikTok live.
And I think that's a great point. Is this fun? Is she having fun? Is this genuine joy that people are getting mad at? Or are people getting mad at the artificial joy that they see because it's on TikTok? I think it's the second one, actually.
Oh, James! Yes! I love James.
Like, of course, this looks fun. It has to. If it didn't look fun, there really wouldn't be a purpose to the content existing at all. They're supposed to be having fun. Otherwise, it's, you know, the Ethan is Online channel. And yeah, something can be annoying and irritating without it doing direct harm. Not everything has to be a life or death situation for people to be upset about it. And I don't know, I feel like if this girl had a little more self-awareness in the way she represented herself online, she probably could have rode this and made it a joke. Instead, she got kind of defensive about it. And I don't think that was the right move.
We say one fight. It's a fight corgi. It's one fight.
Like, I don't know, maybe they're having a great time. Maybe this is super fun for them and this is just what they're passionate about doing. I'm not against.
I don't know. Am I missing something? I'm not mad at this woman at all. I don't really get it. I don't get it. Like, the only problem I have is, like, filming other people without their consent, but, like, that happens sometimes. Some people are mad at seeing people happy, yeah. I think so. I mean, really. But I don't know. He's, like, mad at her for, like, being defensive, but, like, I would probably also be defensive. Yeah, putting it on TikTok, so it must be fake. Yeah. I mean, even if it is fake, like, I don't care. She can be fake happy. You know?
Women having fun. I respect women and I support women. Oh, she's having so much fun. What does this even say? Evolve, renegade, odor, smell, internet? What is this? But as much as I support women, I also support hating. So hate away, because this is cringe. And you know what? I'll say it again. The pancakes look bad. I guess.
Let people be cringe. And those pancakes look pretty good. Okay? They look pretty good. Maybe it was hollandaise. Maybe it was just cream. I don't know. It could be a million things.
The lesson to take from this video is that you never know when.
A hate trap. A thirst trap, but for haters. Yeah. That could be. Could be. Thinking about IHOP. I just want pancakes.
You could be filmed and be the subject of a viral TikTok. It could be happening right now. Thank you so much for watching my video. Please click like if you had a good time, or subscribe for more videos just like this every week. What do you think of the IHOP
Puppers for a walk. Oh, pet the pupper for me.
drama? Does this girl deserve the death sentence or not? Tell me in the comments. And make sure to watch the next video. Now, bye.
Right meow.
So in 2016, the University of Granada published a study that tried to answer the question of what mammal out of the thousands on Earth is the most homicidal. And the results, well, if it wasn't on paper, you wouldn't believe it. Researchers created a list of over one.
Oh no. My internet's acting weird. Also, my computer's been like kind of
1,000
laggy.
candidates, and by painstakingly studying over 4 million animal deaths total and recording how many of those life retirements were caused by the same species, they were able to mathematically determine what mammals were the most likely to murder their own kind. And nobody could have predicted some of the answers. The Dama gazelle placed 16th on the homicide scale with an 11.85% chance of getting past tense by another Dama.
Oh, damn, they're so cute though.
Slightly above them, at 14th, were chinchillas, with a probability of getting put down by a fellow chilla at a
What? They're so cute too! What? They're tiny murderers!
solid 12%. Brown bears just barely made the top 30 at less than 10%. But the bears of the sea, specifically the New Zealand sea lion, lapped them with an execution rate above 15. Now, you're probably wondering where humans ranked on.
Yeah, no, that's true. I've seen sea lions fighting IRL in the wild. They are not fucking around. They will fuck you up.
On this list, we gotta be up there. I mean, there's just no way. No. Humans didn't even crack the top 40, with less than 2% of human soul evictions caused by another human. In fact, according to the numbers, lemurs have far more bloodlust than humans and chimpanzees. But the most horny for homicide mammal in this study, the most murderous creature on Earth, was the meerkat. No, not a meerkat. The meerkat, with about 20% of those in God's recently deleted having been airdropped by another meerkat. But like with any true psychopath, to see where these tendencies come from, we gotta look at their family.
I didn't know this. Meerkats, they look so harmless. They're just little guys.
Meerkats are a type of mongoose, an animal that essentially married crackhead determination with gang mentality. We're gonna get back to them in a second, but just know, running a fade with mongoose is like getting attacked by a team of temperamental tube socks with teeth. But if you take a wider look, meerkats belong to a superfamily that I'm not even gonna try to pronounce. I just know that they share with fusas, which I talked about last video.
Blueberry mochi pancakes? Oh my god, that sounds so fucking good. Fresh whipped cream, bacon, that good thick, but not the thick bacon. Oh, but not too thick. That sounds so good. Oh my god, that sounds so good. I'm so hungry. I might be making pancakes after this.
And hyenas. Yeah, the hyena's closest relatives are mongooses like the meerkat, and that made no sense to me until I heard what meerkats sound like. The mongoose is probably most famous for their eternal beef with.
What? Why are they giggling? Why is that so cute?
Until I heard what meerkats sound like. The mongoose.
Oh my god, new sub alert? Oh my god. They're so cute. I need it. I need that sound on loop. Where give me why do they sound like tiny demons? Oh, I love them. So precious. Why is it so cute? God.
Mongoose is probably most famous for their eternal beef with snakes. Except the word beef is doing a lot of heavy lifting, since snake versus mongoose is more lopsided than an edge up from Stevie Wonder. A common misconception is that they're immune to snake venom. They're resistant, but there's a point where enough venom will murk even a mongoose. The mongoose has a mutation in their nicotinic acetylcholine receptor that makes it harder for neurotoxic snake venom to bind to it. That's how the same cobra that can flatline a person in 15 minutes
I'm about to hit that nicotonic.
can fully get put on a t-shirt by a warpath weasel. And meerkats will run fades with highly venomous snakes and turn them into a belt if they need to. These sand assault squirrels will even weaponize the power of friendship to flex on enemies like snakes through a process called mobbing. Speaking of which, don't worry, I didn't forget about this, but to explain why meerkats have such a high KD ratio against their own kind, you gotta understand how functionally dysfunctional their families are. The meerkat empire is built on a foundation of violence, extortion, spawn killing, cannibalism, but most importantly, a power-hungry mother, and it goes like this. Meerkats live in groups called mobs, and each mob is a conglomerate of several.
Oh god, I love it when they stand up. It's so cute. They're like, I just want to pet.
Family units merged together as one, and sitting at the throne of each mob are the dominant couple, the alpha male, but more importantly, the alpha female. Because like with their bigger hyena cousins, meerkats are female dominated, and it's the biggest, meanest mama meerkat that calls the shots. Everyone
What is this fucking
has
angle?
a job in meerkat society, and the alpha female is responsible for birthing new members to the mob, which is why she eats by far more than anyone else, so that she can make enough milk to feed her pups. The top male is primarily in charge of guarding his defenseless kids, and when he's not doing that, he's usually out hunting or spreading his scent to reinforce his territory. Then you have the scout team, the meerkats whose jobs are to forage for food wherever they can find it. And watching their backs are the sentinels, the security guards of the clan who keep an eye out for ops like eagles or jackals and will alert the foragers of danger with
Those are the cute ones. The cute ones you always see.
With an alarm call. And back with the newborns are the babysitters who keep the new recruits from wandering and going MIA, and the second they hear that alarm, they either rush the kids back underground or prepare to defend them with their life. And of course, to teach the meerkats how to meerkat, you have meerkat mentors. That job description includes passing down all the tricks of their trade, like how a scorpion minus a stinger is just free protein. They'll even hand a mutilated scorpion to the pups for them to hone their hunting prowess on. By the way, did you know that when you remove a scorpion's stinger, you also remove its anus? So if they don't get discharged from reality right there, they get put in a coffin by severe constipation months later.
I'm sorry, what? The stinger is attached to the anus? Is that true? I feel like I need to fact check this real quick.
The more you know. And last are the pups themselves, and their only job is to not die. And you're gonna see why just surviving meerkat society can be harder than Hefner. One of the most crucial rules of meerkat monarchy is that only the alpha female is allowed to have pups, and she can end up spawning 80% of all the infants in the mob. If one of her subordinates literally f***s around and she's the one to find out, the penalties can include the illicit offspring getting discontinued permanently, and even the offending female getting banished from the family by the queen. And with how meerkat mobs work, a lot of times this involves a mother evicting her own daughter. And with meerkats being used social, getting kicked out can be a death sentence with extra steps. So often the outcast will come crawling back, and sometimes she's allowed back in, but on one condition. The alpha.
Wait, no. You're right. He has never lied, and I should trust him, but this is wild. The anus, it literally is like it's way down there. It's right there. Do you see it? Wait, I should zoom out a little so you can see the whole. Yeah, it's like it's right by the stinger. It's like right there. That's crazy. Evolution is wild for that one. Why does it have to go all the way? That's crazy. That's crazy. Intelligent design, by the way.
Female can and will force the insubordinate outlaw to breastfeed her children, basically using the threat of eviction to turn what's often her own daughter into a wet nurse. The price of promiscuity is why most baby meerkats born will celebrate their first birthday in the afterlife. Pups not birthed by the alpha are at such a risk that some insubordinate females will even catch a case eliminating the queen's kids if it means giving her own a better chance. But it's not that easy. The meerkat monarch is so attached to the throne that she's even willing to exile one of her daughters just for getting too big and therefore being too big of a threat. Just like hyenas, female meerkats produce double the testosterone as males, and they use this to bully the rest of the mob into submission. A banished female does have the options of either trying to bag a bachelor to start a mob of her own, or just straight up trying to join a new one. But there's always the chance she gets violently rejected for her efforts. To put it in perspective, imagine a grandmother that not only puts her daughters out on the street for getting pregnant, not only turns her own grandchildren into a case number, but only lets that daughter live under her roof if she agrees to nurse her mother's kids, which, yes, would mean breastfeeding their own younger siblings. It's twisted, but that's just how meerkats manner.
Wild. Really, truly wild.
And speaking of siblings, even your own roommate in the womb weight room can do you dirty. Meerkat pups will often square up and throw paws with each other, and even though these fights aren't to the death like with hyena cubs, there's a direct relationship between the availability of food and just how violent these fades can get. Early on, meerkat pups rely 100% on helpers bringing them food, and a pup will start something with their own sibling if they see that one getting too close to a helper. The human equivalent would be your mom coming home with McDonald's and you and your brother throwing fisticuffs with the winner getting to eat and the loser getting to watch. Actually, we might not be that different. And if that weren't enough, there's always the possibility of a rogue male kidnapping an unsupervised pup to try to add it to his own mob. To be fair, kidnapping...
Not the yoink sound. Hyena cubs unalive each other? Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure they do. Have you ever heard a hyena? Man, they're loud as fuck.
It's rare, but it usually ends with one less meerkat to count. Now, everything I just mentioned involves politics within the mob. Inter-mob conflicts happen too, and it's usually when a foraging party of sand-seasoned assassins trespasses into rival territory.
I love that they're called a mob.
And like with every other aspect of this murder mongoose's life, this too can lead to violence. The meerkat mafia will try to intimidate the opposition with a war dance. Now usually, that's all this is, just a bunch of aggressive posturing and a healthy helping of hold me back. But 10% of the time, words can't do what war can, and it gets physical enough to remove multiple meerkats from the census. And according to studies done in the Kalahari, almost half of mob-on-mob brutality is initiated by the alpha male. So long story short, males are usually the ones starting stuff with other mobs, while females prefer to keep their beef inside the family. All that adds up to 1 in every 5 meerkat obituaries being authored by another meerkat. Meanwhile, the much
Wait, what? Wait, so the 1 in 5 of the deaths is caused by another meerkat. That's pretty wild. God damn. Cutthroat in the meerkat world.
much more infamous hyena has a homicidal hit rate of about 8%. It's to the point where you almost wonder why meerkats don't just choose to live on their own, since the biggest threat to their way of life is often another meerkat. The answer is eusociality. SparkNote's version, it's a system where there's one female spawning babies and everybody else works together to bring up the children while also splitting the labor of the colony. Bees and ants are probably the most famous eusocial
Lion King did hyenas dirty forever. True.
insects, and so far we can only name 2 eusocial mammals, those being the raisin of rodents, the naked mole rat, and mongooses like, yeah. Meerkats live in the desolate, sun-baked deserts of the Kalahari, where grocery shopping is a treasure hunt and death can get delivered to you faster than an Amazon package. The mob system, although not perfect, keeps members fed and protected, especially the pups who almost always have someone watching over them. Their alarm system is so advanced that the sentinels have different calls for different situations.
You're so fucking cute.
Situations with different levels of urgency. For example, the warning call for an approaching fox or jackal is not the same for that of a bird of prey. And like I said, the power of friendship is their best weapon against threats like snakes. In fact, the only snakes they really have to worry about are the ones related to them. So, when it comes to meerkat family, you can't live with them, but you don't got a chance in hell without them. I've called a lot of animals homicidal, but no mammal is more murderous and more of a legitimate danger to themselves than a baby-faced foot-tall Terminator and the comic relief of Lion King. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you all in the next.
They're so fucking cute. How are they so murderous if they're so cute? How is that possible? Honestly.
Next one.
Live action Lion King, Pog. Hakuna Matata. All the sounds. Ah.
What is your favorite sex position?
I'm a munch, I ain't gonna lie.
Whoa!
Welcome to the
No.
speed dating show. When the button lights up red, either player may press it and swap out their date for a new person.
Get out of here.
If 2 people can last on a date for 10 minutes, they win an all expenses paid second date.
This is the button.
Hold on. This throws off everything.
What's up?
I'm Yar.
Dana, nice to meet you for the first time.
Wait, do you two know each other?
Yeah, we went to high school together.
Yeah.
Aw.
Did you date in high school?
No, we just knew mutual friends and
Yeah.
whatnot. Let's see. What is your favorite sex position?
I'm a munch, I ain't gonna lie. I get head.
Whoa!
I give head, for sure.
Okay, period.
And for the best. We love ass.
Yeah, I would say mine would be, definitely back shots. I wouldn't say I'm a munch, though.
You don't suck dick?
I'm much more of a receiver than a giver, I guess.
Honestly, like.
For her.
Are you serious?
Please, someone fix me.
Oh!
Please, someone fix me. Oh no.
That is the thug.
I haven't
Destroyed.
even had a chance. Who was it?
He abused me first.
Oh
Wait,
my
don't
God.
display it like that. Take care.
You too.
I'll catch you around. Oh yeah, hey, if I add you on Snapchat, would you add me back?
Yeah.
No, you lying.
Hey.
I'm Yar.
I'm Yvette.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
I like the
you.
outfit today.
Thank
It's real
you.
nice. It's real nice.
You like munches?
Yeah, how do you?
Honestly, Snapchat is a red flag. IMO. If you're on Snapchat, you're up to some shit. Period. I don't believe anyone's doing anything good on Snapchat. Catch you around, that was awkward. Yeah, it was super awkward.
How do you feel about receiving head? Like just a general question.
My dad.
Never used it. You're a real one, Riot.
Watch this.
That's on you. I don't know about that's on you. That's fine. Cool. Yeah, ask a different question, please. I look at You're very beautiful, but it's just not bad.
It's all good.
For real, she's gorgeous. What the fuck? Wait, why did he hit it?
Thanks. Have a good one.
Of course, you as well.
You said she's not a vibe?
I've still never sent a tweet. Oh my god. Sweet summer child, how did you get on Twitch?
She's someone's vibe, but I mean, we wasn't really vibing or clicking like that.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. My name's Yar.
Nice to meet you, Diasha.
What's your favorite foreplay?
Foreplay? I'm a munch, I ain't gonna lie. We love ass. I mean, I don't really care. I have been told that, like, I'm not a bad kisser.
Okay.
And I thank my genetics to that because I have pretty good sized lips, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't
full
have,
lips.
It's just a whole bunch of, like, hour-long making out. And it's
Yeah.
like, okay, cool, sex.
Yeah. I like a little.
The fucking flashback. Not the flashback. This you?
Bit foreplay, role play. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah.
Very slow and steady. Are you family oriented?
I'd say so. Like, I try to be. That's like instilled in our culture, and a lot of Pacific Islander cultures. Like,
And how's the relationship with your parents? Are they still? I'm sorry.
That's good.
I love meeting you though. You seem so sweet, and I really love
Thank
that
you.
about you.
Thank you. I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
of course. You have a great one.
Yeah, you as well.
Oh. W rejection. Man, she was so nice with it. I don't know. So many people in the show were just so mean. She's like, nah, you seem sweet.
Why'd you press me?
He seems like a great guy, just not what I usually go for.
What do you usually go for?
Dark men. I love them. Hi, I'm Diasha.
Kyle.
Kyle, nice to meet you. Oh, what do you do for a living?
Software developer.
Oh, nice. And that's what I'm going to school for. What language?
I write Python right now, but I've done Java, I've done C as well.
So,
Let's
are you
go.
from the States? I hear
Coding nerds? Are they made for each other?
a bit of an accent.
I grew up in Dublin, Ireland, then came here for college.
Kyle loves a woman who can dress. That's sexy to him. Kyle, what do you think of her outfit?
I just think it's like really attractive when someone can pick up pieces and they like look good on
Yeah.
them, so to speak.
Yeah.
And obviously you can do that.
Oh, thank you. Now, a big question. Do you drink?
Real.
I mean, socially.
That's true.
What about
Dressing well is a turn on. I get that. That's real.
smoking?
No.
Okay, good. Okay. No
That
smoking.
was a lot of excitement.
I
So
mean,
I'm guessing you're not.
I'm not a drinker or a smoker, and I do prefer to have someone who doesn't drink or smoke.
So you've never drank or smoked ever?
I've taken an edible twice.
I've never taken one of
Wow.
Those are crazy.
those.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I was
Those are crazy. You know she took like 10 milligrams. She took like 5 milligrams. She like got wild.
too high. Like everywhere I saw police, I was like, my heart was just pounding.
Oh.
I couldn't do it.
Ask her what she thinks makes a man sexy.
Great question. What do you think makes a man sexy?
Someone who's family oriented, good hygiene, education is very important to me. That's like maybe number one. Do you consider yourself to be a patient man?
Yeah.
Or do you have like a high ego, so when things don't go your way, you
No.
No.
Well,
Oh,
high ego,
no.
define high ego. Because I feel like there's a lot of ways you can go with that.
I mean-
Patient, yes, but high ego is the one I want you to clarify.
So if a woman rejects you,
At the end of the day,
Mhm.
it's more or less a numbers game. Like the probability that every woman you run into is going to be interested in you is like 0 if you're
Yeah.
a realistic person. So
Yeah.
someone's
Yeah.
not interested in you, dap them up.
okay.
Yeah, can't take it personally. Just gotta move on. 10 milligrams and with seeing sounds, yeah. But yeah, no, rejection it's just part of the game, you know? It really is just probability until you find someone that you match with, like.
Keep it pushing.
If you don't press me, you two will agree to go on a second date.
Okay. I mean, I won't press it. I already knew that,
oh,
but fair
okay.
enough.
I mean, why not try it out, see what
See what
happens?
happens. Yeah, exactly.
Success! Woohoo!
Let's go.
Where are you two gonna go on your second date?
I like a man that can lead.
Yeah, sure. So
they're cute.
I have a particular spot in mind. It's called Purple. Basically, I saw something on Instagram. They had like this pasta selection. It's like a spicy arrabbiata. I haven't had it in like half a decade. So I've been wanting to try it. So this will be my excuse. So
I'm excited. Yay.
Hey, I'm Dave. I'm in charge of the games business at Cut.
Oh God. Jump scare. Who the fuck are you? Hi, Dave. You're the man behind all this shit? You're the one asking all the intrusive questions.
And that means this game, Truth or Drink, and this game, Keep It 100, are my little babies that I love very much.
My little baby. Shut up, Dave.
I could never choose between them. I love them
Dave needs to admit to himself that he needs a 3X shirt. Yeah.
equally. I think you should go to Target and buy them. But that's just my opinion, and I'm impartial.
Wow. Thanks. I hate it, Dave.
Hey guys, welcome to Camping with Steve. I got an e-bike. It was on sale at the end of the season. $1,000 off. And of course,
let's go.
The cheapest one I could find at Canadian Tire. And I'm gonna go out and explore a little bit.
This is Steve. He does what's it called? Like urban camping or like covert camping. Fuck, what's it called? There's like a word for this type of content.
I pulled over on a little secondary side road here. I want to check my map because this might go where I want to go. That's probably safer, to be honest, because there's a shoulder and less blind hills and turns, but this is a lot more scenic. And provided I stay as far to the right as I can, I shouldn't have a problem. Awesome little river here. Very tantalizing island right in the middle, but I'm in no way equipped to get out there, and there's houses really close by. But this back road here goes to this little village that got bypassed by the main highway, and I'll explore the roads up and down, see what I can see around here, because these are really quaint, beautiful roads. And I'm testing out, I got this Insta360 camera. I was kind of sold on it because it can, I guess, remove the selfie stick or something. So if you're seeing
Stealth camping. Stealth camping is what he does.
Video that looks strange or different, there is not a car in front of me filming. It's just me alone with this selfie stick that goes like real big like that too. So we're living in the future. I'm at what was the old main highway coming through here, and this section cut off on both ends, as I said. Down that way it looks really overgrown. Down that way there's a little town, and it keeps going, and then it's really, really overgrown. So we'll go this way first because I want to check out the town, village, hamlet, whatever it is.
Oh, it's so cute. So wholesome.
Thanks a lot.
The bit rate leaves something to be desired, but this is fun.
And this is where it used to just keep going straight. Crazy to think that whole way I was biking, there used to be like transport trucks, everything. The main power lines actually kind of go along there too. So I'll turn around and head back to the other end of this road, but first we'll find a little spot along that river to get a snack.
My stick keeps getting longer, and it's the future. Telescoping stick. It's the future. He's so cute.
And then got to find somewhere to camp. I'm not going to camp. I'm not going to camp around this section because where it gets really overgrown, I get the highway noise, and hopefully I can find somewhere quieter. Let's go. Taking a breather.
Wait, who is filming that? There's no stick. Wait. I see the shadow of the stick, but it's not like, it's not this camera.
Just taking a breather here. This is weight-wise what I would consider to be almost a fully loaded bike. There is all the camping gear in here, sleeping gear, water, food, cooking equipment, bug spray, tons of camera gear. And I've been pedaling this for, let's see, started around 30, so about 25 kilometers on medium assistance strength. I haven't really broken too much of a sweat. And the battery's still, you know, just one notch down from the top there. So far I'm pretty impressed with this. This makes biking seem so possible. So I'm just gonna go up the road, turn left onto where that road goes abandoned, and we'll see if we can hunker down for a little bit of a snack and a drinky poo, because I'm getting a little thirsty, and see what we can come up
Drinky
with for the
poo.
night.
A drinky poo, he says.
Was a bit hungry there. Actually doing something really works up the appetite. Usual.
Curious.
Okay, done a complete loop. This is the original road that I pulled up, and this is actually the old highway. So this time we go that way. Sounds like somebody's coming though. I'm a cyclist today, but I'm not one of those cyclists. I get out of the way because I've been a motorist for so long, primarily, and I understand. We can be a nuisance on a bike.
Not one of those cyclists. I still, you know, give the entire road to the car. Okay. He's so Ameribrained. I can't. Wait, no, he's not even. He's Canadian, I think. But, there should be bike lanes. There should just be bike lanes. Oh, and there is. Wow.
This is where the road ends, my friends. Going straight, the power lines go that way, and there's some boulders blocking this off. And going that way, there's nothing at all. There's more boulders. So, yeah. Main highway up there. Doesn't look like it goes very far, so I don't need this anymore. Anyway, check this out. Okay, not much to see there.
This footage is so bad compared to like what he usually has. He's usually recording in like 4K. I hope he like does like a hybrid thing. Like obviously you need the GoPro for the bike, but yeah, come on.
Okay. Scared me for a second. I thought it was bear scat. It's just asphalt. Huh. I think I should be able to get through this way. Oh, yes. Oh, give me a break. Okay, that's a new one. I don't have a vehicle big enough to get this TV out of here, and I don't know where to put it. If I did get it anywhere, I can get the bike through.
That's crazy. Just dumped your whole TV there. Why? Why?
Here, this is easy. Oh, okay. We don't have this where I'm from, but this looks to me like poison ivy. Huh.
Uh-oh.
So I'll double check that with my app. I've seen enough pictures of it. Right, oh yeah, just walking through. Poison ivy, no problem. Long sleeve pants and closed toe shoes. That's the way to do it. Yeah, we're talking. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. The old highway. Power line's running right along beside it. Severely overgrown. I can kind of see the line paintings on it still.
Damn, I can't believe that was the highway. Wow.
Get the bike. I can camp down here easy. There's enough moss. I might not even need a sleeping pad. Look at that.
Wow.
Okay, gotta get a bike.
Nature's sleeping pad.
Poison ivy. Yes, indeed.
Oop.
Ah, how about that? I'm identifying something. That's a good one to identify. Yeah, I'm gonna need that thermocell too. Big time. Oh, that app is called Picture This. I know people will ask. And it identifies whatever you take a picture of. Don't trust it completely, but it's good guidance for sure. Definitely don't eat anything based on identification from that app. All right.
Yeah.
There's no signs about trespassing or anything.
Yeah, the one I use for plants identification is Seek. It seems pretty good. I think Google also has capabilities for that now, but I'm not sure.
So, I'm not worried. Oh, this TV bugs me though. I guess I'll jump on and ride a bit further, see what this looks like. I'll check for spots to set up camp.
Where's your helmet, Steve?
I'm gonna look around for that poison ivy before I get too comfortable. But I hear a little bit of the highway, but that's gonna happen anywhere here. And it's further away from that side where there were some residents a little further.
Wait, is it the camera? Does it just edit out the pole? Because it's like attached right here. I think it just like removes it.
Further down that way. And they may hike through here, I'm not sure. First things first, I'm gonna get some bug spray on and that thermosol rolling. So the name of this bike is a Raleigh Gateway Electric Assist. And I can say that electric assist makes a huge difference. Logged about 30 kilometers, which I'll figure that out in miles. That's not a long
18
stretch by bicycle touring standards. Usually like 60 miles, 100k is a solid day or an acceptable day.
I feel like that's still so much though.
But for the first time on a bike in ages, and for being as out of shape as I am, yeah, that electric assist makes it possible, because I cannot imagine trying to do that without it. Okay. All right, nuke these bugs. Whoa, strong. Oh, DEET free. I got the junk stuff.
Give me that good DEET, brother.
Ah, I never thought one of these little triangle chairs would be comfortable, but after sitting on the bike for the first time in ages, 30 kilometers, just about anything feels better than that seat. So I don't have a tent. I'm gonna be
I feel like that's basically a bicycle seat, but all right.
just stringing a tarp across, maybe using the bike as an anchor point, and then just kind of making a nice little bunk down here. I've got an air mattress. Clear off some of this stuff, but and I guess we'll go through the kit in the back. But first, I think I want to look through these woods here, off to the side before it gets dark. We still got a couple hours until the sun sets, so lots of time. I don't know when they decommissioned this road, but this asphalt is in like really good shape underneath this moss.
He keeps calling it asphalt. Is it not asphalt? I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is it the Mandela effect?
I don't want to rip up the moss or anything, but it looks in better shape than some of the actual highway. Not really much down this section of abandoned highway. I didn't think I'd need a shovel. Is everything rotten? Right, here we go. A use for a selfie stick.
Oh my god. No. Don't. Stop. Don't do that.
It's an old can of golden or pale oils have been noted for their appropriately low carbon and acid content. Okay, so this is some type of an old engine oil.
Great.
Yes.
What the fuck is this? There's just so much trash. Why?
When that got thrown out the window, they didn't have the stringent littering laws they do today. Nature just seemed inexhaustible. There's it's nature's nature's landfill, so to speak. We're hopefully getting better than that as people, aside from that TV up there. So, in my bag of tricks, I got fire starter, some waters.
Bag of tricks.
I should have a refillable one. I refill these as much as possible, but on the road, a refillable water jug, it's not really that easy to find spots to fill them. Most places want you to buy these, so they're not interested in giving away water. Extra thermosol
Oh
stuff.
shit, check it out. He lives. Yes, he's back.
Some bear spray. Now, I'm not really that worried about bears here, but the black bears right across Canada, all over the place. Rope. This little folding grill thing I'll be cooking on.
Let's go. What? A tiny little compact grill thing?
Picnic basket, and you
He
can
has
see
it
I shifted
all.
the balance on the bike. Picnic basket. There was not room in the picnic basket for step twos, so little bag of what used to be ice, nice, delicious, refreshing water, and some very
Delicious.
frosty Alexander Keiths. So, gonna have to be stealthy today, my friends. Cheers to taking on life. Yes.
Cheers.
I tucked my pants into my socks because I gotta gather some
Easy.
firewood in a bit. And ticks, ticks, ticks. They like to get in there, and we don't want that.
Ticks, ticks, ticks. All my homies hate ticks. How are you going? I'm pretty good. Pretty good. I was super tired today, so I'm just very late and behind and doing my best. How are you? Why would you use the bike? It's gonna fall over. Use another tree. A chest infection. Oh no. Oh no. I hope you feel better soon.
Yeah, just a couple of rocks to hold it down. Perfect.
Damn. So loud. So low on O2 and it just started to run towards 100-degree days for summer. Yay. Great. I'm sure that feels amazing.
Pretty sad looking. Well, thankfully for you guys, I'm not a spandex man. I just picked up something kind of that dries easy, that gives me some range of motion on the bike, and again, one of these fast drying shirts. I don't know the brands. These are from Walmart, because that's all I could find around the area, and this one was from Mark's Work Warehouse. On clearance, I think, because it's the end of the sports season, but this is what I'm cooking on tonight. I picked this up in my travels somewhere. I couldn't resist. When I see something moderately inexpensive that's neat,
Love that.
I could have some use on my trips.
Get used to the occasional wave of lightheadedness and the odd tingle from extenuity. Yeah. Mostly just fatiguing. Yeah. I feel that. That's my everyday life, so I feel that very much. Bless you. I really do. I hope you feel better soon. Hugs.
I like to pick it up. So, folds out like so. UCO flat pack, portable grill.
Let's go. This is kind of handy.
And fire pit. I'll see if I can track down a link to it, but let's see if it works before I endorse this thing. I think I'm gonna move everything over to the other side there because I came in on that side, and if I'm having a fire, I want it kind of blocked by this. Like there's nothing on that side, but there could be people walking around to the end of the road there. Although nobody is likely to come by, I'm sure I'm not supposed to be here. We'll test this out. Clearly the first time I've burned anything in it. My kindling.
My kindling. Lighter fluid. This is the kind of thing that kills people from time to time, but otherwise it's just mostly sweaty. Literally my life. How have you described my life in a few short sentences? Insane.
It's really cute, and with small pieces of wood, it should go for quite a while. Probably just throw in some pieces here and there. Oh, I better find that that part to lift up the grate. I don't really like things that come with a bunch of pieces to lose. I'm gonna have to be pretty aggressive with the thermocell and the insect spray tonight because it's not really cooling down that much. Right now it is 25 Celsius.
See one of the bugs now.
It's fairly close to 80 Fahrenheit, and it will only be cooling down to around 70 Fahrenheit tonight, or about 21-ish Celsius.
Damn.
So,
like perfect.
So, I'm not expecting them to let up. And I'm probably not going to need this top tarp tent, so I'll probably just lay down on the ground there.
Wait, is he not cooking anything? He just made a fire.
Building up some coals and embers in the bottom there, which is great because I'm planning a moderately ambitious meal.
Okay.
I've got these twice-baked, double-stuffed potatoes. They used to actually look nice.
Sounds so good.
You know, like with those little decorative swirl things on top. No, after a bike ride, they look like mush. So, there's these. My backup food, when I'm testing a new stove, I always bring something to keep me alive. Potato salad. Should everything else not work, and you know, I can just eat that anyways. And in the deli department, they had these ground beef, lean ground beef stuffed peppers. So these are not cooked at all. And I got some foil. I'm gonna wrap them in the foil and just kind of try to cook them up.
Nice. I'm going to say, looking at the flame, he used the time-honored camping tradition of hydrocarbon-based fire. Clearly some kind of petrochemical accelerant. Lol. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, he put some kind of fluid on. I'm not sure exactly what.
On there. I'm pretty sure I've mentioned it before, but it's not my first experience with cycling. People may have missed wherever I mentioned it in the videos, but about 10 years ago I did ride my bicycle from Victoria to Edmonton, a distance of 1,200 kilometers or 800 miles, thereabouts. And I would do this type of thing. I'd camp in the woods, sleep on the side of the road, crawl behind a sign, stay in a campground. Money was a bit of a factor, so I didn't really stay in hotels, but campgrounds were the treat. And that was a non-e-bike. That was like a purely pedal-powered bike, and it was way cheaper than this one. It was the cheapest road bike I could get my hands on at the time, and it was loaded a lot more than this. There was the 2 panniers on the back, 2 on the front, and I went over the Rockies in that. So getting back into that, I think, is good for me. I can get into shape. I don't anticipate I'm going to go right across the country in this thing, but on the way back, I'm going to put it to good use. I got a little carrier for the back of the car. I can take it down the highway, and it's just a great pace to see the world. Like little places like this that you probably would have just.
That's so interesting. How did you know by the flame, Keepers? Is it like the color of it?
Just drove past. Here I can actually, you know, scoot off, explore it a bit, get back on the road, like not in a rush, because it seems like when you're driving, you just try to get there. It looks like a lot of coals in there, and that'll do the job fine.
About the journey, man, not the destination.
And I'm sitting here, hours away from entering the 42nd year of my life. Happy to be keeping things as simple and as real as possible, and happy to be sharing it with everybody. Oh, my eye! Kidding. That would make it exciting, but not in the way I want.
The fuck? Bright yellow to the eye, little to no soot, and too intense for the amount of wood fuel visible. 5 hit. Nice.
Let's see how badly this goes. Okay. My potatoes.
I do like this little thing. I think it's handy.
Throw on for a little bit. Let's see. They're okay. Don't look at the potatoes. Just check out this little guy. That cooked up just perfect.
Looks kind of cold. What do I know?
Oh yeah. Foil pouches, never go wrong with that. Let's go to the highway.
Why? Just cuz.
What could go wrong?
Famous last words.
Went through about 1 million spider webs. Oh, there's even more. Holy man. So, finding my way back. That's the interesting part.
Yeah. Why you do that? Why would you do this? Oh god. Ooh. Little Steve sounds. Oh my god, is he just walking in circles?
How about that?
Easy as.
Under the stars tonight. That's the plan. Sleeping bag, purely for show, because it is hot out. It's gonna be a good sleep. See you guys in the morning.
Easy.
Morning, everybody. I love when the contours of the road perfectly fit your body. That was actually a strange thing to discover, but a good thing. One of the first times I used Thermacell.
What?
And still had a bit of a mosquito issue here. So I'm going to pack up pretty quick. I slept in because
Man, mosquitoes are the fucking worst. I hate them so much.
it's my birthday, and I literally have
Oh, Phil's
nothing
birthday,
to do other
man.
than pack up and start the day. Ooh, 9:57. Good job, Steve. Sleeping in on a road until 10. That's impressive. Okay. So yeah, I did hear some voices, and I gotta get out of here before somebody finds me embarrassingly sleeping on the ground on an abandoned highway. And let's begin the day. This held up good. Verdict on this little guy, based on the first use, is I like it.
Handy. Handy dandy.
This place is looking more abandoned than when I got here. Perfect. Look at this. You'd never know a soul was here.
Not a trace.
Just the way it should be. I'll see if I can fit the camera back in here. Sure hope so. And I'll see if that general store has breakfasty type things. Let's roll. Alright, I'm gonna keep biking to the next town down the road here.
Are closed.
And something will hopefully be open. It's only about 17k.
No fireball, so it's clearly not petrol glass. A crazy name for a liquid, by the way. Yeah. Too small a fireplace for deep.
Kilometers down the road. What does that mean in miles? Hopefully I remember to put that in.
Liverpool? I didn't know he went to England.
Okay, it looks like it's going to be Subway. I'm gonna find somewhere to chow down on my foot-long BLT, but it's not gonna be inside the restaurant.
Taste.
I don't think I've ever actually eaten in the sit-down part of a fast food restaurant since I was a child, and I don't intend to start now. Looks like I didn't have to go too far. When I woke up, I wasn't feeling it, but after that last 20-kilometer stretch, I'm feeling it. It's nice to sit on something that's not that bike seat. But thanks for watching, guys. I know this is different as always. Nothing really that stealthy to it, but it was fun, relaxing, therapeutic, cathartic.
Man will park up next to a fucking highway and be like, yeah, it wasn't that stealthy, it's fine. Okay, you heard voices when you woke up. Like, alright.
I got to see my abandoned highway that I've always been dreaming of doing a camping trip on. And overall, it was pretty fun for me. Hope you guys enjoyed it. And if you do, please consider subscribing. It'd be like a birthday present for me. Thank you. Cheers, everybody.
He's so
Anybody
cute.
Been with a strong girl before, like a bodybuilder, like CrossFit?
Muscle mommy? Any muscle mommy enjoyers in?
Horse girl? Just like a girl that was into horses? That's not. Was she strong?
Built the same as me.
Built the same as you. Nice. Hell yeah. Okay. That I'll get. We'll allow it. We'll allow it. How? What do you mean your body? Like exactly your body type? Just you with long hair? Is that what you're saying? Did you beat off to you in a wig? Is that? Did you put on lipstick, look in the mirror, and
Just look in the mirror,
jack
yeah.
off? He's on those little horses outside of a grocery store. Yeah, he's out here again. Can you please get it? Yeah. He's wearing a wig. He's got his lipstick. He's
Stop.
rubbing his penis on the little horse. I mean, it's the
Oh my
third
God.
time this week. He's got to go. How'd you meet her?
Well, she was a lesbian in my science class.
You met her by her being a lesbian in your science class. You couldn't have said she was in my science class.
Yeah, what, why did you bring lesbianism into this? Like, come on, man.
She's like, yeah, dude, she's talking to her friends. There's this sexy bitch in my class, built exactly like me. She was pissed when she saw your dick. She's like, what the hell is this? I thought by his hips, for sure, there was a pussy under here. By his beautiful pear-shaped hips.
Stop.
Okay, interesting. She was
Oh
a
my God. Stop, he's already dead.
before she hadn't fucked any guys?
No.
Wow, first one. How did that come about? You guys hit it off? You guys were sharing bowling shirts? She complimented you on your Hawaiian. You're like, yours is pretty sick too. How did you hit it off? This is very interesting, actually.
Yeah, well, the only reason I mentioned she was lesbian is my gay buddy introduced us.
Your gay buddy in the science class?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. This is a very LGBTQ friendly story. Okay, nice. So your gay friend introduced you to a lesbian woman that you
No, I have gay friends, so I'm not homophobic. By the way.
turned bisexual. If you go trans, we got all of them figured out. You know what I mean? Is there a trans person involved? Because then you're banned for the cycle. Ah, shucks. Okay, nice. So your gay friend introduced you to a lesbian woman.
Yeah, and she basically wanted to get a trial. And
Wow.
A trial.
So there was no romance involved here. It was just like, hey, here's my guy. This is my buddy. He will not get attached. I promise you. He does not. He will just appreciate the pussy. Doesn't care that you look
It's devastating.
exactly like him. I'm looking for a guy to fuck a woman that looks like a man. I got the guy. Follow me to the science lab. Get your beaker and Bunsen burner. I know the guy. Step 1, we enroll in Bio 101. So this was a pure setup, like, interesting. Holy shit. Wow. And then and you were just like, you're like, hello, I'd like to fuck your pussy.
And she's like, yeah, I think I'm lesbian, but you know what? Try anything once.
Zip. I mean, they're gonna. What happened? Did you guys go out? Give me the.
So like we should try dating, blah blah.
We should try dating.
I don't know if I'm in like straight sex, like whole
Sure.
months ordeal.
Oh, there was a nice courtship with this lesbian, is what you're saying. All right. You warmed her up to the. And how big is your penis, if you won't mind me asking? Yeah, is it the kind of penis that would scare someone who hasn't been fucked by one, or is it like a nice? Is it a nice starter penis? You know what I mean?
Starter penis.
That would be a great starter penis. If there's any lesbians out here tonight, they want to fuck somebody who's got a dick that won't do too much damage, I'm your guy. All right?
Stop.
That's what I'm saying. Are we the same kind?
A starter penis. Yeah, okay. Are you a millennial or younger? You may not ever have a starter home. But let's talk about the starter penis.
A guy? Would you say? Like 7. So, ooh, oh, nice 7. Is it thin though? It's not thick, so yes, all right. So you got a slim 7. All right, nice. We can work with that. She could work with that. All right. So you're like, I got a slim 7. You're gonna be a-okay.
Oh my god.
All right, nice. And then so you guys kind of like we just kind of got to know each other, and then okay.
On and off for a year.
On and off for a year. Wow. And how did she obviously liked to have sex with you, or what?
I guess not enough. But...
Not enough, yeah. Did you like her?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. So you actually like got feelings for her. Oh, this is.
Yeah.
Oh, damn, dude. Nice. Well, I'm sorry that this lesbian broke your heart.
We're buddies now.
Huh?
Sad.
Are you friends now? That's all.
Oh yeah, no, we're friends. I'm fine, Copium. I'm fine, Copium. I'm not heard about it at all. We're friends, Copium.
Oh, this is a very progressive story. This is a man who slowly fell in love with a lesbian woman. They fucked a couple times. She dumped him, and they still go bowling together. That's nice, man.
Yeah, and then I fucked her ex-girlfriend.
There you go. Nice.
Oh,
was she
damn.
also shaped like you?
No.
All right. That'd be.
Wait, you fucked her ex? That's kind of fucked. That's kind of fucked. Wait. I thought there was, like, not drama there.
Just 3 people that look exactly like fucking each other. Like this, it's The Sims, basically. Hell yeah, dude. Nice. Well, how about now? You doing okay?
Hell yeah, dude.
Fuck-wise?
Fuck-wise.
Free as a bird. Nice. Just checking out, seeing any curious women, checking out rugby teams all across America.
Oh, thank you for the follow.
That's nice, but how about a nice hand for our friend over here, huh?
A valiant effort. Laying down his body for a lesbian who just wants to try out men. You know? Bless his heart.
You have millions of people who are a fan of you for exactly the thing that you were trying to conceal.
Ooh. Ooh, that's too much. It's getting late. Maybe just one more button.
So, what brought you here?
Casual
Really?
Damn.
So, what brought you here?
She's honest.
Casual
Really?
Welcome to the button, a speed dating show. When the button lights up red, either player may press it and swap out their date for a new person.
Get out of here.
If 2 people can last on a date for 10 minutes, they win an all expenses paid second date.
This is the button.
Hi, how are you?
Josh.
Katie.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Oh my gosh, your hands are really cold. Mine are very warm.
A little anxious.
Sorry.
Honestly. Hi, Button.
Josh likes to play Super Smash Bros. Competitively.
Competitively?
Well, I do play it
What?
competitively.
Like,
I didn't realize that was a competitive game. Still. Wow.
in tournaments and stuff?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've traveled around. I've been ranked like in the state before, so.
I have a pretty bad relationship with like gamers.
Oh, really? What
Yeah.
happened?
My ex-boyfriend very much prioritized PC gaming, like,
Oh,
and it
okay.
just like really took away from our relationship. And I'm just
I
like,
see.
yeah.
Why'd you press me?
Oh my
Rip.
goodness, why did I press
okay.
you?
Tell me.
Well, she's anti-gamer.
Okay.
And I
I wouldn't say anti, it's just not my thing, and I've had a bad history with it, so I stay away from it.
I think that's fair. I mean, she dated someone who is addicted to gaming. I think that's a reasonable experience to have.
Handshake, yeah.
sorry,
No,
nice
no,
meeting
you're
you.
okay. Nice meeting you. Hi. Josh.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing good. You have really good eye contact. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. So, do you have any tattoos?
No.
Do you want any tattoos?
I don't have an urge.
I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay.
I don't know. I just didn't like feel a spark or like a vibe.
That's fair. That's
Yeah.
fair. Alrighty.
Nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you.
Alrighty.
Hi, I'm Morgan.
I'm David.
David, nice to meet you.
All right, so what brought you here?
I'm just looking to find someone to hang out with, maybe fall in love with.
Okay, okay.
You know?
Okay. Are you family oriented then?
Oh, 100%.
I like that. That's
Yeah.
the same with me.
How long ago was your last relationship?
My last one was probably like my freshman year of college. We vibed out for like a whole summer, and then just came to a point where I watched myself do way more than I should have.
Yeah.
And I seen that with my own mom, so I was like, nah, I gotta
Yeah.
chill off that. And since then, kind of sucks. I ain't find that spark since.
Why don't you two play a short game of truth or dare?
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay, truth or dare?
Let's go dare. Let's have some fun.
Dare.
I dare you two to kiss.
That's wild.
That is crazy.
Yeah, that's out of my comfort zone. I'm not even
Okay.
gonna lie.
We're not gonna do that.
Don't be mad.
I'm not gonna be mad.
All right, bet.
It's okay.
But I like the vibe.
Yeah,
is,
it was
the
like, you're
vibe
really
is elite.
cool.
You know what it is.
Yeah,
The standard is kind of crazy now.
Yeah,
This
it
is
was
vibes.
really nice to meet you.
Of course.
The standard is kind of crazy now. Wait, his standard? I don't know what that means.
Nobody warns you about that. That's not easy. What?
Why did you buzz her out?
There was a spark, but it wasn't like it didn't make me go wild. David.
I'm Eden.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
What do you like to do?
I like to party.
I like to party.
I like to party.
That's
Quite
your
a bit.
that's your vibe?
And the Barbie shirt.
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
Ah,
How old are you?
okay. I'm 25.
Nice.
Okay.
No.
I'm not gonna.
Don't
the
do
age.
it.
The age.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I thought so.
This is not feel. This is not.
Fair.
Don't feel good.
Was it just her age?
Yeah, that and the party thing was just like I've done that already.
Yeah. If you're 25, you don't want to be dating a 20-year-old that likes to party.
I'm David.
Jennifer.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
What are you two looking for relationship-wise?
I want it to start as a friendship and then slowly kind of like vibe it out and then relationship.
Jenny also said she's looking for casual dick.
Oh, I said that? Oh my god.
That's what you're looking for, huh? That's crazy. That
I don't remember saying that well.
was in the bio. So you're just looking for something casual right now.
Dude, she was horny as fuck just filling out this cut interview like shit, like the application. Oh, that's funny as fuck.
You beat me to it. Okay. Fair enough. Well, it was wonderful. It was wonderful meeting you.
You're cute though.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Is that really what you're looking for, though?
Yeah, I think I am.
I'm Nathan.
Jennifer. So what are you looking for?
I'm just trying to vibe right now.
So I'm looking
Don't be shy.
for casual dick.
Okay.
Would you be okay with that?
Nathan, how casual are you with your dick?
How casual are you with your dick? I can't. The show. It's too much.
Decent.
Decent?
How casual were you last month?
Ooh.
Couple times.
Goddamn.
Ouch.
Sorry.
He smashed my finger.
Nathan, I think you're eliminated.
I am. So, what brought you here?
Casual dick.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I'm like,
She gets more and more bold with it.
is that... Okay, hold on. Is that just actually like what you're looking for here?
Yes, I'm looking for that here. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Usually I like to get to know the person before going down on them, but you know.
Ruben, you're not looking to be her casual D?
Nope.
What's your name?
Ruben.
Ruben? Leandra.
Nope.
Nice
Oh,
to meet you.
That's a lovely name.
Thank you.
What's a dating ick that bothers you?
This is kind of mean, and I know that some people are just not athletic, but like, I brought someone to play volleyball with us, and he was so bad, and it was like such an ick. But I think the ick more came from like, he thought he was gonna be really good, and he still thought he was really good afterwards, and I was like, you were so bad.
no.
What are your dating
no.
icks?
Not being committed to like just being on time. And like if you're not interested in someone, you can.
I think you're so great. I just am not sure there's like a romantic connection there.
Understandable.
Nice to meet you, Ruben.
Nice to meet you too.
What was it that made you press me?
I would say there wasn't a lot of physical attraction there, which is maybe a little shallow, but I'm Leandra. Sterling?
I mean, it's shallow, but like, you do have to be attracted to the person you're dating. Like, that's the first prerequisite, you know?
Nice to meet you. I love your mustache. It's like in a post-Top Gun world. It's like the ladies love a mustache.
Anyone been canceled yet? No, not really. There was one chick that just wanted casual D, but I don't know if that's cancelable.
The new Top Gun came out, so.
Okay, so you were before the trend.
Yeah, it's been like 4
an OG
years.
mustache.
OG mustache.
Okay, okay.
Can you two take turns talking about your dating history?
You go first.
My dating history. I've been in 2 serious
Podcast YouTuber? Wait, who?
relationships. One was like throughout college, and yeah, it just like didn't work, which is great because we were like really actually not compatible.
Not Jarvis, his friend? Jordan Adika? That is not Jordan Adika.
I actually got dumped by someone who I actually really liked and could have potentially seen it like getting more serious.
Freddie Mercury.
But it was a couple Sundays ago.
A couple Sundays ago from now?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're like
2 weeks
fresh,
ago.
you're fresh off
Well,
this.
well, yeah. And it's still in the back of my head. I'm like, damn, I like them. And like, it sucks. Like, they put in so much more than like I was wanting to put in. And that seems to be kind of a common thing in a lot of my relationships. I think there was different understandings of like what expectations were and everything. Oh.
Sorry.
Oh.
I know, sorry I pressed it twice.
Yeah,
That
right.
felt like extra savage. Especially 2 weeks, oh guy.
So mean.
Let that brew a little. You don't need to be here on the button.
That's true.
I'm just here for a good time.
Yeah. You are like very, very attractive. Do you know that?
Yeah. I don't know.
Damn.
Like, that sounds cocky as hell.
Yeah,
but, like
it's okay.
cool.
You can know
Shout
that
out to
you
my
are.
Yeah.
mom.
Yeah, I
You
will.
know,
I'll let her know after
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. The confidence.
Oh my god, I love that. Okay.
Do you find Leandra attractive?
I do.
Thank
I do,
you.
actually, yeah. I like it. And I like, wait, no, for real. Like,
Yeah.
you know, some people try to be polite, but
Yeah.
I'm being totally honest, and I like the fit.
Thank
I
you.
like it.
David, are you a Republican?
I am not a Republican. Are
That
you
is
a
great.
Republican?
I am not. That was
Oh,
one of my
okay.
deal breakers.
Oh,
so
okay, yeah.
Thank goodness you passed that test.
I'm not a Republican.
Let's go.
Did I give that vibe, bud?
Let's go.
You don't give me a Republican.
I didn't get that vibe at all. What? Shut up, bud.
Okay, good. I'm a little hurt about that.
Yeah,
but yeah.
no.
But no, I'm not a Republican.
Okay, that's great. That's
So,
great.
yeah.
What are other character traits about yourself that like your friends would say?
I'm competitive.
Let's freaking go.
They might say I'm argumentative, but I don't think that's
Yeah.
what it is.
No,
I think it's just
there's
like
a
I
big
like having a good
difference.
convo, but like I
Yeah.
want to make sure you're talking about what you know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
that's fair. I've been really into pickleball lately.
I
Do you play
played,
sports?
Yeah, I played football in high
Football.
school, and then
Okay.
like once football was done senior year, did tennis.
Oh, so you
I still never learned what pickleball is. What is that?
you're like you have the pickleball blood in you.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. And then in college, I lived with like 3 girls, and they were all in like the volleyball club team or whatever. So like I've been to practices.
What's
so
the
it's-
deal with you just living with 3 girls?
I grew up with women. Like
So
I
you-
grew up with my mom and my grandma.
Okay.
So it's like it's way easier. It's a
Yeah.
little bit more cleaner. Like,
That's facts.
Like the public areas that we have to share are cleaner.
Yeah. Okay, so then you're clean too.
Yes.
I'm feeling like there's a connection here. Is this a match? Are you feeling each other?
I am.
I'm feeling
I
David
am.
for sure.
I'm feeling you.
I'm gonna light up one more time, just to be sure.
Okay.
Oh, so pickleball is like it's like tennis but with a different ball. It's like hollow. Interesting. Confident acquaintances have called her argumentative. Yeah.
All right. I like bowling a lot.
Let's
I like
go.
bowling. You like going bowling?
I love bowling, but I get crap for it all the time. I, for my birthday a couple years ago, wanted to do bowling, like invite a bunch of friends bowling, and
Yeah.
they were like, you can't do that. That's really
wild.
embarrassing.
That's what I did last year for my birthday, so that's kind of crazy.
Congratulations.
Oh my gosh, Ben.
Yay!
They're also very cute. This is another very cute match. I love that.
Can I give you a hug?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Wow, so nice to meet you.
Go to Target. Buy Keep It 100 and Truth or Drink.
No. You can't make me. All right. I think that will be it for the evening. Thank you very much for hanging out. I appreciate you. I will be back tomorrow with a video a Sunday. There's many things on the docket. I appreciate you. Drink some water. Take care of yourself. Eat fruit. Mind your business. I'm gonna send you over to Levelhead. There is your raid message if you are subbed. If you're not, then do just a regular one of these guys. Okay? Thank you. Have a good night.